Introductory of Sign Language Among North American Indians, Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. Introductory. During the past 2 years, the present writer has devoted the intervals between official duties to collecting and collating materials for the study of sign language, as the few publications on the general subject possessing more than historic interest are meager in details and vague in expression. Original investigation has been necessary. The high development of communication by gesture among the tribes of North America and its continued extensive use by many of them naturally directed the first researches to that continent, with the result that a large body of facts procured from collaborators and by personal examination has now been gathered and classified. A correspondence has also been established with many persons in other parts of the world, whose character and situation rendered it probable that they would contribute valuable information. The success of that correspondence has been as great as could have been expected, considering that most of the persons addressed were at distant points, sometimes not easily accessible by mail. As the collection of facts is still successfully proceeding, not only with reference to foreign peoples and to deaf mutes everywhere, but also among some American tribes not yet thoroughly examined in this respect. No exposition of the subject pretending to be complete can yet be made. In complying, therefore, with the request to prepare the present paper, it is necessary to explain to correspondents and collaborators whom it may reach that this is not the comprehensive publication by the Bureau of Ethnology, for which their assistance has been solicited. With this explanation, some of those who have already forwarded contributions will not be surprised at their omission, and others will not desist from the work in which they are still kindly engaged, under the impression that its results will not be received in time to meet with welcome and credit. On the contrary, the urgent appeal for aid, before addressed to officers of the Army and Navy of this and other nations, to missionaries, travelers, teachers of deaf mutes, and philologists generally, is now with equal urgency repeated. It is, indeed, hoped that the continued presentation of the subject to persons either having opportunity for observation or the power to favor with suggestions may, by awakening some additional interest in it, secure new collaboration from localities still unrepresented. It will be readily understood by other readers that, as the limits assigned to this paper permit the insertion of but a small part of the material already collected, and of the notes of study made upon that accumulation, it can only show the general scope of the work undertaken, and not its accomplishment. Such extracts from the collection have been selected as were regarded as most illustrative, and they are preceded by a discussion, perhaps sufficient to be suggestive, though by no means exhaustive, and designed to be for popular rather than for scientific use. In short, the direction to submit a progress report and not a monograph has been complied with. End of Introductory.
Section 2 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Section 2. Divisions of Gesture Speech. These are corporeal motion and facial expression. An attempt has been made by some writers to discuss these general divisions separately, and its success would be practically convenient if it were always understood that their connection is so intimate that they can never be altogether severed. A play of feature, whether instinctive or voluntary, accentuates and qualifies all motions intended to serve as signs, and strong instinctive facial expression is generally accompanied by action of the body or some of its members. But, so far as a distinction can be made, Expressions of the features are the result of emotional and corporeal gestures, of intellectual action. The former, in general, and the small number of the latter that are distinctively emotional are nearly identical among men from physiological causes which do not affect with the same similarity the processes of thought. The large number of corporeal gestures expressing intellectual operations require and admit of more variety and conventionality. Thus, the features and the body among all mankind act almost uniformly in exhibiting fear, grief, surprise, and shame, but all objective conceptions are varied and variously portrayed. Even such simple indications as those for no and yes appear in several differing motions. While, therefore, the terms sign language and gesture speech necessarily include and suppose facial expression when emotions are in question, they refer more particularly to corporeal motions and attitudes. For this reason, much of the valuable contribution of Darwin in his expression of the emotions in man and animals is not directly applicable to sign language. His analysis of emotional gestures into those explained on the principles of serviceable associated habits, of antithesis, and of the constitution of the nervous system should nevertheless always be remembered. Even if it does not strictly embrace the class of gestures which form the subject of this paper, and which often have an immediate pantomimic origin, the earliest gestures were doubtless instinctive and generally emotional, preceding pictorial, metaphoric, and, still subsequent, conventional gestures, even as, according to Darwin's cogent reasoning, they preceded articulate speech. While the distinction above made between the realm of facial play and that of motions of the body, especially those of the arms and hands, is sufficiently correct for use in discussion, it must be admitted that the features do express intellect as well as emotion. The well-known saying of Charles Lamb that jokes came in with the candles is in point, but the most remarkable example of conveying detailed information without the use of sounds, hands, or arms is given by the late President T.H. Gallaudet, the distinguished instructor of deaf-mutes, which, to be intelligible, requires to be quoted at length. One day, our distinguished and lamented historical painter, Colonel John Trumbull, was in my schoolroom during the hours of instruction, and on my alluding to the tact which the pupil referred to had of reading my face, he expressed a wish to see it tried. I requested him to select any event in Greek, Roman, English, or American history of a scenic character, which would make a striking picture on canvas, and I said I would endeavor to communicate it to the lad. "Tell him," said he, "that Brutus, Lucius Junius, condemned his 2 sons to death for resisting his authority and violating his orders." I folded my arms in front of me and kept them in that position, to preclude the possibility of making any signs or gestures, or of spelling any words on my fingers, and proceeded, as best I could by the expression of my countenance and a few motions of my head and attitudes of the body, to convey the picture in my own mind to the mind of my pupil. It ought to be stated that he was already acquainted with the fact, being familiar with the leading events in Roman history. But when I began, he knew not from what portion of history, sacred or profane, ancient or modern, the fact was selected. From this wide range, my delineation on the one hand and his ingenuity on the other had to bring it within the division of Roman history, and, still more minutely, to the particular individual and transaction designated by Colonel Trumbull. In carrying on the process, I made no use whatever of any arbitrary, conventional look, motion, or attitude before settled between us by which to let him understand what I wished to communicate, with the exception of a single one, if indeed it ought to be considered such. The usual sign, at that time, among the teachers and pupils for a Roman, was portraying an aquiline nose by placing the forefinger, crooked, in front of the nose. As I was prevented from using my finger in this way, and having considerable command over the muscles of my face, I endeavored to give my nose as much of the aquiline form as possible, and succeeded well enough for my purpose. The outlines of the process were the following: a stretching and stretching gaze eastward, with an undulating motion of the head, as if looking across and beyond the Atlantic Ocean, to denote that the event happened not on the western but eastern continent. This was making a little progress, as it took the subject out of the range of American history. A turning of the eyes upward and backward, with frequently repeated motions of the head backward, as if looking a great way back in past time to denote that the event was one of ancient date. The aquiline shape of the nose, already referred to, indicating that a Roman was the person concerned. It was, of course, an old Roman. Portraying, as well as I could, by my countenance, attitude, and manner, an individual high in authority, and commanding others as if he expected to be obeyed. Looking and acting as if I were giving out a specific order to many persons, and threatening punishment on those who should resist my authority, even the punishment of death. Here was a pause in the progress of events, which I denoted by sleeping, as it were, during the night, and awakening in the morning, and doing this several times to signify that several days had elapsed. Looking with deep interest and surprise, as if at a single person brought and standing before me, with an expression of countenance indicating that he had violated the order which I had given, and that I knew it. Then, looking in the same way at another person near him as also guilty. 2 offending persons were thus denoted. Exhibiting serious deliberation, then hesitation, accompanied with strong conflicting emotions, producing perturbation, as if I knew not how to feel or what to do. Looking first at one of the persons before me, and then at the other, and then at both together, as a father would look, indicating his distressful parental feelings under such afflicting circumstances. Composing my feelings, showing that a change was coming over me, and exhibiting towards the imaginary persons before me the decided look of the inflexible commander, who was determined and ready to order them away to execution. Looking and acting as if the tender and forgiving feelings of the father had again got the ascendancy, and as if I was about to relent and pardon them. These alternating states of mind I portrayed several times, to make my representations the more graphic and impressive. At length the father yields, and the stern principle of justice, as expressed in my countenance and manners, prevails. My look and action denote the passing of the sentence of death on the offenders, and the ordering them away to execution. He quickly turned round to his slate, and wrote a correct and complete account of this story of Brutus and his 2 sons. While it appears that the expressions of the features are not confined to the emotions or to distinguishing synonyms, it must be remembered that the meaning of the same motion of hands, arms, and fingers is often modified, individualized, or accentuated by associated facial changes and postures of the body not essential to the sign, which emotional changes and postures are at once the most difficult to describe and the most interesting when intelligently reported. Not only because they infuse life into the skeleton sign, but because they may belong to the class of innate expressions. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Sign Language among North American Indians, compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes, by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. The Origin of Sign Language. Introduction. In observing the maxim that nothing can be thoroughly understood unless its beginning is known, it becomes necessary to examine into the origin of sign language through its connection with that of oral speech. In this examination, it is essential to be free from the vague popular impression that some oral language of the general character of that now used among mankind is natural to mankind. It will be admitted on reflection that all oral languages were at some past time far less serviceable to those using them than they are now. And as each particular language has been thoroughly studied, it has become evident that it grew out of some other and less advanced form. In the investigation of these old forms, it has been so difficult to ascertain how any of them first became a useful instrument of intercommunication that many conflicting theories on this subject have been advocated. Oral language consists of variations and mutations of vocal sounds, produced as signs of thought and emotion. But it is not enough that those signs should be available as the vehicle of the producer's own thoughts. They must be also efficient for the communication of such thoughts to others. It has been, until of late years, generally held that thought was not possible without oral language, and that, as man was supposed to have possessed from the first the power of thought, he also from the first possessed and used oral language substantially as at present. That the latter, as a special faculty, formed the main distinction between man and the brutes has been, and still is, the prevailing doctrine. In a lecture delivered before the British Association in 1878, it was declared that animal intelligence is unable to elaborate that class of abstract ideas, the formation of which depends upon the faculty of speech. If instead of speech the word utterance had been used, as including all possible modes of intelligent communication, the statement might pass without criticism. But it may be doubted if there is any more necessary connection between abstract ideas and sounds, the mere signs of thought that strike the ear, than there is between the same ideas and signs addressed only to the eye. The point most debated for centuries has been not whether there was any primitive oral language, but what that language was. Some literalists have indeed argued from the Mosaic narrative that because the Creator, by one supernatural act, with the express purpose to form separate peoples, had divided all tongues into their present varieties, and could, by another similar exercise of power, obliterate all but one which should be universal. The fact that he had not exercised that power showed it not to be his will that any man to whom a particular speech had been given should hold intercourse with another miraculously set apart from him by a different speech. By this reasoning, if the study of a foreign tongue was not impious, it was at least clear that the primitive language had been taken away as a disciplinary punishment, as the paradisiac Eden had been earlier lost, and that therefore the search for it was as fruitless as to attempt the passage of the flaming sword. More liberal Christians have been disposed to regard the Babel story as allegorical, if not mythical, and have considered it to represent the disintegration of tongues out of one which was primitive. In accordance with the advance of linguistic science, they have successively shifted back the postulated primitive tongue from Hebrew to Sanskrit, then to Aryan, and now seek to evoke from the vasty deeps of antiquity the ghosts of other rival claimants for precedence in dissolution. As, however, the languages of man are now recognized as extremely numerous, and as the very sounds of which these several languages are composed are so different that the speakers of some are unable to distinguish with the ear certain sounds in others, still less able to reproduce them, the search for one common parent language is more difficult than was supposed by medieval ignorance. The discussion is now, however, varied by the suggested possibility that man at some time may have existed without any oral language. It is conceded by some writers that mental images or representations can be formed without any connection with sound, and may at least serve for thought, though not for expression. It is certain that concepts, however formed, can be expressed by other means than sound. One mode of this expression is by gesture, and there is less reason to believe that gestures commenced as the interpretation of, or substitute for words, than that the latter originated in, and served to translate gestures. Many arguments have been advanced to prove that gesture language preceded articulate speech, and formed the earliest attempt at communication, resulting from the interacting subjective and objective conditions to which primitive man was exposed. Some of the facts on which deductions have been based, made in accordance with well-established modes of scientific research from study of the lower animals, children, idiots, the lower types of mankind, and deaf mutes, will be briefly mentioned. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Sign Language among North American Indians, compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes, by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. Gestures of the lower animals. Emotional expression in the features of man is to be considered in reference to the fact that the special senses either have their seat in or are in close relation to the face, and that so large a number of nerves pass to it from the brain. The same is true of the lower animals, so that it would be inferred, as is the case, that the faces of those animals are also expressive of emotion. There is also noticed among them an exhibition of emotion by corporeal action. This is the class of gestures common to them, with the earliest made by man, as above mentioned, and it is reasonable to suppose that those were made by man at the time when, if ever he was, like the animals, destitute of articulate speech. The articulate cries uttered by some animals, especially some birds, are interesting as connected with the principle of imitation to which languages in part owe their origin, but in the cases of forced imitation, the mere acquisition of a vocal trick, they only serve to illustrate that power of imitation, and are without significance. Stern's starling, after his cage had been opened, would have continued to complain that he could not get out. If the bird had uttered an instinctive cry of distress when in confinement, and a note of joy on release, there would have been a nearer approach to language than if it had clearly pronounced many sentences. Such notes and cries of animals, many of which are connected with reproduction and nutrition, are well worth more consideration than can now be given. But regarding them generally, it is to be questioned if they are so expressive as the gestures of the same animals. It is contended that the bark of a dog is distinguishable into fear, defiance, invitation, and a note of warning. But it also appears that those notes have been known only since the animal has been domesticated. The gestures of the dog are far more readily distinguished than his bark, as in his preparing for attack, or caressing his master, resenting an injury, begging for food, or simply soliciting attention. The chief modern use of his tail appears to be to express his ideas and sensations. But some recent experiments of Professor A. Graham Bell, no less eminent from his work in artificial speech than in telephones, shows that animals are more physically capable of pronouncing articulate sounds than has been supposed. He informed the writer that he recently succeeded by manipulation in causing an English terrier to form a number of the sounds of our letters, and particularly brought out from it the words, "How are you, grandmamma?" with distinctness. This tends to prove that only absence of brain power has kept animals from acquiring true speech. The remarkable vocal instrument of the parrot could be used in significance as well as in imitation if its brain had been developed beyond the point of expression by gesture, in which latter the bird is expert. The gestures of monkeys, whose hands and arms can be used, are nearly akin to ours. Insects communicate with each other almost entirely by means of the antennae. Animals in general, which, though not deaf, cannot be taught by sound, frequently have been by signs, and probably all of them understand man's gestures better than his speech. They exhibit signs to one another with obvious intention, and they also have often invented them as a means of obtaining their wants from man. End of section 4. Section 5 of Sign Language among North American Indians, compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes, by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. Gestures of Young Children. The wishes and emotions of very young children are conveyed in a small number of sounds, but in a great variety of gestures and facial expressions. A child's gestures are intelligent long in advance of speech, although very early and persistent attempts are made to give it instruction in the latter, but none in the former, from the time when it begins risu cognoscere matrum. It learns words only as they are taught, and learns them through the medium of signs which are not expressly taught. Long after familiarity with speech, it consults the gestures and facial expressions of its parents and nurses as if seeking thus to translate or explain their words. These facts are important in reference to the biologic law that the order of development of the individual is the same as that of the species. Among the instances of gestures common to children throughout the world is that of protruding the lips, or pouting, when somewhat angry or sulky. The same gesture is now made by the anthropoid apes, and is found strongly marked in the savage tribes of man. It is noticed by evolutionists that animals retain during early youth, and subsequently lose, characters once possessed by their progenitors when adult, and still retained by distinct species nearly related to them. The fact is not, however, to be ignored that children invent words as well as signs with as natural an origin for the one as for the other. An interesting case was furnished to the writer by Professor Bell of an infant boy who used a combination of sounds given as nyum nyum, an evident onomatopoeia of gustation, to mean good, and not only in reference to articles of food relished, but as applied to persons of whom the child was fond, rather in the abstract idea of niceness in general. It is a singular coincidence that a bright young girl, a friend of the writer, in a letter describing a juvenile feast, invented the same expression, with nearly the same spelling, as characteristic of her sensations regarding the delicacies provided. The Papuans met by Dr. Comrie also called eating nam-nam. But the evidence of all such cases of the voluntary use of articulate speech by young children is qualified by the fact that it has been inherited from very many generations, if not quite so long as the faculty of gesture. End of section 5. Section 6 of Sign Language among North American Indians, compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes, by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. Gestures in mental disorder. The insane understand and obey gestures when they have no knowledge whatever of words. It is also found that semi-idiotic children, who cannot be taught more than the merest rudiments of speech, can receive a considerable amount of information through signs, and can express themselves by them. Sufferers from aphasia continue to use appropriate gestures after their words have become uncontrollable. It is further noticeable in them that mere ejaculations, or sounds which are only the result of a state of feeling, instead of a desire to express thought, are generally articulated with accuracy. Patients who have been in the habit of swearing preserve their fluency in that division of their vocabulary. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Sign Language among North American Indians, compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes, by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The origin of sign language. Uninstructed deaf mutes. The signs made by congenital and uninstructed deaf mutes to be now considered are either strictly natural signs, invented by themselves, or those of a colloquial character used by such mutes where associated. The accidental or merely suggestive signs peculiar to families, one member of which happens to be a mute, are too much affected by the other members of the family to be of certain value. Those, again, which are taught in institutions, have become conventional, and designedly adapted to translation into oral speech, although founded by the Abbé de l'Épée, followed by the Abbé Sicard, in the natural signs first above mentioned. A great change has doubtless occurred in the estimation of congenital deaf mutes since the Justinian Code, which consigned them forever to legal infancy, as incapable of intelligence, and classed them with the insane. Yet most modern writers, for instance Archbishop Whately and Max Müller, have declared that deaf mutes could not think until after having been instructed. It cannot be denied that the deaf mute thinks after his instruction either in the ordinary gesture signs or in the finger alphabet, or more lately in artificial speech. By this instruction he has become master of a highly developed language, such as English or French, which he can read, write, and actually talk, but that foreign language he has obtained through the medium of signs. This is a conclusive proof that signs constitute a real language, and one which admits of thought, for no one can learn a foreign language unless he had some language of his own, whether by descent or acquisition, by which it could be translated, and such translation into the new language cannot even be commenced unless the mind had been already in action and intelligently using the original language for that purpose. In fact, the use by deaf-mutes of signs originating in themselves exhibits a creative action of mind, an innate faculty of expression beyond that of ordinary speakers who acquired language without conscious effort. The thanks of students, both of Philology and Psychology, are due to Professor Samuel Porter of the National Deaf-Mute College for his response to the question, "Is thought possible without language?" published in the Princeton Review for January 1880. With regard to the sounds uttered by deaf-mutes, the same explanation of heredity may be made as above, regarding the words invented by young children. Congenital deaf-mutes at first make the same sounds as hearing children of the same age, and, often being susceptible to vibrations of the air, are not suspected of being deaf. When the affliction is ascertained to exist, all oral utterances from the deaf-mute are habitually repressed by the parents. End of section 7, read by Inkell. Section 8 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf-mutes, by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Origin of Sign Language, Gestures of the Blind. The facial expressions and gestures of the congenitally blind are worthy of attention. The most interesting and conclusive examples come from the case of Laura Bridgman, who, being also deaf, could not possibly have derived them by imitation. When a letter from a beloved friend was communicated to her by gesture language, she laughed and clapped her hands. A roguish expression was given to her face, concomitant with the emotion, by her holding the lower lip of the teeth. She blushed, shrugged her shoulders, turned in her elbows, and raised her eyebrows under the same circumstances as other people. In amazement, she rounded and protruded the lips, opened them, and breathed strongly. It is remarkable that she constantly accompanied her "yes" with the common affirmative nod, and her "no" with our negative shake of the head, as these gestures are by no means universal and do not seem clearly connected with emotion. This, possibly, may be explained by the fact that her ancestors for many generations had used these gestures. A similar curious instance is mentioned by Cardinal Wiseman, Essays 3, 547, London, 1853, of an Italian blind man, the appearance of whose eyes indicated that he had never enjoyed sight, and who yet made the same elaborate gestures made by the people with whom he lived, but which had been used by them immemorially, as correctly as if he had learned them by observation. End of section 8, read by Inkell. Section 9 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf-mutes, by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Origin of Sign Language, Loss of Speech by Isolation. When human beings have been long in solitary confinement, been abandoned, or otherwise have become isolated from their fellows, they have lost speech either partially or entirely, and required to have it renewed through gestures. There are also several recorded cases of children, born with all their faculties, who, after having been lost or abandoned, have been afterwards found to have grown up possessed of acute hearing, but without anything like human speech. One of these was Peter, the wild boy, who was found in the woods of Hanover in 1726, and taken to England, where vain attempts were made to teach him language, though he lived to the age of 70. Another was a boy of 12, found in the forest of Aveyron, in France, about the beginning of this century, who was destitute of speech, and all efforts to teach him failed. Some of these cases are to be considered in connection with the general law of evolution, that in degeneration the last and highest acquirements are lost first. When in these the effort at acquiring or reacquiring speech has been successful, it has been through gestures, in the same manner as missionaries, explorers, and shipwrecked mariners have become acquainted with tongues before unknown to themselves, and sometimes to civilization. All persons in such circumstances are obliged to proceed by pointing to objects and making gesticulations, at the same time observing what articulate sounds were associated with those motions by the persons addressed, and thus vocabularies and lists of phrases were formed. End of section 9, read by Inkell.
Section 10 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Origin of Sign Language, Low Tribes of Man. Apart from the establishment of a systematic language of signs under special circumstances which have occasioned its development, the gestures of the lower tribes of men may be generally classed under the emotional or instinctive division, which can be correlated with those of the lower animals. This may be illustrated by the modes adopted to show friendship and salutation, taking the place of our shaking hands. Some Pacific Islanders used to show their joy at meeting friends by sniffing at them, and after the style of well-disposed dogs. The Fijians pat and slap each other, and some Polynesians stroke their own faces with the hand or foot of the friend. The practice of rubbing or pressing noses is very common. It has been noticed in the Lapland Alps, often in Africa, and in Australia the tips of the noses are pressed a long time, accompanied with grunts of satisfaction. Patting and stroking different parts of the body are still more frequent and prevailed among the North American Indians, though with the latter the most common expression was hugging. In general, the civilities exchanged are similar to those of many animals. End of section 10. Section 11 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Origin of Sign Language, Gestures as an Occasional Resource. Persons of limited vocabulary, whether foreigners to the tongue employed or native, but not accomplished in its use, even in the midst of a civilization where gestures are deprecated, when at fault for words, resort instinctively to physical motions that are not wild nor meaningless, but picturesque and significant, though perhaps made by the gesturer for the first time. An uneducated laborer, if good-natured enough to be really desirous of responding to a request for information, when he has exhausted his scanty stock of words, will eke them out by original gestures. While fully admitting to the advice of Cornelius, action is eloquence in the eyes of the ignorant, more learned than the ears. It may be paraphrased to read that the hands of the ignorant are more learned than their tongues. A stammerer, too, works his arms and features as if determined to get his thoughts out, in a manner not only suggestive of the physical struggle, but of the use of gestures as a hereditary expedient. End of section 11. Section 12 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Origin of Sign Language, Gestures of Fluent Talkers. The same is true of the most fluent talkers on occasions when the exact vocal formula desired does not at once suggest itself, or is unsatisfactory without assistance from the physical machinery not embraced in the oral apparatus. The command of a copious vocabulary common to both speaker and hearer undoubtedly tends to a phlegmatic delivery and disdain of subsidiary aid. An excited speaker will, however, generally make a free use of his hands without regard to any effect of that use upon auditors. Even among the gesture-hating English, when they are aroused from torpidity of manner, the hands are involuntarily clapped in approbation, rubbed with delight, wrung in distress, raised in astonishment, and waved in triumph. The fingers are snapped for contempt, the forefinger is vibrated to reprove or threaten, and the fist shaken in defiance. The brow is contracted with displeasure, and the eyes winked to show connivance. The shoulders are shrugged to express disbelief or repugnance, the eyebrows elevated with surprise, the lips bitten in vexation and thrust out in sullenness or displeasure, while a higher degree of anger is shown by a stamp of the foot. Quintilian, regarding the subject, however, not as involuntary exhibition of feeling and intellect, but for illustration and enforcement, becomes eloquent on the variety of motions of which the hands alone are capable as follows. The action of the other parts of the body assists the speaker, but the hands, I could almost say, speak themselves. By them do we not demand, promise, call, dismiss, threaten, supplicate, express abhorrence and terror, question and deny? Do we not by them express joy and sorrow, doubt, confession, repentance, measure, quantity, number, and time? Do they not also encourage, supplicate, restrain, convict, admire, respect? And in pointing out places and persons, do they not discharge the office of adverbs and of pronouns? Voss adopts almost the words of Quintilian, manus non mondo loquentum adjuvent, sed ipse pene loque videntur, while Crasilius calls the hand the minister of reason and wisdom. Without it there is no eloquence. End of section 12. Section 13 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf-mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Origin of Sign Language, Involuntary Response to Gestures. Further evidence of the unconscious survival of gesture language is afforded by the ready and involuntary response made in signs to signs when a man with the speech and habits of civilization is brought into close contact with Indians or deaf-mutes. Without having ever been seen or made one of their signs, he will soon not only catch the meaning of theirs, but produce his own, which they will likewise comprehend, the power seemingly remaining latent in him until called forth by necessity. End of section 13. Section 14 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf-mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Origin of Sign Language, Natural Pantomime. In the earliest part of man's history, the subjects of his discourse must have been almost wholly sensuous, and therefore readily expressed in pantomime. Not only was pantomime sufficient for all the actual needs of his existence, but it is not easy to imagine how he could have used language such as it is now known to us. If the best English dictionary and grammar had been miraculously furnished to him, together with the art of reading with proper pronunciation, the gift would have been valueless, because the ideas expressed by the words had not yet been formed. That the early concepts were of a direct and material character is shown by what has been ascertained of the roots of language, and there does not appear to be much difficulty in expressing by other than vocal instrumentality all that could have been expressed by those roots. Even now, with our vastly increased belongings of external life, avocations, and habits, nearly all that is absolutely necessary for our physical needs can be expressed in pantomime. Far beyond the mere signs for eating, drinking, sleeping, and the like, anyone will understand a skillful representation in signs of a tailor, shoemaker, blacksmith, weaver, sailor, farmer, or doctor. So of washing, dressing, shaving, walking, driving, writing, reading, churning, milking, boiling, roasting or frying, making bread or preparing coffee, shooting, fishing, rowing, sailing, sawing, planing, boring, and in short, an endless list. Max Mueller properly calls touch, scent, and taste the paleoteric and sight and hearing of the neoteric senses, the latter of which often require to be verified by the former. Touch is the lowest in specialization and development, and is considered to be the oldest of the senses, the others indeed being held by some writers to be only its modifications. Scent, of essential importance to many animals, has with man almost ceased to be of any, except in connection with taste, which he has developed to a high degree. Whether or not sight preceded hearing in order of development, it is difficult, in conjecturing the first attempts of man or his hypothetical ancestor at the expression either of percepts or concepts, to connect vocal sounds with any large number of objects, but it is readily conceivable that the characteristics of their forms and movements should have been suggested to the eye, fully exercised before the tongue, so soon as the arms and fingers became free for the requisite simulation or portrayal. There is little distinction between pantomime and a developed sign language, in which thought is transmitted rapidly and certainly from hand to eye, as it is in oral speech, from lips to ear. The former is, however, the parent of the latter, which is more abbreviated and less obvious. Pantomime acts, movements, reproduces forms and positions, presents pictures, and manifests emotions with greater realization than any other mode of utterance. It may readily be supposed that a troglodyte man would desire to communicate the finding of a cave in the vicinity of a pure pool, circled with soft grass and shaded by trees bearing edible fruit. No sound of nature is connected with any of those objects, but the position and size of the cave, its distance and direction, the water, its quality and amount, the verdant circling carpet, and the kind and height of the trees could have been made known by pantomime in the days of the mammoth, if articulate speech had not then been established, as Indians or deaf-mutes now communicate similar information by the same agency. The proof of this fact, as regards deaf-mutes, will hardly be demanded, as their expressive pantomime has been so often witnessed. That of the North American Indians, as distinct from the signs which are generally its abbreviations, has been frequently described in general terms, but it may be interesting to present two instances from remote localities. A Maricopa Indian, in the present limits of Arizona, was offered an advantageous trade for his horse, whereupon he stretched himself on his horse's neck, caressed it tenderly, at the same time shutting his eyes, meaning thereby that no offer could tempt him to part with his charger. An Aitiko Maui, or Pit River Indian, in northeastern California, to explain the cause of his cheeks and forehead being covered with tar, represented a man falling, and despite his efforts to save him, trembling, growing pale, pointing from his face to that of a white man, and sinking to sleep, his spirit winging its way to the skies, which he indicated by imitating with his hands the flight of a bird upwards, his body sleeping still upon the river bank, to which he pointed. The tar upon his face was thus shown to be his dress of mourning for a friend who had fallen and died. Several descriptions of pure pantomime, intermixed with the more conventionalized signs, will be found in the present paper. In especial, reference is made to the address of Kin Chies, Nachi's narrative, the dialogue between Alaskan Indians, and Na-Wa-Jijig's story. End of section 14. Section 15 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf-Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Some Theories Upon Primitive Language, Introduction. Chrysolius, writing in 1620, was strongly in favor of giving precedence to gesture. He says, man, full of wisdom and divinity, could have appeared nothing superior to a naked trunk or block had he not been adorned with the hand as the interpreter and messenger of his thoughts. He quotes with approval the brother of St. Basil in declaring that had men been formed without hands, they would never have been endowed with an articulate voice, and concludes, since, then, nature has furnished us with two instruments for the purpose of bringing into light and expressing the silent affections of the mind, language, and the hand, it has been the opinion of learned and intelligent men that the former would be maimed and nearly useless without the latter, whereas the hand, without the aid of language, has produced many and wonderful effects. Rabelais, who incorporated into his satirical work much true learning and philosophy, makes his hero announce the following opinion. Nothing less, quoth Pantagruel, Book 3, Chapter 19, do I believe than that it is a mere abusing of our understandings to give credit to the words of those who say that there is any such thing as a natural language. All speeches have had their primary origin from the arbitrary institutions, accords, and agreements of nations in their respective condescendments to what should be noted and betokened by them. An articulate voice, according to the dialections, hath naturally no signification at all, for that the sense and meaning thereof did totally depend upon the good will and pleasure of the first deviser and imposer of it. Max Müller, following Professor Hayes of Berlin, published an ingenious theory of primitive speech, to the effect that man had a creative faculty given to each conception, as it thrilled through his brain for the first time, a special phonetic expression, which faculty became extinct when its necessity ceased. This theory, which makes each radical of language to be a phonetic type wrung out from the organism of the first man or men when struck by an idea, has been happily named the ding-dong theory. It has been abandoned mainly through the destructive criticisms of Professor W. D. Whitney of Yale College. One lucid explanation by the latter should be specially noted. A word is a combination of sounds which by a series of historical reasons has come to be accepted and understood in a certain community as the sign of a certain idea. As long as they so accept and understand it, it has existence. When everyone ceases to use and understand it, it ceases to exist. Several authors, among them Kaltschmidt, contend that there was but one primitive language, which was purely onomatopoeic, that is, imitative of natural sounds. This has been stigmatized as the bow-wow theory, but its advocates might derive an argument from the epithet itself, as not only our children, but the natives of Pow-Pow called the dog a bow-wow. They have, however, gone too far in attempting to trace back words in their shape as now existing to any natural sounds instead of confining that work to the roots from which the words have sprung. Another attempt has been made, represented by Professor Noré, to account for language by means of interjunctional cries. This Max Müller revengefully styled the poo-poo theory. In it is included the rhythmical sounds which a body of men make seemingly by a common impulse when engaged in a common work, such as the cries of sailors when hauling on a rope or pulling an oar, or the yell of savages in an attack. It also derives an argument from the impulse of life by which the child shouts and the bird sings. There are, however, very few either words or roots of words which can be proved to have that derivation. Professor Seiss, in his late work, Introduction to the Science of Language, London, 1880, gives the origin of language and gestures in onomatopoeia and to a limited extent in interjectional cries. He concludes it to be the ordinary theory of modern comparative philologists that all languages are traced back to a certain number of abstract roots, each of which was a sort of sentence in embryo, and while he does not admit this as usually presented, he believes that there was a time in the history of speech when the articulate or semi-articulate sounds uttered by primitive men were made the significant representations of thought by the gestures with which they were accompanied. This statement is specially gratifying to the present writer, as he has advanced much the same views in his first publication on the subject in the following paragraph, now reproduced with greater confidence. From their own failures and discordancies, linguistic scholars have recently decided that both the bow-wow and the ding-dong theories are unsatisfactory, that the search for imitative, onomatopoeic, and directly expressive sounds to explain the origin of human speech has been too exclusive, and that many primordial roots of language have been founded in the involuntary sounds accompanying certain actions. As, however, the action was the essential and the consequent or concomitant sound the accident, it would be expected that a representation or feigned reproduction of the action would have been used to express the idea before the sound associated with that action could have been separated from it. The visual onomatopoeia of gestures, which even yet have been subjected to but slight artificial corruption, would therefore serve as a key to the audible. It is also contended that in the pristine days, when the sounds of the only words yet formed had close connection with objects and the ideas directly derived from them, signs were as much more copious for communication than speech, as the sight embraces more and more distinct characteristics of objects than does the sense of hearing. End of section 15. Section 16 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf-mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Some Theories upon Primitive Language. Conclusions. The preponderance of authority is in favor of the view that man, when in the possession of all his faculties, did not choose between voice and gesture, both being originally instinctive, as they both are now, and never with those faculties was in a state where the one was used to the absolute exclusion of the other. The long-neglected work of Delgarno, published in 1661, is now admitted to show wisdom when he says, non minus naturale fit homini communicare in figuris, quam sonus, quorum utrumque dico homini naturale. With the voice, man at first imitated the few sounds of nature, while with gesture he exhibited actions, motions, positions, forms, dimensions, directions, and distances, and their derivatives. It would appear from this unequal division of capacity that oral speech remained rudimentary long after gesture had become an art. With the concession of all purely imitative sounds, of the spontaneous action of the vocal organs under excitement, it is still true that the connection between ideas and words generally depend upon a compact between the speaker and hearer, which presupposes the existence of a prior mode of communication. That was probably by gesture, which, in the apposite phrase of Professor Seyss, like the rope bridges of the Himalayas or the Andes, formed the first rude means of communication between man and man. At the very least, it may be gladly accepted provisionally as a clue leading out of the labyrinth of philologic confusion. For the purpose of the present paper, there is, however, no need of an absolute decision upon the priority between communication of ideas by bodily motion and by vocal articulation. It is enough to admit that the connection between them was so early and intimate that gestures, in the wide sense indicated of presenting ideas under physical forms, had a direct formative effect upon many words, that they exhibit the earliest condition of the human mind, are traced from the remotest antiquity among all peoples possessing records, are generally prevalent in the savage stage of social evolution, survive agreeably in the scenic pantomime, and still adhere to the ordinary speech of civilized man by motions of the face, hands, head, and body, often involuntary, often purposely in illustration or for emphasis. It may be unnecessary to explain that none of the signs to be described, even those of present worldwide prevalence, are presented as precisely those of primitive man. Signs as well as words, animals, and plants have had their growth, development, and change, their births and deaths, and their struggle for existence with survival of the fittest. It is, however, thought probable from reasons hereinafter mentioned that their radicals can be ascertained with more precision than those of words. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf-mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. History of Gesture Language. There is ample evidence of record, besides that derived from other sources, that the systematic use of gesture speech was of great antiquity. Livy so declares, and Quintilian specifies that the lex gestus, ab ilius timborius heroicus orta est. Plato classed its practice among civil virtues, and Chrysippus gave it place among proper education of freemen. Athenaeus tells that gestures were even reduced to distinct classification with appropriate terminology. The class suited to comedy was called chordax, that to tragedy eumelia, and that for satire sicinus, from the inventor Sicinus. Bathyllus from these formed a fourth class, adapted to pantomime. This system appears to have been particularly applicable to theatrical performances. Quintilian later gave most elaborate rules for gestures and oratory, which are especially noticeable from the importance attached to the manner of disposing the fingers. He attributed to each particular disposition a significance or suitableness which are not now obvious. Some of them are retained by modern orators, but without the same, or indeed any, intentional meaning, and others are wholly disused. The value of these digital arrangements is, however, shown by their use among the modern Italians, to whom they have directly descended. From many illustrations of this fact, the following is selected. Figure 61 is copied from Austin's Chironomia as his graphic execution of the gesture described by Quintilian, the forefinger of the right hand joining the middle of its nail to the extremity of its own thumb, and moderately extending the rest of the fingers is graceful in approving. Figure 62 is taken from DiGiorio's Plates and Descriptions of the Gestures among Modern Neapolitans, with the same idea of approbation. Good. Both of these may be compared with Figure 63, a common sign among the North American Indians to express affirmation and approbation. With the knowledge of these details, it is possible to believe the story of Macrobius that Cicero used to vie with Roscius, the celebrated actor, as to which of them could express a sentiment in the greater variety of ways, the one by gesture and the other by speech, with the apparent result of victory to the actor who was so satisfied with the superiority of his art that he wrote a book on the subject. Gestures were treated of with still more distinction as connected with pantomimic dances and representations. Aeschylus appears to have brought theatrical gesture to a high degree of perfection, but Telestes, a dancer employed by him, introduced the dumb show, a dance without marked dancing steps, and subordinated to motions of the hands, arms, and body, which is dramatic pantomime. He was so great an artist, says Athenaeus, that when he represented the 7 before Thebes, he rendered every circumstance manifest by his gestures alone. From Greece, or rather from Egypt, the art was brought to Rome, and in the reign of Augustus was the great delight of that emperor and his friend Maecenas. Bathyllus of Alexandria was the first to introduce it to the Roman public, but he had a dangerous rival in Pleiades. The latter was magnificent, pathetic, and affecting, while Bathyllus was gay and sportive. All Rome was split into factions about their respective merits. Athenaeus speaks of a distinguished performer of his own time, he died in AD 194, named Memphis, whom he calls the dancing philosopher, because he showed what the Pythagorean philosophy could do by exhibiting in silence everything with stronger evidence than they could who professed to teach the arts of language. In the reign of Nero, a celebrated pantomimist who had heard that the Cynic philosopher Demetrius spoke of the art with contempt prevailed upon him to witness his performance, with the result that the Cynic, more and more astonished, at last cried aloud, "Man, I not only see, but I hear what you do, for to me you appear to speak with your hands." Lucian, who narrates this in his work De Saltatione, gives another tribute to the talent of, perhaps, the same performer. A barbarian prince of Pontus, the story is told elsewhere of Tiridates, king of Armenia, having come to Rome to do homage to the Emperor Nero, and been taken to see the pantomimes, was asked on his departure by the emperor what present he would have as a mark of his favor. The barbarian begged that he might have the principal pantomimist, and upon being asked why he made such an odd request, replied that he had many neighbors who spoke such various and discordant languages that he found it difficult to obtain any interpreter who could understand them or explain his commands. But if he had the dancer, he could by his assistance easily make himself intelligible to all. While the general effect of these pantomimes is often mentioned, there remain but few detailed descriptions of them. Apuleius, however, in the 10th book of his Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass, gives sufficient details of the performance of the Judgment of Paris to show that it strongly resembled the best form of ballet opera known in modern times. These exhibitions were so greatly in favor that, according to Ammianus Marcellinus, there were in Rome in the year 190 6,000 persons devoted to the art, and that when a famine raged, they were all kept in the city, though besides all the strangers, all the philosophers were forced to leave. Their popularity continued until the 6th century, and it is evident from a decree of Charlemagne that they were not lost, or at least had been revived in his time. Those of us who have enjoyed the performance of the original Revel troupe will admit that the art still survives, though not with the magnificence or perfection, especially with reference to serious subjects, which it exhibited in the age of imperial Rome. Early and prominent among the post-classic works upon gesture is that of the Venerable Bede, who flourished AD 672 to 735, De locella per gestum digitorum, sive de indigitatone. So much discussion had indeed been carried on in reference to the use for signs for the desideratum of a universal mode of communication, which also was designed to be occult and mystic, that Rebellius, in the beginning of the 16th century, who, however satirical, never spent his force upon matters of little importance, devotes much attention to it. He makes his English philosopher, Thamust the Wonderful, declare, "I will dispute by signs only, without speaking, for the matters are so abstruse, hard, and arduous, that words proceeding from the mouth of man will never be sufficient for unfolding of them to my liking." The earliest contributions of practical value connected with the subject were made by George Dalgarno, of Aberdeen, in 2 works, one published in London, 1661, entitled Ars Signorum, Vulgo Character Universalis et Lingua Philosophica, and the other printed at Oxford, 1680, entitled Didascalocophus, or The Deaf and Dumb Man's Tutor. He spent his life in obscurity, and his works, though he was incidentally mentioned by Leibniz under the name of M. Dalgarus, passed into oblivion. Yet he undoubtedly was the precursor of Bishop Wilkins in his Essay Toward a Real Character and a Philosophical Language, published in London, 1668, though indeed the first idea was far older, it having been, as reported by Piso, the wish of Galen that some way might be found out to represent things by such peculiar signs and names as should express their natures. Dalgarno's ideas respecting the education of the dumb were also of the highest value, and though they were too refined and enlightened to be appreciated at the period when he wrote, they probably were used by Dr. Wallace, if not by Sickard. Some of his thoughts should be quoted. As I think the eye to be as docile as the ear, so neither see I any reason but the hand might be made as tractable an organ as the tongue, and as soon be brought to form, if not fair, at least legible characters, as the tongue to imitate and echo back articulate sounds. A paragraph prophetic of the late success in educating blind deaf mutes is as follows. The soul can exert her powers by the ministry of any of the senses, and, therefore, when she is deprived of her principal secretaries, the eye and the ear, then she must be contented with the service of her lackeys and scullions, the other senses, which are no less true and faithful to their mistress than the eye and the ear, but not so quick for dispatch. In his division of the modes of expressing the inward motions by outward and sensible signs, he relegates to physiology cases when the internal passions are expressed by such external signs as have a natural connection, by way of cause and effect, with the passion they discover, as laughing, weeping, frowning, etc., and this way of interpretation being common to the brute with man belongs to natural philosophy. And because this goes not far enough to serve the rational soul, therefore, man has invented semitology. This he divides into pneumatology, interpretation by sounds conveyed through the ear, semitology, by figures to the eye, and haptology, by mutual contact, skin to skin. Schematology is itself divided into typology or grammatology, and chirology or dactylology. The latter embraces the transient motions of the fingers, which of all other ways of interpretation comes nearest to that of the tongue. As a phase in the practice of gestures in lieu of speech must be mentioned the code of the Cistercian monks, who were vowed to silence except in religious exercises. That they might literally observe their vows, they were obliged to invent a system of communication by signs, a list of which is given by Leibniz, but does not show much ingenuity. A curious description of the speech of the early inhabitants of the world, given by Swedenborg in his Arcana Celestia, published 1749 to 1756, may be compared with the present exhibitions of deaf-mutes in institutions for their instruction. He says it was not articulate like the vocal speech of our time, but was tacit, being produced not by external respiration, but by internal. They were able to express their meaning by slight motions of the lips and corresponding changes of the face. Austin's comprehensive work, Chironomia, or A Treatise on Rhetorical Delivery, London, 1806, is a repertory of information for all writers on gesture, who have not always given credit to it, as well as on all branches of oratory. This has been freely used by the present writer, as has also the volume by the canon Andrea de Jorio, La Mimica degli Antichi Investigata nel Gestir Napoletano, Napoli, 1832. The canon's chief object was to interpret the gestures of the ancients as shown in their works of art and described in their writings, by the modern gesticulations of the Neapolitans, and he has proved that the general system of gesture, once prevailing in ancient Italy, is substantially the same as now observed. With an understanding of the existing language of gesture, the scenes on the most ancient Greek vases and reliefs obtain a new and interesting significance and form a connecting link between the present and prehistoric times. 2 of de Jorio's plates are here reproduced, figures 64 and 67, with such explanation and further illustration as is required for the present subject. The spirited figures upon the ancient vase, figure 64, are red upon a black ground and are described in the published account in French of the collection of Sir John Coghill, Bart, of which the following is a free translation. Dionysos, or Bacchus, is represented with a strong beard, his head girt with the cridemnon, clothed in a long folded tunic, above which is an ample cloak, and holding a thyrsus. Under the form of a satyr, Comus, or the genius of the table, plays on the double flute and tries to excite to the dance 2 nymphs, the companions of Bacchus, Galene, tranquility, and Eudia, serenity. The first of them is dressed in a tunic, above which is a fawn skin, holding a tympanum, or classic drum on which she is about to strike, while her companion marks the time by a snapping of the fingers, which custom the author of the catalogue wisely states is still kept up in Italy in the dance of the tarantella. The composition is said to express allegorically that pure and serene pleasures are benefits derived from the god of wine. This is a fair example of the critical acumen of art commentators. The gestures of the two nymphs are interesting, but on very slight examination it appears that those of Galeen have nothing to do with beat of drum, nor have those of Eudia any connection with music, though it is not so clear what is the true subject under discussion. Aided, however, by light of the modern sign language of Naples, there seems to be by no means serenity prevailing, but a quarrel between the ladies on a special subject which is not necessarily pure. The nymph at the reader's left fixes her eyes upon her companion with her index in the same direction, clearly indicating thou. That the address is reproachful is shown from her countenance, but with greater certainty from her attitude and the corresponding one of her companion, who raises both her hands in surprise, accompanied with negation. The latter is expressed by the right hand raised toward the shoulder, with the palm opposed to the person to whom response is made. This is the rejection of the idea presented, and is expressed by some of our Indians, as shown in Figure 65. A sign of the Dakota tribe of Indians with the same signification is given in Figure 270, page 441 infra. At the same time, the upper part of the nymph's body is drawn backward as far as the preservation of equilibrium permits. So a reproach or accusation is made on the one part, and denied, whether truthfully or not, on the other. Its subject may also be ascertained. The left hand of Eudia is not mute. It is held towards her rival with the balls of the index and thumb united, the modern Neapolitan sign for love, which is drawn more clearly in Figure 66. It is called the kissing of the thumb and finger, and there is ample authority to show that among the ancient classics it was a sign of marriage. St. Jerome, quoted by Vincenzo Requena, says, Nam et ipsa digitorum conjunctio, et quasi mulio osculo se complectans et paderans, maritum pingit et conjugem. And Apuleius clearly alludes to the same gesture as used in the Adoration of Venus, by the words primore digito in erectum policium residente. The gesture is one of the few out of the large number described in various parts of Rebellius's great work, the significance of which is explained. It is made by Naz de Cabre, or Goat's Nose, Pantagruel, Book 3, Chapter 20, who lifted up into the air his left hand, the whole fingers whereof he retained fistways close together, except the thumb and the forefinger, whose nails he softly joined and coupled to one another. I understand, quoth Pantagruel, what he meaneth by that sign. It denotes marriage. The quarrel is thus established to be about love, and the fluting satyr seated between the two nymphs, behind whose back the accusation is furtively made by the jealous one, may well be the object concerning whom jealousy is manifested. Eudia, therefore, instead of serenely marking time for a tranquil timpanist, appears to be crying, Galeen, you bad thing, you are having or trying to have an affair with my Comus, an accusation which this writer verily believes to have been just. The lady's attitude and affectation of surprised denial is not that of injured innocence. Figure 67, taken from a vase in the Homeric Gallery, is rich in natural gestures. Without them, from the costumes and attitudes, it is easy to recognize the protagonist or principal actor in the group and its general subject. The warrior goddess Athena stands forth in the midst of what appears to be a council of war. After a study of modern gesture speech, the votes of each member on the council, with the degree of positiveness or interest felt by each, can be ascertained. Athena, in animated motion, turns her eyes to the right and extends her left arm and hand to the left, with her right hand brandishing a lance in the same direction, in which her feet show her to be ready to spring. She is urging the figures on her right to follow her at once to attempt some dangerous enterprise. Of these, the elderly man, who is calmly seated, holds his right hand flat and reversed, and suspended slightly above his knee. This is probably the ending of the modern Neapolitan gesture, figure 68, which signifies hesitation, advice to pause before hasty action, go slowly, and commences higher with a gentle wavering movement downward. This can be compared with the sign of some of our Indians, figure 69, for wait, slowly. The female figure at the left of the group, standing firmly and decidedly, raises her left hand directed to the goddess with the palm vertical. If this is supposed to be a stationary gesture, it means wait, stop. It may, however, be the commencement of the last mentioned gesture, go slow. Both of these members of the council advise delay, and express doubt of the propriety of immediate action. The sitting warrior on the left of Athena presents his left hand flat and carried well up. This position, supposed to be stationary, now means to ask, inquire, and it may be that he inquires of the other veteran what reasons he can produce for his temporizing policy. This may be collated with the modern Neapolitan sign for ask, figure 70, and the common Indian sign for tell me, figure 71. In connection with this, it is also interesting to compare the Australian sign for interrogation, figure 72, and also the Comanche Indian sign for give me, figure 301, page 480 infra. If, however, the artist had the intention to represent the flat hand as in motion from below upward, as is probable from the connection, the meaning is much, greatly. He strongly disapproves the counsel of the opposite side. Our Indians often express the idea of quantity, much, with the same conception of comparative height, by an upward motion of the extended palm, but with them, the palm is held downward. The last figure to the right, by the action of his whole body, shows his rejection of the proposed delay, and his right hand gives the modern sign of combined surprise and reproof. It is interesting to note the similarity of the merely emotional gestures and attitudes of modern Italy with those of the classics. The Pulcinella, figure 73, for instance, drawn from life in the streets of Naples, has the same pliancy and abandon of the limbs as appears in the supposed foolish slaves of the Vatican Terence. In close connection with this branch of the study, reference must be made to the gestures exhibited in the works of Italian art, only modern in comparison with the high antiquity of their predecessors. A good instance is in The Last Supper of Leonardo da Vinci, painted toward the close of the 15th century, and to the figure of Judas as there portrayed. The Gospel denounces him as a thief, which is expressed in the painting by the hand extended and slightly curved, imitative of the pilferer's act in clutching and drawing toward him furtively the stolen object, and is the same gesture that now indicates theft in Naples, figure 74, and among some North American Indians, figure 75. The pictorial propriety of the sign is preserved by the apparent desire of the trader to obtain the one white loaf of bread on the table, the remainder being of coarser quality, which lies near where his hand is tending. Raphael was equally particular in his exhibition of gesture language, even unto the minutest detail of the arrangement of the fingers. It is traditional that he sketched the Madonna's hands for the Spessimo di Sicilia in 11 different positions before he was satisfied. No allusion to the bibliography of gesture speech, however slight, should close without including the works of M. de Dehernay, who has, as a member of the Belgian Chamber of Representatives, in addition to his rank in the Roman Catholic Church, has been active in promoting the cause of education in general, and especially that of the deaf and dumb. His admirable treatise, The Natural Language of Signs, has been translated and is accessible to American readers in the American Annals of the Deaf and Dumb, 1875. In that valuable serial, conducted by Professor E.A. Fay of the National Deaf-Mute College at Washington, and now in its 26th volume, a large amount of the current literature on the subject indicated by its title can be found. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes, by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Modern Use of Gesture Speech Introduction. Dr. Tyler says, Early History of Mankind 44, quote, "We cannot lay down as a rule that gesticulation decreases as civilization advances, and say, for instance, that a Southern Frenchman, because his talk is illustrated with gestures as a book with pictures, is less civilized than a German or Englishman." End quote. This is true, and yet it is almost impossible for persons not accustomed to gestures to observe them without associating the idea of low culture. Thus, in Mr. Darwin's summing up of those characteristics of the natives of Tierra del Fuego, which rendered it difficult to believe them to be fellow creatures, he classes their, quote, "violent gestures," end quote, with their filthy and greasy skins, discordant voices, and hideous faces bedaubed with paint. This description is quoted by the Duke of Argyll in his Unity of Nature in approval of those characteristics as evidence of the lowest condition of humanity. Whether or not the power of the visible gesture relative to and its influence upon the words of modern oral speech are inverse proportion to the general culture, it seems established that they do not bear that or any constant proportion to the development of the several languages with which gesture is still more or less associated. The statement has frequently been made that gesture is yet to some highly advanced languages a necessary modifying factor, and that only when a language has become so artificial as to be completely expressible in written signs, indeed has been remodeled through their long familiar use, can the bodily signs be wholly dispensed with. The evidence for this statement is now doubted, and it is safer to affirm that a common use of gesture depends more upon the sociologic conditions of the speakers than upon the degree of copiousness of their oral speech. End of section 18. Section 19 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Modern Use of Gesture Speech, Use by Other Peoples than North American Indians. The nearest approach to a general rule which is now proposed to hazard is that where people speaking precisely the same dialect are not numerous, and are thrown into constant contact on equal terms with others of differing dialects and languages, gesture is necessarily resorted to for converse with the latter, and remains for an indefinite time as a habit or accomplishment among themselves, while large bodies enjoying common speech and either isolated from foreigners, or when in contact with them, so dominant as to compel the learning and adoption of their own tongue, become impassive in its delivery. The ungesturing English, long insular and now rulers when spread over continents, may be compared with the profusely gesticulating Italians dwelling in a maze of dialects and subject for centuries, either to foreign rule or to the influx of strangers on whom they depended. So common is the use of gestures in Italy, especially among the lower and uneducated classes, that utterance without them seems to be nearly impossible. The driver or boatman will often, on being addressed, involuntarily drop the reins or oars, at the risk of a serious accident, to respond with his arms and fingers in accompaniment of his tongue. Nor is the habit confined to the uneducated. King Ferdinand, returning to Naples after the revolt of 1821, and finding that the boisterous multitude would not allow his voice to be heard, resorted successfully to a royal address in signs, giving reproaches, threats, admonitions, pardon, and dismissal, to the entire satisfaction of the assembled Lazzaroni. The medium, though probably not the precise manner of its employment, recalls Lucan's account of the quieting of an older tumult. Tumultum. Composuit, vultu, dextraque, salentia, facit. This rivalry of punch would, in London, have occasioned measureless ridicule and disgust. The difference in what is vaguely styled temperament does not wholly explain the contrast between the two peoples, for the preference was creditable both to the readiness of the king in an emergency and to the aptness of his people, the main distinction being that in Italy there was in 1821, and still is, a recognized and cultivated language of signs long disused in Great Britain. In seeking to account for this, it will be remembered that the Italians have a more direct descent from the people who, as have been above shown in classic times, so long and lovingly cultivated gesture as a system. They have also had more generally before their eyes the artistic relics in which gestures have been preserved. It is a curious fact that some English writers, notably Addison, Spectator 407, have contended that it does not suit the genius of that nation to use gestures even in public speaking, against which doctrine Austin vigorously remonstrates. He says, quote, "There may possibly be nations whose livelier feelings incline them more to gesticulation than is common among us, as there are also countries in which plants of excellent use to man grow spontaneously. These, by care and culture, are found to thrive also in colder countries." End quote. It is in general to be remarked that as the number of dialects in any district decreases, so will the gestures, though doubtless there is also weight in the fact not merely that a language has been reduced to and modified by writing, but that people who are accustomed generally to read and write, as are the English and Germans, will after a time think and talk as they write, and without the accompaniments still persistent among Hindus, Arabs, and the less literate of European nations. The fact that in the comparatively small island of Sicily, gesture language has been maintained until the present time in a perfection not observed elsewhere in Europe must be considered in connection with the above remark on England's insularity, and it must also be admitted that several languages have prevailed in the latter, still leaving dialects. This apparent similarity of conditions renders the contrast as regards use of gestures more remarkable, yet there are some reasons for their persistence in Sicily which apply with greater force than to Great Britain. The explanation, though mere tradition, is that the common usage of signs dates from the time of Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse, who prohibited meetings and conversation among his subjects under the direst penalties, so that they adopted that expedient to hold communication. It would be more useful to consider the peculiar history of the island. The Sicurians being its aborigines, it was colonized by Greeks, who, as the Romans asserted, were still more apt at gesture than themselves. This colonization was also by separate bands of adventurers from several different states of Greece, so that they started with dialects and did not unite in a common or national organization, the separate cities and their territories being governed by oligarchies or tyrants frequently at war with each other, until in the 5th century BC, the Carthaginians began to contribute a new admixture of language and blood, followed by Roman, Vandal, Gothic, Herulian, Arab, and Norman subjugation. Thus, some of the conditions above suggested have existed in this case, but whatever the explanation, the accounts given by travelers of the extent to which the language of signs has been used even during the present generation are so marvelous as to deserve quotation. The one selected is from the pen of Alexandre Dumas, who, it is to be hoped, did not carry his genius for romance into a professedly sober account of travel. Quote, "In the intervals of the acts of the opera, I saw lively conversations carried on between the orchestra and the boxes. Arami, in particular, recognized a friend whom he had not seen for 3 years, and who related to him, by means of his eyes and his hands, what, to judge by the eager gestures of my companion, must have been matters of great interest. The conversation ended, I asked him if I might know, without impropriety, what was the intelligence, which had seemed to interest him so deeply. 'Oh, yes,' he replied, 'that person is one of my good friends, who has been away from Palermo for 3 years, and he has been telling me that he was married at Naples, then traveled with his wife in Austria and in France. There his wife gave birth to a daughter, whom he had the misfortune to lose. He arrived by steamboat yesterday, but his wife had suffered so much from seasickness that she kept her bed, and he came alone to the play. My dear friend,' said I to Arami, 'if you would have me believe you, you must grant me a favor.' 'What is it?' said he. 'It is that you do not leave me during the evening, so that I may be sure you give no instructions to your friend, and when we join him, that you ask him to repeat aloud what he said to you by signs.' 'That I will,' said Arami. The curtain then rose, the second act of Norma was played. The curtain falling, and the actors being recalled as usual, we went to the side room, where we met the traveler. 'My dear friend,' said Arami, 'I did not perfectly comprehend what you wanted to tell me. Be so good as to repeat it.' The traveler repeated the story word for word, and without varying a syllable from the translation, which Arami had made of his signs. It was marvelous indeed. 6 weeks after this, I saw a second example of this faculty of mute communication. This was at Naples. I was walking with a young man of Syracuse. We passed by a sentinel. The soldier and my companion exchanged 2 or 3 grimaces, which at another time I should not even have noticed, but the instances I had before seen led me to give attention. 'Poor fellow,' sighed my companion. 'What did he say to you?' I asked. "Well," he said, "I thought that I recognized him as a Sicilian, and I learned from him as we passed from what place he came. He said he was from Syracuse, and that he knew me well. Then I asked him how he liked the Neapolitan service. He said he did not like it at all, and if his officers did not treat him better, he should certainly finish by deserting. I then signified to him that if he ever should be reduced to that extremity, he might rely upon me, and that I would aid him all in my power. The poor fellow thanked me with all his heart, and I have no doubt that one day or other I shall see him come. 3 days after, I was at the quarters of my Syracusian friend, when he was told that a man asked to see him who would not give his name. He went out and left me nearly 10 minutes. Well, said he on returning, just as I said. What, said I? That the poor fellow would desert. End quote. After this, there is an excuse for believing the tradition that the revolt called the Sicilian Vespers in 1282 was arranged throughout the island without the use of a syllable, and even the day and hour for the massacre of the obnoxious foreigners fixed upon by signs only. Indeed, the popular story goes so far as to assert that all this was done by facial expression, without even manual signs. Neapolitan signs. It is fortunately possible to produce some illustrations of the modern Neapolitan sign language traced from the plates of De Jorio, with translations, somewhat condensed, of his descriptions and remarks. In Figure 76, an ambulant secretary or public writer is seated at his little table, on which are the meager tools of his trade. He wears spectacles in token that he has read and written much, and has one seat at his side to accommodate his customers. On this is seated a married woman who asks him to write a letter to her absent husband. The secretary, not being told what to write about, without surprise, but somewhat amused, raises his left hand with the ends of the thumb and finger joined, the other fingers naturally open, a common sign for inquiry. What shall the letter be about? The wife, not being ready of speech to rid herself of the embarrassment, resorts to the mimic art, and without opening her mouth, tells with simple gestures all that is in her mind. Bringing her right hand to her heart with a corresponding glance of the eyes, she shows that the theme is to be love. For emphasis also she curves the whole upper part of her body toward him, to exhibit the intensity of her passion. To complete the mimic story, she makes with her left hand the sign of asking for something, which has been above described. See page 291. The letter, then, is to assure her husband of her love, and to beg him to return it with corresponding affection. The other woman, perhaps her sister, who has understood the whole direction, regards the request as silly and fruitless, and is much disgusted. Being on her feet, she takes a step towards the wife, who she thinks is unadvised, and raises her left hand with a sign of disapprobation. This position of the hand is described in full as open, raised high, and oscillated from right to left. Several of the Indian signs have the same idea of oscillation of the hand raised, often near the head, to express folly, fool. She clearly says, what a thing to ask, what a fool you are, and at the same time making with the right hand the sign of money. This is made by the extremities of the thumb and index rapidly rubbed against each other, and is shown more clearly in Figure 77. It is taken from the handling and counting of coin. This may be compared with an Indian sign, see Figure 115, page 344. So the sister is clearly disapproving with her left hand, and with her right hand giving good counsel, as if to say in the combination, what a fool you are to ask for his love, you had better ask him to send you some money. In Naples, as in American cities, boiled ears of green corn are vended with much outcry. Figure 78 shows a boy who is attracted by the local cry, Polincelli, Tenerelli, and seeing the sweet golden ears still boiling in the kettle from which steams forth fragrance, has an ardent desire to taste the same, but is without a soldo. He tries begging. His right open hand is advanced toward the desired object with the sign of asking or begging, and he also raises his left forefinger to indicate the number 1. Pretty girl, please only give me 1. The pretty girl is by no means cajoled, and while her left hand holds the ladle, ready to use if he dares to touch her merchandise, she replies by gesture, Te voglio deno querno, freely translated, I'll give you 1 and a horn. This gesture is drawn with clearer outline in Figure 79, and has many significations, according to the subject matter and context, and also is applied to different parts of the body. Applied to the head, it has allusion, descending from high antiquity, to a marital misfortune, which was probably common in prehistoric times as well as the present. It is also often used as an amulet against the jettatura, or evil eye, a misfortune in general, and directed toward another person is a prayerful wish for his or her preservation from evil. This use is ancient, as is shown on medals and statues, and is supposed by some to refer to the horns of animals slaughtered in sacrifice. The position of the fingers, figure 80, is also given as one of Quintilian's oratical gestures by the words duo quoque media sub polentium venuit, and is said by him to be vehement and connected with a reproach or argument. In the present case, as a response to an impertinent or disagreeable petition, it simply means, instead of giving what you ask, I will give you nothing but what is vile and useless, as horns are. Figure 81 tells a story which is substantially the foundation of the slender plot of most modern scenic pantomimes preliminary to the bursting forth from their chrysalids of Harlequin, Columbine, Pantaloon, and Company. A young girl, with the consent of her parents, has for some time promised her hand to an honest youth. The old mother, in despite of her word, has taken a caprice to give her daughter to another suitor. The father, though much under the sway of his spouse, is in his heart desirous to keep his engagement, and has called in the notary to draw the contract. At that moment the scene begins, the actors of which for greater perspicuity and brevity may be provided with stage names as follows. Secca, diminutive for Francesca, the mother of. Nannella, diminutive of Antonella, the betrothed of. Peppino, diminutive of Pepe, which is diminutive of Giuseppe. Pascal, husband of Secca and father of Nannella. Tono, diminutive of Antonio, favored by Secca. Di Alfonso, notary. Secca tries to pick a quarrel with Peppino and declares that the contract shall not be signed. He reminds her of her promise and accuses her of breach of faith. In her passion, she calls on her daughter to repudiate her lover, and casting her arms around her, commands her to make the sign of breaking off friendship, Socieri, which she has herself made to Peppino, and which consists in extending the hand with the joined ends of finger and thumb before described, see figure 66, and then separating them, thus breaking the union. This the latter reluctantly pretends to do with one hand, yet with the other, which is concealed from her irate mother's sight, shows her constancy by continuing with emphatic pressure the sign of love. According to the gesture vocabulary, on the sign Sociari being made to a person who is willing to accept the breach of former affection, he replies in the same manner, or still more forcibly by inserting the index of the other hand between the index and thumb of the first, thus showing the separation by the presence of a material obstacle. Simply refraining from holding out the hand in any responsive gesture is sufficient to indicate that the breach is not accepted, but that the party addressed desires to continue in friendship instead of resolving into enmity. This weak and inactive negative, however, does not suit Peppino's vivacity, who, placing his left hand on his bosom, makes, with his right, one of the signs for emphatic negation. This consists of the palm turned to the person addressed, with the index somewhat extended and separated from the other fingers, the whole hand being oscillated from right to left. This gesture appears on ancient Greek vases, and is compound, the index being demonstrative and the negation shown by the horizontal oscillation, the whole being translatable as, quote, that thing I want not, won't have, reject, end quote. The sign is virtually the same as that made by Arapaho and Cheyenne Indians. See extracts from dictionary, page 440. The conception of oscillation to show negation also appears with different execution in the sign of the Chiquillara Apaches and the Paiutes, figure 82. The same sign is reported from Japan in the same sense. Tono, in hopes that the quarrel is definitive, to do his part in stopping the ceremony, proceeds to blow out the 3 lighted candles, which are an important traditional feature of the rite. The good old man Pascal, with his hands extended, raised in surprised displeasure and directed towards the insolent youth, stops his attempt. The veteran notary, familiar with such quarrels and his experience, smiles at this one, and continuing in his quiet attitude, extends his right hand placidly to Peppino with the sign of Adiago, before described, see figure 68, advising him not to get excited, but to persist quietly, and all would be well. Figure 83 portrays the first entrance of a bride to her husband's house. She comes in with a tender and languid mien, her pendant arms indicating soft yielding, and the right hand loosely holds a handkerchief, ready to apply in case of overpowering emotion. She is, or feigns to be, so timid and embarrassed as to require support by the arm of a friend who introduces her. She is followed by a male friend of the family, whose joyful face is turned towards supposed bystanders, right hand pointing to the new acquisition, while with his left he makes the sign of horns, before described, see figure 79, which in this connection is to wish prosperity and avert misfortune, and is equivalent to the words in the Neapolitan dialect, quote, mal uccici non nis posano, end quote. May evil eyes never have power over her. The female confidant who supports and guides her embarrassed friend with her right arm brings her left hand into the sign of beautiful. See what a beauty she is. This sign is made by the thumb and index open and severally light touching each side of the lower cheek. The other fingers open. It is given on a larger scale and slightly varied in figure 84, evidently referring to a fat and round visage. Almost the same sign is made by the Ojibwas of Lake Superior, and a mere variant of it is made by the Dakotas, stroking the cheek alternately down to the tip of the chin with the palm or surface of the extended fingers. The mother-in-law greets the bride by making the sign mano in fica with her right hand. This sign, made with the hand clenched and the point of the thumb between and projecting beyond the fore and middle fingers, is more distinctly shown in figure 85. It has a very ancient origin, being found on Greek antiques that have escaped the destruction of time, more particularly in bronzes, and undoubtedly refers to the pudendum muliebrae. It is used offensively and ironically, but also, which is doubtless the case in this instance, as an invocation or prayer against evil, being more forcible than the horn-shaped gesture before described. With this sign, the Indian sign for female, see figure 132, page 357, infra, may be compared. The mother-in-law also places her left hand hollowed in front of her abdomen, drawing with it her gown slightly forward, thereby making a pantomimic representation of the state in which women wish to be who love their lords, the idea being plainly an expressed hope that the household will be blessed with a new generation. Next to her is a hunchback who is present as a familiar clown or merrymaker and dances and laughs to please the company, at the same time snapping his fingers. Two other illustrations of this action, the middle finger in one leaving and in the other having left the thumb and passed to its base, are seen in figures 86-87. This gesture by itself has, like others mentioned, a great variety of significations, but here means joy and acclamation. It is frequently used among us for subdued applause, less violent than clapping the two hands, but still oftener to express negation with disdain and also carelessness. Both these uses of it are common in Naples and appear in Etruscan vases and Pompeian paintings, as well as in the classic authors. The significance of the action in the hand of the contemporary statue of Sardanapalus at Anchiale is clearly worthlessness, as shown by the inscription in Assyrian, quote, Sardanapalus, the son of Anaxindaraxus, built in one day Anchiale and Tarsus. Eat, drink, play, the rest is not worth that, end quote. The bridegroom has left his mother to do the honors to the bride, and himself attends to the rest of the company, inviting one of them to drink some wine by a sign, enlarged in figure 88, which is not merely pointing to the mouth with the thumb, but the hand with the incurved fingers represents the body of the common glass flask which the Neapolitans use, the extended thumb being its neck. The invitation is therefore specifically to drink wine. The guest, however, responds by a very obvious gesture that he doesn't wish anything to drink, but he would like to eat some macaroni, the fingers being disposed as if handling that comestible in the fashion of vulgar Italians. If the idea were only to eat generally, it would have been expressed by the fingers and thumb united in a point and moved several times near and toward the mouth, not raised above it, as is necessary for suspending the strings of macaroni. In figure 89, the female on the left of the group is much disgusted at seeing one of her former acquaintances, who has met with good fortune, promenade in a fine costume with her husband. Overcome with jealousy, she spreads out her dress derisively on both sides in imitation of the hoop skirts once worn by women of rank, as if to say, quote, so you are playing the great lady, end quote. The insulted woman in resentment makes with both hands for double effect the sign of horns, before described, which in this case is done obviously in menace and imprecation. The husband is a pacific fellow who is not willing to get into a woman's quarrel, and is very easily held back by a woman and small boy who happen to join the group. He contents himself with pretending to be in a great passion and biting his finger, which gesture may be collated with the emotional clenching of the teeth and biting the lips in anger, common to all mankind. In figure 90, a contadina, or woman from the country, who has come to the city to sell eggs, shown to be such by her headdress and the form of the basket which she has deposited on the ground, accosts a vendor of roast chestnuts and asks for a measure of them. The chestnut huckster says they are very fine and asks a price beyond that of the market. But a boy sees that the rustic woman is not sharp in worldly matters and desires to warn her against the cheat. He therefore, at the moment when he can catch her eye, pretends to lean upon her basket, and moving thus a little behind the huckster so as not to be seen, points him out with his index finger, and lays his left forefinger under his eye, pulling down the skin slightly, so as to deform the regularity of the lower eyelid. This is a warning against a cheat, shown more clearly in Figure 91. This sign primarily indicates a squinting person and metaphorically one whose looks cannot be trusted, even as in a squinting person you cannot be certain in which direction he is looking. Figure 92 shows the extremities of the index and thumbs closely joined in form of a cone and turned down, the other fingers held at pleasure, and the hand and arm advanced to the point and held steady. This signifies justice, a just person, that which is just and right. The same sign may denote friendship, a menace which specifically is that of being brought to justice, and snuff, i.e. powdered tobacco. But the expression of the countenance and the circumstance of the use of the sign determine these distinctions. Its origin is clearly the balance or emblem of justice, the office of which consists in ascertaining physical weight, and thence comes the moral idea of distinguishing clearly what is just and accurate and what is not. The hand is presented in the usual manner of holding the balance to weigh articles. Figure 93 signifies little, small, both as regards the size of physical objects or figuratively as of a small degree of talent, affection, or the like. It is made either by the point of the thumb placed under the end of the index, or vice versa, and the other fingers held at will but separated from those mentioned. The intention is to exhibit a small portion either of the thumb or index separated from the rest of the hand. The gesture is found in Herculaneum bronzes, with obviously the same signification. The signs made by some tribes of Indians for the same conception are very similar as seen by figures 94 and 95. Figure 96 is simply the index extended by itself. The other fingers are generally bent inward and pressed down by the thumb, as mentioned by Quintilian, but that is not necessary to the gesture if the forefinger is distinctly separated from the rest. It is most commonly used for indication, pointing out as it is over all the world, from which comes the name index, applied by the Romans as also by us to the forefinger. In different relations to the several parts of the body and arm positions, it has many significations, e.g. attention, meditation, derision, silence, number, and demonstration in general. Figure 97 represents the head of a jackass, the thumbs being the ears, and the separation of the little from the third fingers showing the jaws. Figure 98 is intended to portray the head of the same animal in a front view, the hands being laid upon each other with thumbs extending on each side to represent the ears. In each case, the thumbs are generally moved forward and back in the manner of the quadruped, which, without much apparent reason, has been selected as the emblem of stupidity. The sign, therefore, means stupid, fool. Another mode of executing the same conception, the ears of an ass, is shown in Figure 99, where the end of the thumb is applied to the ear or temple and the hand is wagged up and down. Whether the ancient Greeks had the same low opinion of the ass as is now entertained is not clear, but they regarded long ears with derision, and Apollo, as a punishment to Midas for his foolish decision, bestowed on him the lengthy ornaments of the patient beast. Figure 100 is the fingers elongated and united in a point turned upwards. The hand is raised slightly toward the face of the gesturer and shaken a few times in the direction of the person conversed with. This is inquiry, not a mere interrogative, but to express that the person addressed has not been clearly understood, perhaps from the vagueness or diffusiveness of its expressions. The idea appears to suggest the gathering of his thoughts together into one distinct expression, or to be pointed in what he wishes to say. Crafty, deceitful, Figure 101. The little fingers of both reversed hands are hooked together, the others open but slightly curved, and, with the hands, move several times to the right and left. The gesture is intended to represent a crab and the tortuous movements of the crustacean, which are likened to those of a man who cannot be depended on in his walk through life. He is not straight. Figures 102 and 103 are different positions of the hand in which the approximating thumb and forefinger form a circle. This is the direst insult that can be given. The amiable canon de Jorio only hints at its special significance but it may be evident to persons aware of a practice disgraceful to Italy. It is very ancient. Figure 104 is easily recognized as a request or command to be silent, either on the occasion or on the subject. The mouth, supposed to be forcibly closed, prevents speaking, and the natural gesture, as might be supposed, is historically ancient, but the instance, frequently adduced from the attitude of the god Harpocrates, whose finger is on the lips, is an error. The Egyptian hieroglyphs, notably in the designation of Horus, their dawn god, use the finger in or on the lips for child. It has been conjectured in the last instance that the gesture implied not the mode of taking nourishment, but inability to speak, invans. This conjecture, however, was only made to explain the blunder of the Greeks, who saw in the hand placed connected with the mouth in the hieroglyph of Horus, the sun, hor, chort, the gesture familiar to themselves of a finger on the lips to express, quote, silence, end quote, and so mistaking both the name and the characterization invented by the god of silence, Harpocrates. The careful examination of all the linear hieroglyphs given by Champollion, Dictionnaire Egyptian, shows that the finger or the hand to the mouth of an adult, whose posture is always distinct from that of a child, is always in connection with the positive ideas of voice, mouth, speech, writing, eating, drinking, etc., and never with a negative idea of silence. The special character for child, figure 105, always has the above-mentioned part of the sign with reference to nourishment from the breast. Figure 106 is a forcible negation. The outer ends of the fingers unite in a point under the chin, are violently thrust forward. This is a rejection of an idea or proposition, the same conception being executed in several different modes by the North American Indians. Figure 107 signifies hunger and is made by extending the thumb and index under the open mouth and turning them horizontally and vertically several times. The idea is emptiness and desire to be filled. It is also expressed by beating the ribs with the flat hands to show that the sides meet or are weak for the want of something between them. Figure 108 is made in mocking and ridicule. The open and oscillating hand touches the point of the nose with that of the thumb. It has the particular sense of stigmatizing the person addressed or in a question as a dupe. A credulous person is generally imagined with a gaping mouth and staring eyes, and is thrusting forward his face with pendant chin so that the nose is well advanced and therefore most prominent in the profile. A dupe is therefore called naso lungo, or long nose, and with Italian writers, quote, restare con un palmo di naso, end quote, to be left with a palm's length of nose, means to have met with loss, injury, or disappointment. The thumb stroking the forehead from one side to the other, figure 109, is a natural sign of fatigue and of the physical toil that produces fatigue. The wiping off of perspiration is obviously indicated. This gesture is often used ironically. As the dupe was shown above, now the duper is signified by figure 110. The gesture is to place the fingers between the cravat and the neck and rub the latter with the back of the hand. The idea is that the deceit is put within the cravat, taken in and down, similar to our phrase to swallow a false and deceitful story, and a cram is also an English slang word for an incredible lie. The conception of the slang term is nearly related to that of Neapolitan sign, the artificial enlargement of the esophagus of the person victimized or on whom imposition is attempted to be practiced, which is necessary to take it down. Figure 111 shows the ends of the index and thumb stroking the two sides of the nose from base to point. This means astute, attentive, ready. Sharpness of the nasal organ is popularly associated with subtlety and finesse. The old Romans, by homo emuncte naris, meant an acute man attentive to his interests. The sign is often used in a bad sense, then signifying too sharp to be trusted. This somewhat lengthy but yet only partial list of Neapolitan gesture signs must conclude with one common throughout Italy, and also among us with a somewhat different signification, yet perhaps also derived from classic times. To express suspicion of a person, the forefinger of the right hand is placed upon the side of the nose. It means tainted, not sound. It is used to give an unfavorable report of a person inquired of and to warn against such. The Chinese, though ready in gesticulation and divided by dialects, do not appear to make general use of a systematic sign language, but they adopt an expedient rendered possible by the peculiarity of their written characters, with which a large proportion of their adults are acquainted, and which are common in form to the whole empire. The inhabitants of different provinces, when meeting and being unable to converse orally, do not try to do so, but write the characters of the words upon the ground, or trace them on the palm of the hand or in the air. Those written characters each represent words in the same manner as do the Arabic or Roman numerals, which are the same to Italians, Germans, French, and English, and therefore intelligible, but if expressed in sound or written in full by the alphabet, would not be mutually understood. This device of the Chinese was with less apparent necessity resorted to in the writer's personal knowledge between a Hungarian who could talk Latin and a then recent graduate from college who could also do so to some extent, but their pronunciation was so different as to occasion constant difficulty, so they both wrote the words on paper instead of attempting to speak them. The efforts at intercommunication of all savage and barbarian tribes, when brought into contact with other bodies of men not speaking an oral language common to both, and especially when uncivilized inhabitants of the same territory are separated by many linguistic divisions, should in theory resemble the devices of the North American Indians. They are not shown by published works to prevail in the Eastern Hemisphere to the same extent and in the same manner as in North America. It is, however, probable that they exist in many localities, though not reported, and also that some of them survive after partial or even high civilization has been attained, and after changed environment has rendered their systematic employment unnecessary. Such signs may be, first, unconnected with existing oral language, and used in place of it, second, used to explain or accentuate words of ordinary speech, or third, they may consist of gestures, emotional or not, which are only noticed in oratory or impassioned conversation, being possibly survivors of a former gesture language. From correspondence instituted, it may be expected that a considerable collection of signs will be obtained from West and South Africa, India, Arabia, Turkey, the Fiji Islands, Sumatra, Madagascar, Ceylon, and especially from Australia, where the conditions are similar in many respects to those prevailing in North America prior to the Columbian discovery. In the Aborigines of Victoria, Melbourne, 1878, by R. Brow Smythe, the author makes the following curious remarks, quote, "It is believed that they have several signs known only to themselves or to those among the whites who have had intercourse with them for lengthened periods, which convey information readily and accurately. Indeed, because of their use of signs, it is the firm belief of many, some uneducated and some educated, that the natives of Australia are acquainted with the secrets of Freemasonry." End quote. In the report of the cruise of the United States revenue steamer Corwin in the Arctic Ocean, Washington, 1881, it appears that the Inuits of the northwestern extremity of America use signs continually. Captain Hooper, commanding that steamer, is reported by Mr. Petroff to have found that the natives of Nunivak Island on the American side, below Bering Strait, trade by signs with those of the Asiatic coast, whose language is different. Humboldt, in his journeying among the Indians of the Orinoco, where many small isolated tribes spoke languages not understood by any other, found the language of signs in full operation. Spix and Mauritius give a similar account of the Puris and Corados of Brazil. It is not necessary to enlarge under the present heading upon the signs of deaf-mutes, except to show the intimate relation between sign language as practiced by them and the gesture signs, which, even if not natural, are intelligible to the most widely separated of mankind. A Sandwich Islander, a Chinese, and the Africans from the slaver Amistad have, in published instances, visited our deaf-mute institutions with the same result of free and pleasurable intercourse, and an English deaf-mute had no difficulty in conversing with Laplanders. It appears also on the authority of Sibskoda, whose treatise was published in 1670, that Cornelius Haga, ambassador of the United Provinces to the Sublime Porte, found the sultan's mutes to have established a language among themselves in which they could discourse with a speaking interpreter, a degree of ingenuity interfering with the object of their selection, as slaves unable to repeat conversation. A curious instance has also been reported to the writer of Operatives in a large mill, where the constant rattling of the machinery rendered them practically deaf during the hours of work, and where an original system of gestures was adopted. In connection with the late International Convention at Milan of persons interested in the instruction of deaf-mutes, which, in the enthusiasm of the members for the new system of artificial articulate speech, made war upon all gesture signs. It is curious that such prohibition of gesture should be urged regarding mutes when it was prevalent to so great an extent among the speaking people of the country where the convention was held, and when the advocates of it were themselves so dependent on gestures to assist their own oratory, if not their ordinary conversation. Artificial articulation surely needs the aid of significant gestures more, when in the highest perfection to which it can attain, than does oral speech in its own high development. The use of artificial speech is also necessarily confined to the oral language acquired by the interlocutors and throws away the advantage of universality possessed by signs. End of section 19. Section 20 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Modern Use of Gesture Speech, Use by Modern Actors and Orators. Less of practical value can be learned of sign language considered as a system from the study of gestures of actors and orators than would appear without reflection. The pantomimist who uses no words whatever is obliged to avail himself of every natural or imagined connection between thought and gesture, and depending wholly on the latter makes himself intelligible. On the stage and the rostrum, words are the main reliance, and gestures generally serve for rhythmic movement and to display personal grace. At the most, they give the appropriate representation of the general idea expressed by the words, but do not attempt to indicate the idea itself. An instance is recorded of the addition of significance to gesture when it is employed by the gesturer, himself silent, to accompany words used by another. Livius Andronicus, being hoarse, obtained permission to have his part sung by another actor while he continued to make the gestures, and he did so with much greater effect than before, as Livy the historian explains, because he was not impeded by the exertion of the voice, but the correct explanation probably is, because his attention was directed to ideas, not mere words. Gestures of actors. To look at the performance of a play through thick glass or with closed ears has much the same absurd effect that is produced by also stopping the ears while at a ball and watching the apparently objectless capering of the dancers, without the aid of musical accompaniment. Deirdot, in his Letter sur les Sons Mutes, gives his experience as follows, quote, I used frequently to attend the theater, and I knew by heart most of our good plays. Whenever I wished to criticize the movements and gestures of the actors, I went to the third tier of boxes, for the further I was from them the better I was situated for this purpose. As soon as the curtain rose and the moment came when the other spectators disposed themselves to listen, I put my fingers into my ears, not without causing some surprise among those who surrounded me, who, not understanding, almost regarded me as a crazy man who had come to the play only not to hear it. I was very little embarrassed by their comments, however, and obstinately kept my ears closed as long as the action and gestures of the players seemed to me to accord with the discourse which I recollected. I listened only when I failed to see the appropriateness of the gestures. There are few actors capable of sustaining such a test, and the details into which I could enter would be mortifying to most of them. End quote. It will be noticed that Deirdot made this test with regard to the appropriate gestural representation of plays that he knew by heart, but if he had been entirely without any knowledge of the plot, the difficulty in his comprehending it from gestures alone would have been enormously increased. When many admirers of Ristori, who were wholly unacquainted with the language in which her words were delivered, declared that her gesture and expression were so perfect that they understood every sentence, it is to be doubted if they would have been so delighted if they had not been thoroughly familiar with the plots of Queen Elizabeth and Mary Stuart. This view is confirmed by the case of a deaf-mute told to the writer by Professor Fay, who had prepared to enjoy Ristori's acting by reading in advance the advertised play, but on his reaching the theater, another play was substituted, and he could derive no idea from its presentation. The experience of the present writer is that he could gain very little meaning in detail out of the performance at a Chinese theater, where there is much more true pantomime than in the European, without a general notion of the subject as conveyed from time to time by an interpreter. A crucial test on this subject was made at the representation at Washington in April 1881 of Frau by Sarah Bernhardt, and the excellent French company supporting her. Several persons of special intelligence and familiar with theatrical performances, but who did not understand spoken French and had not heard or read the play before or even seen an abstract of it, paid close attention to ascertain what they could learn of the plot and incidents from the gestures alone. This could be determined in the special play the more certainly as it is not founded on historic events or any known facts. The result was that from the entrance of the heroine during the first scene in a peacock blue riding habit to her death in a black walking suit, 3 hours or 5 acts later, none of the students formed any distinct conception of the plot. This want of apprehension extended even to uncertainty whether Gilberte was married or not. That is, whether her adventures were those of a disobedient daughter or a faithless wife, and, if married, which of the half-dozen male personages was her husband. There were gestures enough indeed, rather a profusion of them, and they were thoroughly appropriate to the words, when those were understood, in which fun, distress, rage, and other emotions were expressed, but in no cases did they interpret the motive for those emotions. They were the dressing for the words of the actors as the superb millinery was that of their persons, and perhaps acted as varnish to bring out dialogues and soliloquies in heightened effect. But though varnish can bring into plainer view dull or faded characters, it cannot introduce into them significance where none before existed. The simple fact was that the gestures of the most famed histrionic school, the Comédie Française, were not significant, far less self-interpreting, and though praised as the perfection of art, have diverged widely from nature. It thus appears that the absence of absolute self-interpretation by gesture is by no means confined to the lower grade of actors, such as are criticized in the old lines. When to enforce some very tender part, his left hand sleeps by instinct on the heart. His soul, of every other thought bereft, seems anxious only where to place the left. Without relying wholly upon the facts above mentioned, it will be admitted upon reflection that however numerous and correct may be the actually significant gestures made by a great actor in the representation of his part, they must be in small proportion to the number of gestures not at all significant, and which are no less necessary to give his declamation precision, grace, and force. Significant gestures on the stage may be regarded in the nature of high seasoning and ornamentation, which by undue use defeat their object and create disgust. Histrionic perfection is, indeed, more shown in the slight shades of movement of the head, glances of the eye, and poises of the body than in violent attitudes. But these slight movements are wholly unintelligible without the words uttered with them. Even in the expression of strong emotion, the same gesture will apply to many and utterly diverse conditions of fact. The greatest actor in telling that his father was dead can convey his grief with a shade of difference from that which he would use if saying that his wife had run away, his son had been arrested for murder, or his house burned down. But that shade would not without words inform any person ignorant of the supposed event which of the four misfortunes had occurred. A true sign language, however, would fully express the exact circumstances, either with or without any exhibition of the general emotion appropriate to them. Even among the best sign talkers, whether Indian or deaf-mute, it is necessary to establish some rapport relating to theme or subject matter, since many gestures, as indeed is the case in a less degree with spoken words, have widely different significations, according to the object of their exhibition as well as the context. Panurge, Pantagruel, Book 3, Chapter 19, hits the truth upon this point, however ungallant in his application of it to the fair sex. He is desirous to consult a dumb man, but says it would be useless to apply to a woman, for, quote, whatever it be that they see they do always represent unto their fancies, and imagine that it hath some relation to love. Whatever signs, shows, or gestures we shall make, or whatever our behavior, carriage, or demeanor shall happen to be in their view and presence, they will interpret the whole in reference to androgenation, end quote. A story is told to the same point by Guevara in his fabulous life of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius. A young Roman gentleman encountering at the foot of Mount Celion a beautiful Latin lady, who from her very cradle had been deaf and dumb, asked her in gesture what senators in her descent from the top of the hill she had met with, going up thither. She straightway imagined that he had fallen in love with her and was eloquently proposing marriage, whereupon she at once threw herself into his arms in acceptance. The experience of travelers on the plains is to the same general effect, that signs commonly used to men are understood by women in a sense so different as to occasion embarrassment. So necessary was it to strike the mental keynote of the spectators by adapting their minds to time, place, and circumstance, that even in the palmist days of pantomime it was customary for the crier to give some short preliminary explanation of what was to be acted, which advantage is now retained by our playbills, always more specific when the performance is in a foreign language, unless, indeed, the management is interested in the sale of librettos. Gestures of our public speakers. If the scenic gestures are so seldom significant, those appropriate to oratory are of course still less so. They require energy, variety, and precision, but also a degree of simplicity which is incompatible with the needs of sign language. As regards imitation, they are restrained with narrow bounds and are equally suited to a great variety of sentiments. Among the admirable illustration in Austin's Chironomia of gestures applicable to the several passages in Gay's Miser and Plutus, one is given for, quote, but virtues sold, end quote, which is perfectly appropriate, but is not in the slightest degree suggestive either of virtue or of the transaction of sale. It could be used for an indefinite number of thoughts or objects which properly excited abhorrence, and therefore without the words give no special interpretation. Oratical delivery demands general grace, cannot rely upon the emotions of the moment for spontaneous appropriateness, and therefore requires preliminary study and practice, such as are applied to dancing and fencing with a similar object. Indeed, accomplishment in both dancing and fencing has been recommended as of use to all orators. In reference to this subject, a quotation from Lord Chesterfield's letters is in place. Quote, I knew a young man who, being just elected a member of Parliament, was laughed at for being discovered, through the keyhole of his chamber door, speaking to himself in the glass and forming his looks and gestures. I could not join in that laugh, but on the contrary, thought him much wiser than those that laughed at him, for he knew the importance of those little graces in a public assembly, and they did not. End quote. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 21. Are Indian conditions favorable to sign language? In no other thoroughly explored part of the world has there been found spread over so large a space, so small a number of individuals, divided by so many linguistic and dialectic boundaries as in North America. Many wholly distinct tongues have for an indefinitely long time been confined to a few scores of speakers, verbally incomprehensible to all others on the face of the earth, who did not, from some rarely operating motive, laboriously acquire their language. Even when the American race, so styled, flourished in the greatest population of which we have any evidence, at least according to the published views of the present writer, which seem to have been generally accepted, the immense number of languages and dialects still preserved or known by early recorded fragments to have once existed, so subdivided it that only the dwellers in a very few villages could talk together with ease. They were all interdistributed among unresponsive vernaculars, each to the other being barbarous in every meaning of the term. The number of known stocks or families of Indian languages within the territory of the United States amounts now to 65, and these differ among themselves as radically as each differs from the Hebrew, Chinese, or English. In each of these linguistic families, there are several, sometimes as many as 20 separate languages, which also differ from each other as much as do the English, French, German, and Persian divisions of the Aryan linguistic stock. The use of gesture signs continued, if not originating in necessity for communication with the outer world, became intricately convenient from the habits of hunters, the main occupation of all savages, depending largely upon stealthy approach to game, and from the sole form of their military tactics, to surprise the enemy. In the still expanse of virgin forests, and especially in the boundless solitudes of the Great Plains, a slight sound can be heard over a large area, that of the human voice being from its rarity the most startling, so that it is now, as it probably has been for centuries, a common precaution for members of a hunting or war party not to speak together when on such expeditions, communicating exclusively by signs. The acquired habit also exhibits itself not only in formal oratory and in impassioned or emphatic conversation, but also as a picturesque accompaniment to ordinary social talk. Honorable Louis H. Morgan mentions in a letter to this writer that he found a silent but happy family composed of an Atisna, commonly called gros ventre of the prairie, woman who had been married 2 years to a Frenchman, during which time they had neither of them attempted to learn each other's language. But the husband, having taken kindly to the language of signs, they conversed together by that means with great contentment. It is also often resorted to the mere laziness, one gesture saving many words. The gracefulness, ingenuity, and apparent spontaneity of the greater part of the signs can never be realized until actually witnessed, and their beauty is much heightened by the free play to which the arms of these people are accustomed and the small and well-shaped hands for which they are remarkable. Among them can be seldom noticed in literal fact the graceless action of a heavy hand, which the bastard metaphorically condemns in King John. The conditions upon which the survival of sign language among the Indians has depended is well shown by those attending its discontinuance among certain tribes. Many instances are known of the discontinuance of gesture speech with no development in the native language of the gesturers, but from the invention for intercommunication of one used in common. The Kalapuyas of southern Oregon, until recently, used a sign language, but have gradually adopted for foreign intercourse the composite tongue, commonly called the Sinnook or Chinook jargon, which probably arose for trade purposes on the Columbia River before the advent of Europeans, founded on the Sinnook, Sihali, Nutka, and etc., but now enriched by English and French terms, and have nearly forgotten their old signs. The prevalence of this mongrel speech, originating in the same causes that produce the pidgin English or lingua franca of the Orient, explains the marked scantiness of sign language among the tribes of the northwest coast. Where the Chinook jargon has not extended on the coast to the north, the Russian language commences, used in the same manner. But it has not reached so deeply into the interior of the continent as the Chinook, which has been largely adopted within the region bounded by the eastern line of Oregon and Washington, and has become known even to the Paiutes of Nevada. The latter, however, while using it with the Oregonian tribes to their west and north, still keep up sign language for communication with the Bannocks, who have not become so familiar with the Chinook. The Alaskan tribes on the coast also used signs not more than a generation ago, as is proved by the fact that some of the older men can yet converse by this means with the natives of the interior, whom they occasionally meet. Before the advent of the Russians, the coast tribes traded their dried fish and oil for the skins and paints of the eastern tribes by visiting the latter, whom they did not allow to come to the coast, and this trade was conducted mainly in sign language. The Russians bought a better market, so the travel to the interior ceased, and with it the necessity for the signs, which therefore gradually died out, and are little known to the present generation on the coast, though still continuing in the interior, where the inhabitants are divided by dialects. No explanation is needed for the disuse of a language of signs for the special purpose now in question when the speech of surrounding civilizations is recognized as necessary or important to be acquired and gradually becomes known as the best common medium, even before it is actually spoken by many individuals of several tribes. When it has become general, signs, as systematically employed before, gradually fade away. End of section 21. Read by Ellen Corcoran.
Section 22 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Theories Entertained Respecting Indian Signs. Introduction. In this paper, it is not designed to pronounce upon theories, and certainly none will be advocated in a spirit of dogmatism. The writer recognizes that the subject in this novelty specially requires an objective and not a subjective consideration. His duty is to collect the facts as they are, and this as soon as possible, since every year will add to the confusion and difficulty. After the facts are established, the theories will take care of themselves, and their final enunciation will be in the hands of men more competent than the writer will ever pretend to be, although his knowledge, after careful study of all data attainable, may be considerably increased. The mere collection of facts, however, cannot be prosecuted to advantage without predetermined rules of judgment, nor can they be classified at all without the adoption of some principle which involves a tentative theory. More than a generation ago, Bader noticed that scientific observers only accumulated great masses of separate facts without establishing more connection between them than an arbitrary and imperfect classification. And before him, Goethe complained of the indisposition of students of nature to look upon the universe as a whole. But since the great theory of evolution has been brought to the general notice, no one will be satisfied of knowing a fact without also trying to establish its relations to other facts. Therefore, a working hypothesis, which shall not be held to with tenacity, is not only allowable, but necessary. It is also important to examine with proper respect the theories advanced by others. Some of these suggested in the few publications on the subject, and also by correspondence, will be mentioned. End of section 22. Read by Cassandra A.M.
Section 23 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Theories Entertained Respecting Indian Signs Not Correlated with Meagerness of Language. The story has been told by travelers in many parts of the world that various languages cannot be clearly understood in the dark by their possessors, using their mother tongue between themselves. The evidence for this anywhere is suspicious, and when it is asserted, as it often has been, in reference to some of the tribes of North American Indians, it is absolutely false and must be attributed to the error of travelers who, ignorant of the dialect, never see the natives except when trying to make themselves intelligible to their visitors by a practice which they have found by experience to have been successful with strangers to their tongue, or perhaps when they are guarding against being overheard by others. Captain Burton, in his City of the Saints, specially states that the Arapahoes possess a very scanty vocabulary, pronounced in a quasi-unintelligible way, and can hardly converse with one another in the dark. The truth is that their vocabulary is by no means scanty, and they do converse with each other with perfect freedom without any gestures when they so please. The difficulty in speaking or understanding their language is in the large number of guttural and interrupted sounds, which are not helped by external motions of the mouth and lips and articulation, and the light gives little advantage to its comprehension so far as concerns the vocal apparatus, which in many languages can be seen as well as heard, as is proved by the modern deaf-mute practice of artificial speech. The corresponding story that no white man ever learned Arapaho is also false. A member of Fremont's party so long ago as 1842 spoke the language. Burton, in the same connection, gives a story of a man who, being sent among the Cheyennes to qualify himself for interpreting, returned in a week and proved his competency. All he did, however, was to go through the usual pantomime with a running accompaniment of grunts, and he might as well have omitted the grunts, for he obviously only used sign language. Lieutenant Aber, in 1846-47, made much more sensible remarks from his actual observation than Captain Burton repeated at second-hand from a Mormon met by him at Salt Lake. He said some persons think that it is the Cheyenne language would be incomplete without gesture, because the Indians use gestures constantly, but I have been assured that the language is in itself capable of bodying forth any idea to which one may wish to give utterance. In fact, individuals of those American tribes specially instanced in these reports as unable to converse without gesture, often in their domestic abandon, wrap themselves up in robes or blankets with only breathing holes before the nose, so that no part of the body is seen, and chatter away for hours, telling long stories. If in daylight they thus voluntarily deprive themselves of the possibility of making signs, it is clear that their preference for talks around the fire at night is explicable by very natural reasons, wholly distinct from the one attributed. The inference, once carelessly made from the free use of gesture by some of the Shoshonean stock, that their tongue was too meager for use without signs, is refuted by the now ascertained fact that their vocabulary is remarkably copious and their parts of speech better differentiated than those of many people on whom no such stigma has been affixed. The proof of this was seen in the writer's experience, when Ouray, the head chief of the Utes, was at Washington in the early part of 1880, and after an interview with the Secretary of the Interior, made report of it to the rest of the delegation who had not been present. He spoke without pause in his language for nearly an hour in a monotone and without a single gesture. The reason for this depressed manner was undoubtedly because he was very sad at the result involving loss of land and change of home. But the fact remains that full information was communicated on a complicated subject without the aid of a manual sign, and also without even such change of inflection of voices as is common among Europeans. All theories based upon the supposed poverty of American languages must be abandoned. The grievous accusation against foreign people that they have no intelligible language is venerable and general. With the Greeks, the term aglossos, tongueless, was used synonymous with varvaros, barbarian of all who were not Greek. The name Slav, assumed by a grand division of the Aryan family, means the speaker, and is contradistinguished from the other peoples of the world, such as the Germans, who are called in Russian enjemez, that is, speechless. In Isaiah 33:19, the Assyrians are called a people of a stammering tongue that one cannot understand. The common use of the expression tongueless and speechless so applied has probably given rise, as Tyler suggests, to the mythical stories of actually speechless tribes of savages, and the considerations and instances above presented tend to discredit the many other accounts of languages, which are incomplete without the help of gesture. The theory that sign language was in whole or in chief the original utterance of mankind would be strongly supported by conclusive evidence to the truth of such travelers' tales, but does not depend upon them. Nor, considering the immeasurable period during which, in accordance with modern geologic views, man has been on the earth, it is probable that any existing races can be found in which speech has not obviated the absolute necessity for gesture and communication among themselves. The signs survive for convenience, used together with oral language and for special employment when language is unavailable. A comparison sometimes drawn between sign language and that of our Indians, founded on the statement of their common poverty in abstract expressions, is not just to either. This paper will be written in vain if it shall not suggest the capacities of gesture speech in that regard, and a deeper study into Indian tongues has shown that they are by no means so confined to the concrete as was once believed. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Sign Language among North American Indians, compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes, by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 24. Its origin from one tribe or region. Colonel Richard I. Dodge, United States Army, whose long experience among the Indians entitles his opinion to great respect, says in a letter, "The embodiment of signs into a systematic language is, I believe, confined to the Indians of the plains. Contiguous tribes gain, here and there, a greater or less knowledge of this language. These again extend the knowledge, diminished and probably perverted, to their neighbors, until almost all the Indian tribes of the United States, east of the Sierras, have some little smattering of it. The Plains Indians believe the Kiowas to have invented the sign language, and that by them its use was communicated to other Plains tribes. If this is correct, analogy would lead us to believe that those tribes most nearly in contact with the Kiowas would use it most fluently and correctly, the knowledge becoming less as the contact diminishes. Thus, the Utes, though nearly contiguous in territory to the Plains Indians, have only the merest picked-up knowledge of this language, and never use it among themselves, simply because they and the Plains tribes, having been, since the memory of their oldest men, in a chronic state of war, there has been no social contact. In another communication, Colonel Dodge is still more definite. The Plains Indians themselves believe the sign language was invented by the Kiowas, who, holding an intermediate position between the Comanches, Tonkaways, Lipans, and other inhabitants of the vast plains of Texas, and the Pawnees, Sioux, Blackfeet, and other northern tribes, were general go-betweens, trading with all, making peace or war with or for any or all. It is certain that the Kiowas are at present more universally proficient in this language than any other Plains tribe. It is also certain that the tribes farthest away from them, and with whom they have least intercourse, use it with least facility. Dr. William H. Corbusier, Assistant Surgeon, United States Army, a valued contributor, gives information as follows. The traditions of the Indians point toward the south as the direction from which the sign language came. They refer to the time when they did not use it, and each tribe say they learned it from those south of them. The Comanches, who acquired it in Mexico, taught it to the Arapahoes and Kiowas, and from these the Cheyennes learned it. The Sioux say they had no knowledge of it before they crossed the Missouri River and came in contact with the Cheyennes, but have quite recently learned it from them. It would thus appear that the Plains Indians did not invent it, but finding it adapted to their wants, adopted it as a convenient means of communicating with those whose language they did not understand, and it rapidly spread from tribe to tribe over the plains. As the sign language came from Mexico, the Spaniards suggest themselves as the introducers of it on this continent. They are adept in the use of signs. Cortez, as he marched through Mexico, would naturally have resorted to signs in communicating with the numerous tribes with which he came in contact. Finding them very necessary, one sign after another would suggest itself and be adopted by Spaniards and Indians, and, as the former advanced, one tribe after another would learn to use them. The Indians on the plains, finding them so useful, preserved them, and each tribe modified them to suit their convenience, but the signs remained essentially the same. The Shoshones took the sign language with them as they moved northwest, and a few of the Paiutes may have learned it from them, but the Paiutes as a tribe do not use it. Mr. Ben Clark, the respected and skillful interpreter at Fort Reno, writes to the same general effect. The Cheyennes think that the sign language used by the Cheyennes, Arapahoes, Oglala, and Brule Sioux, Kiowas, and Comanches originated with the Kiowas. It is a tradition that, many years ago, when the northern Indians were still without horses, the Kiowas often raided among the Mexican Indians and captured droves of horses on these trips. The northern Plains Indians used to journey to them and trade for horses. The Kiowas were already proficient in signs, and the others learned from them. It was the journeying to the south that finally divided the Cheyennes, making the northern and southern Cheyennes. The same may be said of the Arapahoes. That the Kiowas were the first sign talkers is only a tradition, but as a tribe, they are now considered to be the best or most thorough of the Plains Indians. Without engaging in any controversy on this subject, it may be noticed that the theory advanced supposes a comparatively recent origin of sign language from one tribe and one region, whereas so far as can be traced, the conditions favorable to the sign language existed very long ago and were coextensive with the territory of North America occupied by any of the tribes. To avoid repetition, reference is made to the discussion below under the heads of universality, antiquity, identity, and permanence. At this point, it is only desired to call attention to the ancient prevalence of signs among tribes such as the Iroquois, Wyandot, Ojibwa, and at least 3 generations back among the Crees beyond our northern boundary and the Mandans and other far northern Dakotas, not likely at that time to have had communication, even through intertribal channels, with the Kiowas. It is also difficult to understand how their signs would have in that manner reached the Kutchin of eastern Alaska and the Kootenai and Salish of British Columbia, who use signs now. At the same time, due consideration must be given to the great change in the intercommunication of tribes, produced by the importation of the horse, by which the habits of those Indians now, but not very anciently, inhabiting the plains were entirely changed. It is probable that a sign language before existing became, contemporaneously with nomadic life, cultivated and enriched. As regards the Spanish origin suggested, there is ample evidence that the Spaniards met signs in their early explorations north of and in the northern parts of Mexico, and availed themselves of them but did not introduce them. It is believed also that the elaborate picture writing of Mexico was founded on gesture signs. With reference to the statement that the Kiowas are the most expert sign talkers of the plains, a number of authorities and correspondents give the precedence to the Cheyennes and an equal number of the Arapahoes. Probably the accident of meeting specially skillful talkers in the several tribes visited influences such opinions. The writer's experience, both of the Utes and the Paiutes, is different from the above statement respecting the absence of signs among them. They not only use their own signs, but fully understand the difference between the signs regarded as their own and those of the Kiowas. On special examination, they understood some of the latter only as words of a foreign language interpolated in the oral conversation would be comprehended from the context, and others they would recognize as having seen before among other tribes without adoption. The same is true regarding the Brule Sioux, as was clearly expressed by Medicine Ball, their chief. The Pimas, Papagos, and Maricopas examined had a copious sign language, yet were not familiar with many Kiowa signs presented to them. Instead of referring to a time past when they did not use signs, the Indians examined by the writer and by most of his correspondents speak of a time when they and their fathers used it more freely and copiously than at present, its disuse being from causes before mentioned. It, however, may be true in some cases that a tribe, having been for a long time in contact only with others, the dialect of which was so nearly akin as to be comprehensible, or from any reason being separated from those of a strange speech, discontinued sign language for a time, and then upon migration or forced removal, came into circumstances where it was useful and revived it. It is asserted that some of the Muskaki and the Poncas, now in the Indian Territory, never saw sign language until they arrived there. Yet there is some evidence that the Muskaki did use signs a century ago, and some of the Poncas still remaining on their old homes on the Missouri remember it and have given their knowledge to an accurate correspondence, Reverend J. O. Dorsey, though for many years they have not been in circumstances to require its employment. Perhaps the most salutary criticism to be offered regarding the theory would be in the form of a query whether sign language has ever been invented by any one body of people at any one time, and whether it is not simply a phase in evolution, surviving and reviving when needed. Criticism on this subject is made reluctantly, as it would be highly interesting to determine that sign language on this continent came from a particular stock and to ascertain that stock. Such research would be similar to that into the Aryan and Semitic sources to which many modern languages have been traced backwards from existing varieties, and if there appear to be existing varieties in signs, the roots may still be found to be sui generis. The possibility that the discrepancy between signs was formerly greater than at present will receive attention in discussing the distinction between the identity of signs and their common use as an art. It is sufficient to add now that not only does the burden of proof rest unfavorably upon the attempt to establish one parent stock for sign language in North America, but it also comes under the stigma now fastened upon the immemorial effort to name and locate the original oral speech of man. It is only next in difficulty to the old persistent determination to decide upon the origin of the whole Indian race, in which most peoples of antiquity in the Eastern Hemisphere, including the lost tribes of Israel, the Gypsies, and the Welsh, have figured conspicuously as putative parents. End of section 24. Read by Ellen Corcoran.
Section 25 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Theories entertained respecting Indian signs. Is the Indian system special and peculiar? This inquiry is closely connected with the last. If the system of signs was invented here in the correct sense of that term, and by a known and existing tribe, is it probable that it would not be found prevailing in any important degree where the influence of the inventors could not readily have penetrated? An affirmative answer to the question also presupposes the same answer to another question, viz., whether there is any one uniform system among the North American Indians which can therefore be compared with any other system. This last inquiry will be considered in its order, and in comparing the system as a whole with others, the latter are naturally divided into signs of speaking men foreign to America and those of deaf mutes. Comparisons with foreign signs. The generalization of Tyler that gesture language is substantially the same among savage tribes all over the world, interpreted by his remarks in another connection, is understood as referring to their common use of signs, and of signs formed on the same principles, but not of precisely the same signs to express the same ideas. In this sense of the generalization, the result of the writer's study not only sustains it, but shows a surprising number of signs for the same idea which are substantially identical, not only among savage tribes, but among all peoples that use gesture signs with any freedom. Men, in groping for a mode of communication with each other, and using the same general methods, have been under many varying conditions and circumstances which have determined differently many conceptions and their semiotic execution, but there have also been many of both which were similar. Our Indians have no special superstition concerning the evil eye like the Italians, nor have they been long familiar with the jackass so as to make him emblematical of stupidity. Therefore signs for these concepts are not cisatlantic. But even in this paper many are shown which are substantially in common between our Indians and Italians. The large collection already obtained, but not now published, shows many others identical, not only with those of the Italians and the classic Greeks and Romans, but of other peoples of the Old World, both savage and civilized. The generic uniformity is obvious, while the occasion of specific varieties can be readily understood. Comparison with deaf-mute signs. The Indians who have been shown over the civilized East have often succeeded in holding intercourse, by means of their invention and application of principles in what may be called the voiceless mother utterance, with white deaf mutes, who surely have no semiotic code more nearly connected with that attributed to the plain roamers than is derived from their common humanity. They showed the greatest pleasure in meeting deaf mutes, precisely as travellers in a foreign country rejoice to meet persons speaking their language, with whom they can hold direct communication without the tiresome and often suspected medium of an interpreter. When they met together, they were found to pursue the same course as that noticed at the meeting of deaf mutes, who were either not instructed in any methodical dialect or who had received such instruction by different methods. They often disagreed in the signs at first presented, but soon understood them, and finished by adopting some in mutual compromise, which proved to be those most strikingly appropriate, graceful, and convenient, but there still remained in some cases a plurality of fitting signs for the same idea or object. On one of the most interesting of these occasions, at the Pennsylvania Institution for the Deaf and Dumb, in 1873, it was remarked that the signs of the deaf mutes were much more readily understood by the Indians, who were Absaroka or Crows, Arapahoes, and Cheyennes, than were theirs by the deaf mutes, and that the latter greatly excelled in pantomimic effect. This need not be surprising when it is considered that what is to the Indian a mere adjunct or accomplishment is to the deaf mute the natural mode of utterance, and that there is still greater freedom from the trammel of translating words into action, instead of acting the ideas themselves, when, the sound of words being unknown, they remain still as they originated, with another kind of sign, even after the art of reading is acquired, and do not become entities as with us. The action of Demosthenes is their only oratory, not the mere heightening of it, however valuable. On March 6, 1880, the writer had an interesting experience in taking to the National Deaf-Mute College at Washington 7 Utis, which tribe, according to report, is unacquainted with sign language, among whom were Augustine, Alejandro, Jaconic, Severio, and Wash. By the kind attention of President Gallaudet, a thorough test was given, an equal number of deaf-mute pupils being placed in communication with the Indians, alternating with them both in making individual signs and in telling narratives in gesture, which were afterwards interpreted in speech by the Ute interpreter and the officers of the college. Notes of a few of them were taken as follows. Among the signs was that for squirrel, given by a deaf mute. The right hand was placed over and facing the left, and about 4 inches above the latter, to show the height of the animal. Then the two hands were held edgewise and horizontally in front, about 8 inches apart, showing length, then imitating the grasping of a small object and biting it rapidly with the incisors. The extended index was pointed upward and forward, in a tree. This was not understood, as the Utis have no sign for the tree squirrel, the arboreal animal not being now found in their region. Deaf-mute sign for jack-rabbit. The first 2 fingers of each hand extended, the remaining fingers and thumb closed, were placed on either side of the head, pointing upward, then arcing the hands, palm down, quick, interrupted, jumping movements forward were made. This was readily understood. The signs for the following narrative were given by a deaf mute. When he was a boy he mounted a horse without either bridle or saddle, and as the horse began to go he grasped him by the neck for support. The dog flew at the horse, began to bark, when the rider was thrown off and considerably hurt. In this the sign for dog was as follows. Pass the arched hand forward from the lower part of the face to illustrate elongated nose and mouth, then with both 4 fingers extended, remaining fingers and thumbs closed, place them upon either side of the lower jaw, pointing upward, to show lower canines, at the same time accompanying the gesture with an expression of withdrawing the lips, so as to show the teeth snarling. Then, with the fingers of the right hand extended and separated, throw them quickly forward and slightly upward, voice or talking. This sign was understood to mean bear, as that for dog is different among the Utis, i.e., by merely showing the height of the dog and pushing the flat hand forward, fingertips first. Another deaf-mute gesture to tell that, when he was a boy, he went to a melon field, tapped several melons, finding them to be green or unripe. Finally reaching a good one, he took his knife, cut a slice, and ate it. The man made his appearance on horseback, entered the patch on foot, found the cut melon, and detecting the thief, threw the melon towards him, hitting him in the back, whereupon he ran away crying. The man mounted and rode off in an opposite direction. All of these signs were readily comprehended, although some of the Indians varied very slightly in their translation. When the Indians were asked whether, if they, the deaf-mutes, were to come to the Ute country, they would be scalped, the answer was given, Nothing would be done to you, but we would be friends, as follows. The palm of the right hand was brushed toward the right over that of the left, nothing, and the right hand made to grasp at the palm of the left, thumbs extended over and lying upon the back of the opposing hand. This was readily understood by the deaf-mutes. Deaf-mute's sign of milking a cow and drinking the milk was fully and quickly understood. The narrative of a boy going to an apple tree, hunting for ripe fruit, and filling his pockets, being surprised by the owner and hit upon the head with a stone, was much appreciated by the Indians and completely understood. A deaf-mute asked Alejandro how long it took him to come to Washington from his country. He replied by placing the index and second finger of the right hand astride the extended forefinger, others closed, of the left, then elevating the fingers of the left hand, except thumb and forefinger, back forward. 3. Then extending the fingers of both hands and bringing them to a point, thumbs resting on palmar sides, and extended, placing the hands in front of the body, the tips opposite the opposing wrist, and about 4 inches apart. Then, revolving them in imitation of wheels, he elevated the extended forefinger of the left hand, 1, then placing the extended flat hands, thumbs touching, the back sloping downward toward the respective right and left sides, like the roof of a house, then repeating the sign of wheels as in the preceding, after which the left hand was extended before the body, fingers toward the right, horizontal, palm down and slightly arched, the right wrist held under it, the fingers extending upward beyond it, and quickly and repeatedly snapped upward, smoke, the last 3 signs being covered, wagon, smoke, i.e. cars, then elevating 4 fingers of the left hand. 4. Translation. Travelled 3 days on horseback, 1 in a wagon, and 4 in the cars. The deaf-mutes understood all but the sign for wheel, which they make as a large circle with 1 hand. Another example. Deaf-mute pretended to hunt something, found birds, took his bow and arrows and killed several. This was fully understood. A narrative given by Alejandro was also understood by the deaf-mutes, to the effect that he made search for deer, shot one with a gun, killed and skinned it, and packed it up. It will be observed that many of the above signs admitted of, and were expressed by pantomime, yet that was not the case with all that were made. President Correlated made also some remarks in gesture which were understood by the Indians, yet were not strictly pantomimic. The opinion of all present at the test was that 2 intelligent mimes would seldom fail of mutual understanding, their attention being exclusively directed to the expression of thoughts by the means of comprehension and reply equally possessed by both, without the mental confusion of conventional sounds only intelligible to one. A large collection has been made of natural deaf-mute signs, and also of those more conventional, which have been collated with those of the several tribes of Indians. Many of them show marked similarity, not only in principle, but often in detail. The result of the study so far as prosecuted is that what is called the sign language of Indians is not, properly speaking, one language, but that it and the gesture systems of deaf-mutes and of all peoples constitute together one language, the gesture speech of mankind, of which each system is a dialect. End of section 25, read by Inkell.
Section 26 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf-Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Theories entertained respecting Indian signs. To what extent prevalent as a system, Part 1. The assertion has been made by many writers and is currently repeated by Indian traders and some army officers that all the tribes of North America have long had and still use a common and identical sign language in which they can communicate freely without oral assistance. Although this remarkable statement is at variance with some of the principles of the formation and use of signs set forth by Dr. E.B. Taylor, whose admirable chapters on gesture speech in his researches into the early history of mankind have in a great degree promoted the present inquiries, that eminent authority did not see fit to discredit it. He repeats the report as he received it, in the words that the same signs serve as a medium of converse from Hudson Bay to the Gulf of Mexico. Its true or falsity can only be established by careful comparison of lists or vocabularies of signs taken under test conditions at widely different times and places. For this purpose, lists have been collated by the writer, taken in different parts of the country at several dates, from the last century to the last month, comprising together several thousand signs, many of them, however, being mere variants or synonyms for the same object or quality, some being repetitions of others, and some of small value from uncertainty in description or authority, or both. Once probably universal in North America. The conclusion reached from the researches made is to the effect that before the changes wrought by the Columbian discovery, the use of gesture illustrated the remark of Quintilian upon the same subject, that in tanta per omnes gentes nationesque linguae diversitae hic mihi omnium homnium communis sermo videator. Quotations may be taken from some old authorities referring to widely separated regions. The Indians of Tampa Bay, identified with the Timucua met by Cabeca de Vaca in 1528, were active in the use of signs, and in his journeying for 8 subsequent years, probably through Texas and Mexico, he remarks that he passed through many dissimilar tongues, but that he questioned and received the answers of the Indians by signs, just as if they spoke our language and we theirs. Michaelis, writing in 1628, says of the Algonquins on or near the Hudson River, for purposes of trading, as much was done by signs with the thumb and fingers as by speaking. In Bossu's Travels through that part of North America formerly called Louisiana, London, 1771, Forster's translation, an account is given of Monsieur de Bellisle, some years previously captured by the Acteapa, who remained with them 2 years and conversed in their pantomimes with them. He was rescued by Governor Bienville and was sufficiently expert in the sign language to interpret between Bienville and the tribe. In Bushman's Spearin, page 424, there is a reference to the Acossaways on the west side of the Colorado, 200 miles southwest of Nacogdoches, who use thumb signs which they understand. Thielen sich aber auch durch Daum ziehen mit die sie alle verstehen. Omitting many authorities and for brevity allowing a break in the continuity of time, reference may be made to the statement in Major Long's expedition of 1819 concerning the Arapahoes, Kiowas, Ayitans, and Cheyennes, to the effect that, being ignorant of each other's languages, many of them, when they met, would communicate by means of signs, and would thus maintain a conversation without the least difficulty or interruption. A list of the tribes reported upon by Prince Maximilian von Uvid-Neuwied in 1832-34 appears elsewhere in this paper. In Fremont's expedition of 1844, special and repeated allusion is made to the expertness of the Paiutes in signs, which is contradictory to the statement above made by correspondents. The same is mentioned regarding a band of Shoshones met near the summit of the Sierra Nevada, and one of diggers, probably Chemehuevas, encountered on a tributary of the Rio Virgen. Ruxton, in his Adventures in Mexico and the Rocky Mountains, New York, 1848, page 278, sums up his experience with regard to the Western tribes so well as to require quotation. The language of signs is so perfectly understood in the Western country, and the Indians themselves are such admirable pantomimists, that, after a little use, no difficulty whatever exists in carrying on a conversation by such a channel. And there are few mountain men who are at a loss in thoroughly understanding and making themselves intelligible by signs alone, although they neither speak nor understand a word of the Indian tongue. Passing to the correspondence of the writer from remote parts of North America, it is important to notice that Mr. J. W. Powell, Indian Superintendent, reports the use of sign language among the Kootenai, and Mr. James Lenehan, Indian Agent, among the Salish, both tribes of British Columbia. The very Reverend Edward Jacker, while contributing information upon the present use of gesture language among the Ojibwas of Lake Superior, mentioned that it has fallen into comparative neglect because for 3 generations they had not been in contact with tribes of a different speech. Dr. Francis H. Atkins, Acting Assistant Surgeon, United States Army, in forwarding a contribution of signs of the Mescalero Apaches, remarks, I think it probable that they have used sign language rather less than many other Indians. They do not seem to use it to any extent at home, and abroad the only tribes they were likely to come into contact with were the Navajos, the Lipans of Old Mexico, and the Comanches. Probably the last have been almost alone their visiting neighbors. They have also seen the Pueblos a little, these appearing to be, like the Phoenicians of old, the traders of this region. He also alludes to the effect of the Spanish, or rather lingua mexicana, upon all the southern tribes, and indeed upon those as far north as the Utes, by which recourse to signs is now rendered less necessary. Before leaving this particular topic, it is proper to admit that, while there is not only recorded testimony to the past use of gesture signs by several tribes of the Iroquoian and Algonquin families, but evidence that it still remains, it is, however, noticeable that these families, when met by their first visitors, do not appear to have often impressed the latter with their reliance upon gesture language to the same extent as has always been reported of the tribes now and formerly found farther inland. An explanation may be suggested from the fact that among those families there were more people dwelling near together in communities speaking the same language, though with dialectic peculiarities that became known later in the farther west. And not being nomadic, their intercourse with strange tribes was less individual and conversational. Some of the tribes, in especial the Iroquois proper, were in a comparatively advanced social condition. A Mohawk or Seneca would probably have repeated the arrogance of the old Romans, whom in other respects they resembled, and compelled persons of inferior tribes to learn his language if they desired to converse with him, instead of resorting to the compromise of gesture speech, which he had practiced before the prowess and policy of the confederated Five Nations had gained supremacy, and which was still used for special purposes between the members of his own tribe. The studies thus far pursued led to the conclusion that at the time of the discovery of North America, all its inhabitants practiced sign language, though with different degrees of expertness, and that while under changed circumstances it was disused by some, others, in especial those who after the acquisition of horses became nomads of the Great Plains, retained and cultivated it to the high development now attained, from which it will surely and speedily decay. Mistaken denial that sign language exists. The most useful suggestion to persons interested in the collection of signs is that they shall not too readily abandon the attempt to discover recollections of them even among tribes long exposed to European influence and officially segregated from others. The instances where their existence, at first denied, has been ascertained are important with reference to the theories advanced. Reverend J. Owen Dorsey has furnished a considerable vocabulary of signs finally procured from the Poncas, although after residing among them for years, with thorough familiarity with their language, and after special and intelligent exertion to obtain some of their disused gesture language, he had before reported it to be entirely forgotten. A similar report was made by 2 missionaries among the Ojibwas, though no other trustworthy authorities have furnished a copious list of signs obtained from that tribe. There is no imputation against the missionaries, as in October 1880, 5 intelligent Ojibwas from Petoskey, Michigan, told the writer that they had never heard of gesture language. An interesting letter from Mr. B. O. Williams, Sr. of Owasso, Michigan, explains the gradual decadence of signs used by the Ojibwas in his recollection, embracing 60 years as chiefly arising from general acquaintance with the English language. Further discouragement came from an Indian agent giving the decided statement after 4 years of intercourse with the Pi-Utes that no such thing as a communication by signs was known or even remembered by them, which, however, was less difficult to bear because on the day of the receipt of that well-intentioned missive, some officers of the Bureau of Ethnology were actually talking in signs with the delegation of that very tribe of Indians then in Washington, from one of whom, Nazi, a narrative printed in this paper, page 500, was received. The report from missionaries, army officers, and travelers in Alaska was unanimous against the existence of a sign language there until Mr. Ivan Petroff, whose explorations had been more extensive, gave the excellent exposition and dialogue now produced. See page 492. Collections were also obtained from the Apaches and Zuni, Pimas, Papagos, and Maricopas, after agents and travelers had denied them to be possessed of any knowledge on the subject. For the reasons mentioned under the last heading, little hope was entertained of procuring a collection from any of the Iroquoian stock, but the intelligent and respectable chief of the Wyandots, Hento, Gray Eyes, came to the rescue. His tribe was moved from Ohio in July 1843 to the territory now occupied by the state of Kansas, and then again moved to Indian Territory in 1870. He asserts that about 1/3 of the tribe, the older portion, know many signs, a partial list of which he gave with their descriptions. He was sure that those signs were used before the removal from Ohio, and he saw them used also by Shawnees, Delawares, and Senecas there. Unanimous denial of any existence of sign language came from the British provinces of Ontario and Quebec, and was followed by the collection obtained by the Honourable Horatio Hale. His statement of the time and manner of its being procured by him is not only interesting but highly instructive. The aged Mohawk chief, from whom the information on this subject has been obtained, is commonly known by his English name of John Smoke Johnson. Smoke is a rude version of his Indian name, Sakayink Waraton, which may be rendered disappearing mist. It is the term applied to the haze which rises in the morning of an autumn day, and gradually passes away. Chief Johnson has been for many years Speaker of the Great Council of the Six Nations. In former times he was noted as a warrior, and later has been esteemed one of the most eloquent orators of his race. At the age of 88 years he retains much of his original energy. He is considered to have a better knowledge of the traditions and ancient customs of his people than any other person now living. This superior knowledge was strikingly apparent in the course of the investigations which were made respecting the sign language. 2 other members of his tribe, well-educated and very intelligent men of middle age, the one a chief and government interpreter, the other a clergyman now settled over a white congregation, had both been consulted on the subject, and both expressed the opinion that nothing of the sign language, properly speaking, was known among the Six Nations. They were alike surprised and interested when the old chief, in their presence, after much consideration, gradually drew forth from the stores of his memory the proofs of an accomplishment which had probably lain unused for more than half a century. One of the most conclusive instances of the general knowledge of sign language, even when seldom used, was shown in the visit of 5 Jiccarilla Apaches to Washington in April 1880, under the charge of Dr. Benjamin Thomas, their agent. The latter said he had never heard of any use of signs among them, but it happened that there was a delegation of Absaroka Crows at the same hotel, and the 2 parties from such widely separated regions, not knowing a word of each other's language, immediately began to converse in signs, resulting in a decided sensation. One of the Crows asked the Apaches whether they ate horses, and it happening that the sign for eating was misapprehended for that known by the Apache for many, the question was supposed to be whether the latter had many horses, which was answered in the affirmative. Thence ensued a misunderstanding on the subject of hippography, which was curious both as showing the general use of signs as a practice and the diversity in special signs for particular meanings. The surprise of the agent and the unsuspected accomplishment of his charges was not unlike that of a hen who, having hatched a number of duck eggs, is perplexed at the instinct with which the brood takes to the water. The denial of the use of signs is often faithfully, though erroneously, reported from the distinct statements of Indians to that effect, in that, as in other matters, they are often provokingly reticent about their old habits and traditions. Chief Ouray asserted to the writer, as he also did to Colonel Dodge, that his people, the Utes, had not the practice of sign talk and had no use for it. This was much in the proud spirit in which an Englishman would have made the same statement, as the idea involved an accusation against the civilization of his people, which he wished to appear highly advanced. Still more frequently, the Indians do not distinctly comprehend what is sought to be obtained. Sometimes also the art abandoned in general only remains in the memories of a few persons, influenced by special circumstances or individual fancy. In this latter regard, a comparison may be made with the old science of heraldry, once of practical use and a necessary part of a liberal education, of which hardly a score of persons in the United States have any but the vague knowledge that it once existed. Yet the united memories of those persons could, in the absence of records, reproduce all essential points on the subject. Another cause for the mistaken denial in question must be mentioned. When travelers or sojourners have become acquainted with signs in any one place, they may assume that those signs constitute the sign language, and if they afterwards meet tribes not at once recognizing those signs, they remove all difficulty about the theory of a one and indivisible sign language by simply asserting that the tribes so met do not understand the sign language, or perhaps that they do not use signs at all. This precise assertion has, as mentioned above, been made regarding the Utes and Apaches. Of course, also Indians who have not been brought into sufficient contact with certain tribes using different signs for the actual trial which would probably result in mutual comprehension, tell the travelers the same story. It is the venerable one of Aglossos, Nigems, barbarian, and stammering, above noted, applied to the hands instead of the tongue. Thus, an observer possessed by a restrictive theory will find no signs where they are in plenty, while another determined on the universality and identity of sign language can, as elsewhere explained, produce from perhaps the same individuals evidence in his favor from the apparently conclusive result of successful communication. Permanence of signs. In connection with any theory, it is important to inquire into the permanence of particular gesture signs to express a special idea or object when the system has been long continued. Many examples have been given above showing that the gestures of classic times are still in use by the modern Italians with the same signification. Indeed, that the former on Greek vases or reliefs or in Herculanean bronzes can only be interpreted by the latter. In regard to the signs of instructed deaf mutes in this country, there appears to be a permanence beyond expectation. Mr. Edmund Booth, a pupil of the Hartford Institute half a century ago, and afterwards a teacher, says in the Annals for April 1880 that the signs used by teachers and pupils at Hartford, Philadelphia, Washington, Council Bluffs, and Omaha were nearly the same as he had learned. We still adhere to the old sign for president from Monroe's three-cornered hat, and for governor we designate the cockade worn by that dignitary on grand occasions 3 generations ago. The specific comparisons made, especially by Dr. Washington Matthews and Dr. W.O. Bottler, of the signs reported by the Prince of Vide in 1832 with those now used by the same tribes from whom he obtained them, show a remarkable degree of permanency in many of those that were so clearly described by the Prince as to be proper subjects of any comparison. If they have persisted for half a century, their age is probably much greater. In general, it is believed that signs, constituting as they do a natural mode of expression, though enlarging in scope as new ideas and new objects require to be included, and though abbreviated as hereinafter explained, do not readily change in their essentials. The writer has before been careful to explain that he does not present any signs as precisely those of primitive man, not being so carried away by enthusiasm as to suppose them possessed of immutability and immortality not found in any other mode of human utterance. Yet such signs are as generally prevalent among Indian tribes, and also in other parts of the world, must be of great antiquity. The use of derivative meanings to a sign only enhances this presumption. At first, there might not appear to be any connection between the ideas of same and wife, expressed by the sign of horizontally extending the 2 forefingers side by side. The original idea was doubtless that given by the Welsh captain in Shakespeare's Henry V. "'Tis so like as my fingers is to my fingers," and from this similarity comes equal companion, and subsequently the close life companion, wife. The sign is used in each of these senses by different Indian tribes, and sometimes the same tribe applies it in all of the senses as the context determines. It appears also in many lands with all the significations except that of wife. It is proper here to mention that the suggestion of several correspondents that the Indian sign is applied to wife refers to lying together is rendered improbable by the fact that when the same tribes desire to express the sexual relation of marriage, it is gestured otherwise. Many signs but little differentiated were unstable, while others that have proved the best modes of expression have survived as definite and established. Their prevalence and permanence being mainly determined by the experience of their utility, it would be highly interesting to ascertain how long a time was required for a distinctly new conception or execution to gain currency, become the fashion, so to speak, over a large part of the continent, and to be supplanted by a new mode. A note may be made in this connection of the large number of diverse signs for horse, all of which must have been invented within a comparatively recent period, and the small variation in the signs for dog, which are probably ancient. Survival in gesture. Even when the specific practice of sign language has been generally discontinued for more than 1 generation, either from the adoption of a jargon or from the common use of the tongue of the conquering English, French, or Spanish, some of the gestures formerly employed as substitutes for words may survive as a customary accompaniment to oratory or impassioned conversation, and, when ascertained, should be carefully noted. An example among many may be found in the fact that the now civilized Muskoki or Creeks, as mentioned by Rev. H. F. Buckner, when speaking of the height of children or women, illustrate their words by holding their hands at the proper elevation, palm up, but when describing the height of soulless animals or inanimate objects, they hold the palm downward. This, when correlated with the distinctive signs of other Indians, is an interesting case of the survival of a practice which, so far as yet reported, the oldest men of the tribe now living only remember to have once existed. It is probable that a collection of such distinctive gestures among the most civilized Indians would reproduce enough of their ancient system to be valuable, while possibly the persistent inquirer might in his search discover some of its surviving custodians. Even among Chapta or Cherokee, Inuit or Abnaki, Klamath or Nootka. End of section 26. Section 27 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Theories Entertained Respecting Indian Signs, To What Extent Prevalent as a System, Part 2. Distinction between identity of signs and their use as an art. The general report that there is but one sign language in North America, any deviation from which is either blunder, corruption, or a dialect in the nature of provincialism, may be examined in reference to some of the misconceived facts which gave its origin and credence. It may not appear to be necessary that such examination should be directed to any mode of collecting and comparing signs which would amount to their distortion. It is useful, however, to explain that distortion would result from following the views of a recent essayist, who takes the ground that the description of signs should be made according to a mean or average. There can be no philosophic consideration of signs according to a mean of observations. The proper object is to ascertain the radical or essential part as distinct from any individual flourish or mannerism on the one hand, and from a conventional or accidental abbreviation on the other, but a mere average will not accomplish that object. If the hand, being in any position whatever, is, according to 5 observations, moved horizontally 1 foot to the right, and according to 5 other observations moved 1 foot horizontally to the left, the mean or resultant will be that it is stationary, which sign does not correspond with any of the 10 observations. So if 6 observations give it a rapid motion of 1 foot to the right, and 5 a rapid motion of the same distance to the left, the mean or resultant would be somewhat difficult to express, but perhaps would be a slow movement to the right for an inch or two, having certainly no resemblance either in essentials or accidents of any kind of signs actually observed. In like manner, the tail of the written letter Y, which, regarding its mere formation, might be a graphic sign, may have in the chirography of several persons various degrees of slope, may be a straight line or looped, may be curved on either side, but a mean taken from the several manuscripts would leave the unfortunate letter without any tail whatever, or travestied as a U with an amorphous flourish. A definition of the radical form of the letter or sign by which it can be distinguished from any other letter or sign is a very different proceeding. Therefore, if a mean or resultant of any number of radically different signs to express the same object or idea, observed either among several individuals of the same tribe or among different tribes, is made to represent these signs, they are all mutilated and ignored as distinctive signs, though the result may possibly be made intelligible in practice, according to principles mentioned in the present paper. The expedient of a mean may be practically useful in the formation of a mere interpreter's jargon, but it elucidates no principle. It is also convenient for any one determined to argue for the uniformity of sign language as against the variety and unity apparent in all the realms of nature. On the mean principle, he only needs to take his 2-foot rule and arithmetical tables and make all signs his signs and his signs all signs. Of course, they are uniform because he has made them so after the brutal example of Procrustes. In this connection, it is proper to urge a warning that a mere sign talker is often a bad authority upon principles and theories. He may not be liable to the satirical compliment of Dickens' brave courier, who understood all languages indifferently ill. But many men speak some of one language fluently, and yet are wholly unable to explain or analyze its words and forms so as to teach it to another person, or even to give an intelligent summary or classification of their own knowledge. What such a sign talker has learned is by memorizing, as a child may learn English, and though both the sign talker and the child may be able to give some separate items useful to a philologist or foreigner, such items are spoiled when colored by the attempt of ignorance to theorize. A German who has studied English to thorough mastery, except in the mere facility of speech, may, in a discussion upon some of its principles, be contradicted by any mere English speaker, who insists upon his superior knowledge because he actually speaks the language, and his antagonist does not, but the student will probably be correct and the talker wrong. It is an old adage about oral speech that a man who understands but one language understands none. The science of a sign talker possessed by a restrictive theory is like that of Mirabeau, who was greater as an orator than as a philologist, and who on a visit to England gravely argued that there was something seriously wrong in the British mind because the people would persist in saying, "Give me some bread," instead of "Donnez-moi du pain," which was so much easier and more natural. A designedly ludicrous instance to the same effect was Hood's arraignment of the French because they called their mothers mères and their daughters filles. It is necessary to take with caution any statement from a person who, having memorized or hashed up any number of signs, large or small, has decided in his conceit that those he uses are the only genuine Simon Pure to be exclusively employed according to his direction, all others being counterfeits or blunders. His vocabulary has ceased to give the signs of any Indian or body of Indians whatever, but becomes his own, the proprietorship of which he fights for as if secured by a letter patent. When a sign is contributed by one of the present collaborators, which such a sign talker has not before seen or heard of, he will at once condemn it as bad, just as a United States minister to Vienna, who had been nursed in the mongrel Dutch of Berks County, Pennsylvania, declared that the people of Germany spoke very bad German. An argument for the uniformity of the signs of our Indians is derived from the fact that those used by any of them are generally understood by others, but signs may be understood without being identical with any before seen. The intribal as well as intertribal exercise of Indians for generations in gesture language has naturally produced great skill both in expression and reception, so as to render them measurably independent of any prior mutual understanding, or what in a system of signs is called preconcert. Two accomplished army signalists can, after sufficient trial, communicate without having any code in common between them, one being mutually devised, and those specially designed for secrecy are often deciphered. So, if any one of the more conventional signs is not quickly comprehended, an Indian skilled in the principle of signs resorts to another expression of his flexible art. Perhaps reproducing the gesture unabbreviated and made more graphic, perhaps presenting either the same or another conception or quality of the same object or idea by an original portraiture. An impression of the community of signs is the more readily made because explorers and officials are naturally brought into contact more closely with those individuals of the tribes visited who are experts in sign language than with their other members, and those experts, on account of their skill as interpreters, are selected as guides to accompany the visitors. The latter also seek occasion to be present when signs are used, whether with or without words, in intertribal councils, and then the same class of experts comprises the orators, for long exercise in gesture speech has made the Indian politicians, with no special effort, masters of the art acquired by our public speakers, only after laborious apprenticeship. The whole theory and practice of sign language being that all who understand its principles can make themselves mutually intelligible, the fact of their ready comprehension and response among all the skilled gesturers gives the impression of a common code. Furthermore, if the explorer learn to employ with ingenuity the signs used by any of the tribes, he will probably be understood in any other by the same class of persons, who will surround him in the latter, thereby confirming him in the common theory. Those of the tribe who are less skilled but who are not noticed might be unable to catch the meanings of signs, which have not been actually taught to them, just as ignorant persons among us cannot derive any sense from newly coined words or those strange to their habitual vocabulary, which, though never before heard, linguistic scholars would instantly understand and might afterwards adopt. It is also common experience that when Indians find that a sign which has become conventional among their tribe is not understood by an interlocutor, a self-expressive sign is substituted for it, from which a visitor may form the impression that there are no conventional signs. It may likewise occur that the self-expressive sign substituted will be met with by a visitor in several localities, different Indians, in their ingenuity, taking the best and the same means of reaching the exotic intelligence. There is some evidence that where sign language is now found among Indian tribes, it has become more uniform than ever before, simply because many tribes have for some time past been forced to dwell near together at peace. A collection was obtained in the spring of 1880 at Washington from a united delegation of the Kiowa, Comanche, Apache, and Wichita tribes, which was nearly uniform, but the individuals who gave the signs had actually lived together at or near Anadarko Indian Territory for a considerable time, and the resulting uniformity of their signs might either be considered as a jargon or as the natural tendency to a compromise for mutual understanding, the unification so often observed in oral speech, coming under many circumstances out of former heterogeneity. The rule is that dialects precede languages and that out of many dialects comes one language. It may be found that other individuals of those same tribes who have from any cause not lived in the Union explained may have signs for the same ideas different from those in the collection above mentioned. This is probable because some signs of other representatives of one of the component bodies, Apache, have actually been reported differing from those for the same ideas given by the Anadarko group. The uniformity of the signs of those Arapahoes, Cheyennes, and Sioux who have been secluded for years at one particular reservation, so far as could be done by governmental power, from the outer world, was used in argument by a correspondent. But some collected signs of other Cheyennes and Sioux differ not only from those on the reservation, but among each other. Therefore, the signs used in common by the tribes at the reservation seem to have been modified and to a certain extent unified. The result of the collation and analysis of the large number of signs collected is that in numerous instances there is an entire discrepancy between the signs made by different bodies of Indians to express the same idea, and that if any of these are regarded as rigidly determinate, or even conventional with a limited range, and used without further devices, they will fail in conveying the desired impression to any one unskilled in gesture as an art, who has not formed the same precise conception or been instructed in the arbitrary motion. Few of the gestures that are found in current use are, in their origin, conventional. They are only portions, more or less elaborate, of obvious natural pantomime, and those proving efficient to convey most successfully at any time the several ideas became the most widely adopted, liable, however, to be superseded by more appropriate conceptions and delineations. The skill of any tribe and the copiousness of its signs are proportioned first to the necessity for their use, and secondly to the accidental ability of the individuals in it who act as custodians and teachers, so that the several tribes at different times vary in their degree of proficiency, and therefore both the precise mode of semiotic expression and the amount of its general use are always fluctuating. Sign language as a product of evolution has been developed rather than invented, and yet it seems probable that each of the separate signs, like the several steps that lead to any true invention, had a definite origin arising out of some appropriate occasion, and the same sign may in this manner have had many independent origins, due to identity in the circumstances, or if lost, may have been reproduced. The process is precisely the same as that observed among deaf-mutes. One of those unfortunate persons living with his speaking relatives may invent signs which the latter are taught to understand, though strangers sometimes will not, because they may be by no means the fittest expressions. Should a dozen or more deaf-mutes possessed only of such crude signs come together, they will be able to first communicate only on a few common subjects, but the number of those and the general scope of expression will be continually enlarged. Each one commences with his own conception and his own presentment of it, but the universality of the medium used makes it sooner or later understood. This independent development, thus creating diversity, often renders the first interchange of thought between strangers slow, for the signs must be self-interpreting. There can be no natural universal language which is absolute and arbitrary. When used without convention, as sign language alone of all modes of utterance can be, it must be tentative, experimental, and flexible. The mutes will also resort to the invention of new signs for new ideas as they arise, which will be made intelligible, if necessary, through the illustration and definition given by signs formerly adopted, so that the fittest signs will be evolved after rivalry and trial and will survive. But there may not always be such a preponderance of fitness that all but one of the rival signs shall die out, and some, being equal in value to express the same idea or object, will continue to be used indifferently or as a matter of individual taste without confusion. A multiplication of the numbers confined together, either of deaf-mutes or of Indians whose speech is diverse, will not decrease the resulting uniformity, though it will increase both the copiousness and the precision of the vocabulary. The Indian use of signs, though maintained by linguistic diversities, is not coincident with any linguistic boundaries. The tendency is to their uniformity among groups of people who from any cause are brought into contact with each other while still speaking different languages. The longer and closer such contact, while no common tongue is adopted, the greater will be the uniformity of signs. Colonel Dodge takes a middle ground with regard to the identity of the signs used by our Indians, comparing it with the dialects and provincialisms of the English language, as spoken in England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. But those dialects are the remains of actually diverse languages, which to some speakers have not become integrated. In England alone, the provincial dialects are traceable as the legacies of Saxon, Angles, Jutes, and Danes, with a varying amount of Norman influence. A thorough scholar in the composite tongue, now called English, will be able to understand all the dialects and provincialisms of English in the British Isles, but the uneducated man of Yorkshire is not able to communicate readily with the equally uneducated man of Somersetshire. This is the true distinction to be made. A thorough sign talker would be able to talk with several Indians who have no signs in common and who, if their knowledge of signs were only memorized, could not communicate together. So also as an educated Englishman will understand the attempts of a foreigner to speak in very imperfect and broken English, a good Indian sign expert will apprehend the feeble efforts of a tyro in gestures. But Colonel Dodge's conclusion that there is but one true Indian sign language, just as there is but one true English language, is not proved unless it can be shown that a much larger proportion of the Indians who use signs at all than present researches show to be the case use identically the same signs to express the same ideas. It would also seem necessary to the parallel that the signs so used should be absolute, if not arbitrary, as are the words of an oral language, and not independent of preconcert and self-interpreting at the instant of their invention or first exhibition, as all true signs must originally have been and still measurably remain. All Indians, as all gesturing men, have many natural signs in common, and many others which are now conventional. The conventions by which the latter were established occurred during long periods, when the tribes forming them were so separated as to have established altogether diverse customs and mythologies, and when the several tribes were with such different environment as to have formed varying conceptions needing appropriate sign expression. The old error that the North American Indians constitute one homogeneous race is now abandoned. Nearly all the characteristics once alleged as segregating them from the rest of mankind have proved not to belong to whole of the pre-Columbian population, but to those portions of it first explored. The practice of scalping is not now universal, even among the tribes least influenced by civilization, if it ever was, and therefore the cultivation of the scalp lock separated from the rest of the hair of the head, or with the removal of all other hair, is not a general feature of their appearance. The arrangement of the hair is so different among tribes as to be one of the most convenient modes for their pictorial distinction. The war paint, red in some tribes, was black in others. The mystic rites of the calumet were in so many regions unknown, and the use of wampum was by no means extensive. The wigwam is not the type of native dwelling which show as many differing forms as those of Europe. In color there is great variety, and even admitting that the term race is properly applied, no competent observer would characterize it as red, still less copper-colored. Some tribes differ from each other in all respects nearly as much as either of them do from the Lazzaroni of Naples, and more than either do from certain tribes of Australia. It would therefore be expected, as appears to be the case, that the conventional signs of different stocks and regions differ as do the words of English, French, and German, which, nevertheless, have sprung from the same linguistic roots. No one of these languages is a dialect of any of the others, and although the sign systems of the several tribes have greater generic unity with less specific variety than oral languages, no one of them is necessarily the dialect of any other. Instead, therefore, of admitting with present knowledge that the signs of our Indians are identical and universal, it is the more accurate statement that the systematic attempt to convey meaning by signs is universal among the Indians of the plains, and those still comparatively unchanged by civilization. Its successful execution is by an art which, however it may have commenced as an instinctive mental process, has been cultivated and consists in actually pointing out objects in sight not only for designation but for application and prediction, and in suggesting others to the mind by action and the airy forms produced by action. To insist that sign language is uniform were to assert that it was perfect, that faultless monster that the world ne'er saw. Forced and mistaken signs. Examination into the identity of signs is complicated by the fact that in the collection and description of Indian signs there is danger lest the civilized understanding of them may be mistaken or forced. The liability to those errors is much increased when the collections are not taken directly from the Indians themselves, but are given as obtained at second hand from white traders, trappers, and interpreters, who, through misconception in the beginning and their own introduction or modification of gestures, have produced a jargon in the sign as well as in the oral intercourse. An Indian talking in signs either to a white man or to another Indian using signs which he never saw before catches the meaning of that which is presented and adapts himself to it, at least for the occasion. Even when he finds that his interlocutor insists upon understanding and presenting a certain sign in a manner and with a significance widely different from those to which he has been accustomed, it is within the very nature, tentative and elastic, of the gesture art, both performers being on an equality, that he should adopt the one that seems to be recognized or that is pressed upon him, as with much greater difficulty he has learned and adopted many foreign terms used with whites before attempting to acquire their language, but never with his own race. Thus, there is now, and perhaps always has been, what may be called a lingua franca in the sign vocabulary. It is well known that all the tribes of the plains, having learned by experience that white visitors expect to receive certain signs, really originating with the latter, use them in their intercourse just as they sometimes do the words squaw and papoose, corruptions of the Algonquin, and once as meaningless in the present West as the English terms woman and child, but which the first pioneers, having learned them on the Atlantic coast, insisted upon treating as generally intelligible. The perversity in attaching through preconceived views a wrong significance to signs is illustrated by an anecdote found in several versions and in several languages, but repeated as a veritable Scotch legend by Duncan Anderson, Esquire, principal of the Glasgow Institution for the Deaf and Dumb, when he visited Washington in 1853. King James I of England, desiring to play a trick upon the Spanish ambassador, a man of great erudition, but who had a crochet in his head upon sign language, informed him that there was a distinguished professor of that science in the University at Aberdeen. The ambassador set out for that place, proceeded by a letter from the king with instructions to make the best of him. There was in the town one Gordy, a butcher, blind of one eye, a fellow of much wit and drollery. Gordy is told to play the part of a professor with the warning not to speak a word, is gowned, wigged, and placed in a chair of state when the ambassador is shown in, and they are left alone together. Presently the nobleman came out greatly pleased with the experiment, claiming that his theory was demonstrated. He said, "When I entered the room I raised one finger to signify there is one God." He replied by raising 2 fingers to signify that this being rules over 2 worlds, the material and the spiritual. Then I raised 3 fingers to say there are 3 persons in the Godhead. He then closed his fingers, evidently to say that these 3 are one. After this explanation on the part of the nobleman, the professors sent for the butcher and asked him what took place in the recitation room. He appeared very angry and said, "When the crazy man entered the room where I was, he raised 1 finger as much to say I had but 1 eye, and I raised 2 fingers to signify that I could see out of my 1 eye as well as he could out of both of his. When he raised 3 fingers as much as to say there were but 3 eyes between us, I doubled up my fist, and if he had not gone out of that room in a hurry, I would have knocked him down." The readiness with which a significance may be found in signs when none whatever exist is also shown in the great contest narrated by Rabelais between Panurge and the English philosopher Thaumast, commencing as follows. Everybody then taking heed in great silence, the Englishman lifted his 2 hands separately, clenching the ends of his fingers in the form of that at Charon they call the fowl's tail. Then he struck them together by the nails 4 times. Then he opened them and struck one flat upon the other with a clash once, after which, joining them as above, he struck twice and 4 times afterwards on opening them. Then he placed them joined and extended, the one above the other, seemingly to pray to God devoutly. Panurge suddenly moved his right hand in the air, placed the right hand thumb at the right hand nostril, holding the 4 fingers stretched out and arrayed in parallel lines with the point of the nose, shutting the left eye entirely and winking with the right, making a profound depression with eyebrow and eyelid. Next he raised aloft the left with a strong clenching and extension of the 4 fingers and elevation of the thumb, and held it in line directly corresponding with the position of the right, the distance between the 2 being 1.5 cubits. This done in the like manner, he lowered towards the ground both hands, and finally he held them in the midst as if aiming straight at the Englishman's nose. And so on at great length. The whole performance of Panurge was to save the credit of Pantagruel by making fantastic and mystic motions and pretending disputation with the signs given by Thaumast in good faith. Yet the latter confessed himself conquered and declared that he had derived inestimable information from the purposely meaningless gestures. The satire upon the diverse interpretations of the gesture of Nas de Cabre, Pantagruel, Book 3, Chapter 20, is to the same effect, showing it to have been a favorite theme with Rabelais. Abbreviations. A lesson was learned by the writer as to the abbreviation of signs and the possibility of discovering the original meaning of those most obscure from the attempts of a Cheyenne to convey the idea of old man. He held his right hand forward, bent at elbow, fingers and thumb closed sidewise. This not conveying any sense, he found a long stick, bent his back, and supported his frame in a tottering step by the stick held, as was before only imagined. Here at once was decrepit age dependent upon a staff. The principle of abbreviation or reduction may be illustrated by supposing a person under circumstances forbidding the use of the voice, seeking to call attention to a particular bird on a tree, and failing to do so by mere indication. Descriptive signs are resorted to, perhaps suggesting the bill and wings of the bird, its manner of clinging to the twig with its feet, its size by seeming to hold it between the hands, its color by pointing to objects of the same hue, perhaps by the action of shooting into a tree, picking up the supposed fallen game, and plucking feathers. These are continued until understood, and if one sign or combination of signs proves to be successful, it will be repeated on the next occasion by both persons engaged, and after becoming familiar between them and others will be more and more abbreviated. Conventionality in signs largely consists in the form of abbreviation which is agreed upon. When the signs of the Indians have from ideographic form thus become demotic, they may be called conventional, but still not arbitrary. In them, as in all actions, man had at the first a definite meaning or purpose, together with method in their subsequent changes or modifications. Colonel Dodge gives a clear account of the manner in which an established sign is abbreviated in practice as follows. There are an almost infinite number and variety of abbreviations. For instance, to tell a man to talk, the most common formal sign is made thus. Hold the right hand in front of, the back near the mouth, end of the thumb and index finger joined into an O, the outer fingers closed on the palm. Throw the hand forward sharply by a quick motion of the wrist, and at the same time flip forward the index finger. This may be done once or several times. The formal sign to cease or stop doing anything is made by bringing the two hands open and held vertically in front of the body, one behind the other, then quickly pass one upward, the other downward, simulating somewhat the motions of the limbs of a pair of scissors, meaning cut it off. The latter sign is made in conversation in a variety of ways, but habitually with one hand only. The formal sign to stop talking is first to make the formal sign for talk, then the formal sign for cut, but this is commonly abbreviated by first making the formal sign for talk with the right hand, and then immediately passing the same hand open, fingers extended downward across and in front of the mouth, talk, cut. But though the plain Indians, if asked for the sign to stop talking, will properly give the sign either in its extended or abbreviated form as above, he in conversation abbreviates it so much further that the sign loses almost all resemblance to its former self. Whatever the position of the hand, a turn of the wrist, a flip of the forefinger, and a turn of the wrist back to its original position is fully equivalent to the elaborate signs. It may be added that nearly every sign which to be intelligibly described and as exhibited in full requires the use of both hands, is outlined with one hand only by skillful Indians gesturing between themselves, so as to be clearly understood between them. Two Indians whose blankets are closely held to their bodies by the left hand, which is necessarily rendered unavailable for gesture, will severally thrust the right from beneath the protecting folds and converse freely. The same is true when one hand of each holds the bridle of a horse. The Italian signs are also made in such abbreviated forms as to be little more than hinted at, requiring a perfect knowledge of the full and original form before the slight and often furtive suggestion of it can be understood. Deaf mutes continually seek by tacit agreement to shorten their signs more and more. While the original of each may be preserved in root or stem, it is only known to the proficient, as the root or stem of a plant enables botanists but no others to distinguish it. Thus, the natural character of signs, the universal significance, which is their peculiarly distinctive feature, may and often does become lost. From the operation of the principle of independent and individual abbreviation inherent in all sign language, without any other cause, that of the Indians must in 1 or 2 generations have become diverse, even if it had, in fact, originated from one tribe in which all conceptions and executions were absolute. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bandai Choi. Theories and things respecting Indian science. Are science conventional or instinctive? Introduction. There has been much discussion on the question whether gesture language are originally invented, in the strict sense of that term, or whether they result from a lateral connection between them and the ideas represented by them, that is, whether they are conventional or instinctive. Cardinal Wiseman, Essays 3, 537, thinks that they are of both characters. But referring particularly to the Italian science and the proper mode of discovering their meaning, observes that they are used primarily with words and from the usual accompaniment of certain phrases. Thus is, the gestures become substitutes, and then, by association, express all their meanings, even when used alone. This would be the process only where systematic gestures had never prevailed, or had been so discussed as to be forgotten, and were adopted after elaborate oral phrases and traditional oral expressions had been common. In other parts of this paper, it is suggested that conventionality chiefly consists in abbreviation, and that signs are originally self-interpreting, independent of words, and therefore, in a certain sense, instinctive. Another form of the above query, have the same intent, is whether signs are arbitrary or lateral. The answer will depend upon what the observers consider to be lateral to himself. A common sign among deaf mutes and Indians for women consists in designating the arrangement of the hair, but such a represent the arrangement of hair familiar to the gesturer, as had never been seen by the person addressed, would not seem natural to the latter. It would be classed as arbitrary, and would not be understood without context of explanation. Indeed, without translation such as is required from foreign oral language. Indeed, without translation such as is required from foreign oral speech, sign most naturally, that is, appropriately expressing a conception of the thing signified, are first adopted and afterward modified by circumstances of environment, so as to appear, without full understanding, conventional and arbitrary, yet they are as truly lateral as the signs for hearing, seeing, eating, and drinking, which continue all over the world as they were first formed, because there is no change in those operations. The end of Section 28. Section 29 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes, by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bandai Choi. Theories and things respecting Indian signs. Are signs conventional or instinctive? Classes of diversity in size. While there is no sufficient evidence that an exhibition of sign language in any tribe is a dialect derived or corrupt from an ascertained language in any other tribe, it's still convenient to consider the different forms appearing in different tribes as several dialects. In the usual mode of using that term, of a common language, every sign talker necessarily has, to some extent, a dialect of its own. No one can use sign language without original invention and without modification of the inventions of others. and all such new inventions and modifications have a tendency to spread and influence the production of other variations. The diversities thus occasioned are more distinct than that mere individuality of style or expression, which may be likened to the differing chirography of men who wrote, although thus individual characteristics also constitute an important element of confusion to the inexperienced observer. In different handwriting, there is always an attempt or desire to represent an alphabet which is essentially determinate. Below such fixedness or limited condition of form restricts gesture speech. Those variations and diversities of form and connected significance, specially calling for notice may be, first, in the nature of simile. Second, substantially the same form with which different signification as not to be synonymous. Third, difference in significance produced by such slight variation in form as to be, to a careless observer, symbolic. Synonyms. In this division are placed signs of differing forms which are used in senses so nearly the same as to have only a slight shade of distinction, or sometimes to be practically interchangeable. The comprehensive and metaphorical character of sign renders more of them interchangeable than is the case with words. Still, like words, some signs with essential resemblance of meaning have partial and subordinate differences made by etymology or usage. Doubtless, signs are purposely selected as delineating the most striking outlines of an object, or the most characteristic features of an action. But different individuals and different bodies of people will not always agree in the selection of those outlines and features. Taking the illustration of the attempt to invent a sign for bird before used, any one of a dozen signs might have been agreed upon with equal appropriateness, and in fact, a number have been so selected by several individuals and tribes, each one, therefore, being a simile of the other. Another example of this is in the signs for deer. Designated by various modes of expressing fitness, by his scale when not in rapid motion, by the shape of his horns, by the color of his tail, and sometimes by compilations of several of those characteristics. Each of these signs may be indefinitely abbreviated, and therefore create indefinite diversity. Another illustration in which an association of ideas is apparent is in the upward rising of the index in front of and above the head, which means above, sometimes containing the religious conception of heaven, great spirits, etc., and also now, today. Not unfrequently, these several signs to express the same ideas are used interchangeably by the same people, and some one of the duplicates or triplicates may have been noticed by separate observers to the exclusion of the others. On the other hand, they may all have been noticed, but each one among different bodies. Thus, confusing reports would be received, which might either be erroneous in deducing the prevalence of particular size or the opposite. Sometimes the synonym may be recognized as an imported sign used with another tribe known to affect it. Sometimes the diverse signs to express the same things are only different tribes to reaching the intelligence of the people addressed. An account is given by Lieutenant Herbert M. Quill, 7th Cavalry, USA, of an old Cheyenne squaw who made about 20 successive and original signs to a recruit of the 4th Cavalry to let him know that she wanted to obtain out of a wagon a piece of cloth belonging to her. to wipe out and often preparatory to baking bread. Thus, by tradition, importation, recent invention, or from all these causes together, several signs entirely distinct are produced for the same object or action. This class is not intended to embrace the cases common both to signs and oral language, where the same sign has several meanings. According to the expression, whether facial or vocal, and the general manner accompanying this delivery, the signs given for stop talking on page 339 may be used in simple acquaintance, very well, all right, or for comprehension, I understand, or in impatience, you have taught enough, which may be carried further to express actual anger in the violent shut up. But all these grades of thought accompany the idea of a cessation of talk. In like manner, an acquaintance of the writer asking the same favor, a permission to go through their camp of 2 chefs, was answered by both with the sign generally used for repression after eating, viz. The index and thumb towards the body pass up from the abdomen to the throat, but in the one case, being made with a gentle motion and pleased looking, it meant, I'm satisfied, and granted the request. In the other, made violently with the accompaniment of truculent tone, it read, I have had enough of that. But these 2 meanings may also have been expressed by different intonations of the English word enough. The class of sign now in view is better exemplified by the French word souris, which is spelled and pronounced precisely the same with the 2 wholly distinct and independent signification of smile and mouth. From many examples may be selected the Omaha side of think, guess, which is precisely the same as that of the Asoroka, Sosolin, and Bunak for brave. See page 414. The context alone, both of the sign and the word, determines in what one of these senses it is that the time used, but it is not discriminated merely by a difference in expression. It would have been very remarkable if precisely the same sign were not used by different or even the same persons or bodies of peoples with wholly distinct signification. The graphic forms for objects and ideas are much more likely to be coincidence than sign is for similar expressions. Yet in all oral languages, the same precise sign is used for utterly diverse meanings. The first conception of many different objects must have been the same. It has been found, indeed, that the homophony of words and the homophony of ideographic pictures is noticeable in opposite significations, the conceptions arising from the opposition itself. The differentiation in portraiture or accent is an subsequent and remedial step not taken until after the confusion has been observed and become inconvenient. Such confusion and contradiction will only be eliminated if sign language were absolutely perfect as well as absolutely universal. Symorph. In this class I included those signs conveying different ideas, and really different in form of execution as well as in conception. Yet in those the difference in form is so slight as practically to acquire attention and discrimination. An example from oral speech may be found in the English word desert, which, as pronounced dessert or desert, and in a slightly changed form, desert, has such wildly varying significations. These distinctions relating to sign requires graphic illustrations. The sign made by the Dakota, Hidasha, and several other tribes for tree is made by holding the right hand before the body, back forward, fingers and thumb separated, then pushing it slightly upward. The sign made by the Dakota, Hidasha, and several other tribes for tree is made by holding the right hand before the body, back forward, fingers and thumb separated, then pushing it slightly upward. Therefore, grass is the same made near the ground. Therefore, growth is made like grass, though instead of holding the back of the finger near the ground, the hand is pushed upward in an interrupted manner. For smoke, the hand, with the back down, fingers pointing upward as in growth, is thrown upward several times from the same place instead of continuing the whole motion upward. Frequently, the fingers are thrown forward from under the thumb with each successive upward motion. For fire, the hand is employed as in the gesture for smoke, but the motion is frequently more waving, and in other cases made higher from the ground. The sign for wing made by the Shoshone, Apache, and other Indians is by holding the hand or hands at the height of and before the shoulder, fingers pendant, palm down, and pushing it downward a short distance. Therefore, heat is the same, with the difference that the hand is held above the head and thrust downward towards the forehead. Therefore, whip is made by holding the hands as in ring, and the gesture made from the eye downward over the cheek, back of the fingers nearly touching the face. The common sign for sun is made by bringing the tips of the thumbs and index together so as to form a circle, remaining fingers closed. The hand is then held towards the sky. The motion with the same circular position of index and thumb is for wand, by bringing the hand backward towards the mouth, in a curve forming a short arch between the origin and termination of the gesture. For drink, the gesture by several tribes is the same for wand, with the slight difference in the position of the last three fingers, which are not so tightly screened, forming somewhat the shape of a cup, and that for money is made by holding out the hand with the same arrangement of fingers in front of the hips, at a distance of about 12 or 15 inches. Another sign for sun, made by the Cheyennes, is by placing the tips of the partly separated thumb and index of the one hand against those of the other, approximating a circle, and holding them towards the sky. And that for various things observed among the blue shoe with the same position of the hands is made by placing the circle horizontal and moving it interruptedly towards the right side, each movement forming a short arch. Compare also the sign of village, described on page 386. The Arikawa sign for soldier is by placing the clenched hand together before the breast, thumbs touching, then drawing them horizontally outward towards their respective sides. Figures 117. Therefore, done, made by Hitasha, is shown below in this paper. See Figure 334, page 5 to 8. Therefore, much, Cheyenne 1, Comanche 3, see Figure 274, page 447, is to be correlated with the above. The sign for to be told or taught to, and for the reception of speech, by the tribe generally, is made by placing the flat right hand, palm upward, about 15 inches in front of the right side of the face or breast, fingers pointing to the left, then drawing the hand towards the bottom of the chin, and is illustrated in Figure 71, page 291. The Comanche sign for give or asking is shown in Figure 301, page 480, Comanche 3rd, and is made by bringing the hands towards the body but a short distance, and the motion repeated, the tips of the finger indicating the outline of a circle. The tribal sign for Kiowa, illustrated in its place among the tribal signs, is made by holding the hand with extended and separated fingers and thumb near the side of the head, back upward, and giving it a rotary motion. This gesture is made in front of the face by many tribes. The general sign for deer, made by the Dakota and some others, is by holding the hands motionless at the side of the head, with extended and separated thumb and fingers, representing the branch antlers. And for Fu, reported from the same Indians, is same as above described for Kiowa, which yet also signifies Fu frequently, only 1 or 2 fingers are used. The tribal sign both for the Shahapton and Nez pieces and for Kado, see tribal size, is made by passing the extended index, pointing under the nose from right to left. When the second finger is not tightly closed, it strongly resembles the sign often made for lie, falsehood, by passing the extended index and second finger separated towards the left over the mouth. The tribal sign for cyan differ from the sign for spotted only in the finger or hand, in the latter being alternately passed across the upper and lower sides of the left forearm. The sign for steal, thief, see figure 75, page 2, line 3, is but slightly different from that for bear, see figure 239, page 413, especially when the latter is made with one hand only. The distinction, however, is that the grasping of the latter side is not followed by the idea of concealment in the former, which is executed by the right hand after the motion of grasping, being brought towards and sometimes under the left armpit. Cold and Winter, see Tandoi Habitual Dialogue, page 486, may be compared with Love, see Kinchi's Speech, page 521, and with Prisoner. In this, the difference consists in that Cold and Winter are represented by crossing the arm with clenched hands before the breast, Love by crossing the arm so as to bring the fist more under the chin, and Prisoner by holding the crossed wrist a foot in front of the breast. Melon, squash, muskmelon, used by the Utes and Apaches, is made by holding the hand arched, fingers separated and pointing forward, and pushing the hand forwards over a slight curve near the ground. And the generic sign for animals by the Apache is made in the same manner at the height intended to represent the object. The sign for where and to search, to seek for, made by the Dakota, is by holding the back of the hand upward, index pointing forward, and carrying it from left to right about 8 inches, raising and lowering it several times while so doing, as if quickly pointing at different objects. Therefore, some of them are part of a number of things or persons, made by the Kiowa, Comanche, Wichita, and Apache Indians is nearly identical, the gesture being made less rapidly. The end of Section 29.
Section 30 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Results sought in the study of sign language, introduction and practical application. These may be divided into 1. Its practical application, 2. Its aid to philologic researches in general, with 3. Particular reference to the grammatic machinery of language, and 4. Its archaeologic relations. Practical application. The most obvious application of Indian Sign Language will, for its practical utility, depend, to a large extent, upon the correctness of the view submitted by the present writer that it is not a mere symphoric repetition of motions to be memorized from a limited traditional list, but is a cultivated art, founded upon principles which can be readily applied by travelers and officials, so as to give them much independence of professional interpreters, as a class dangerously deceitful and tricky. This advantage is not merely theoretical, but has been demonstrated to be practical by a professor in a deaf-mute college who, lately visiting several of the wild tribes of the plains, made himself understood among all of them without knowing a word of any of their languages. Nor would it only be experienced in connection with American tribes, being applicable to intercourse with savages in Africa and Asia, though it is not pretended to fulfill by this agency the schoolman's dream of an ecumenical mode of communication between all peoples in spite of their dialectic divisions. It must be admitted that the practical value of signs for intercourse with the American Indians will not long continue, their general progress in the acquisition of English or of Spanish being so rapid that those languages are becoming, to a surprising extent, the common medium, and signs are proportionally disused. Nor is a systematic use of signs of so great assistance in communicating with foreigners whose speech is not understood, as might at first be supposed, unless indeed both parties agree to cease all attempt at oral language, relying wholly upon gestures. So long as words are used at all, signs will be made only as their accompaniment, and they will not always be ideographic. An amusing instance in which savages showed their preference to signs instead of even an onomatope may be quoted from Wilfred Powell's Observations on New Britain and Neighbouring Islands during 6 years' exploration, in Proceeds, Royalty Geographical Society, Volume 3, Number 2, New Monthly Series, February 1881, pages 89-90. Quote, "On one occasion, wishing to purchase a pig, and not knowing very well how to set about it, being ignorant of the dialect, which is totally different from that of the natives in the north, I asked Mr. Brown how I should manage, or what he thought would be the best way of making them understand. He said, 'Why don't you try grunting?' Whereupon I began to grunt most vociferously. The effect was magical. Some of them jumped back, holding their spears in readiness to throw. Others ran away, covering their eyes with their hands, and all exhibited the utmost astonishment and alarm. In fact, it was so evident that they expected me to turn into a pig, and their alarm was so irresistibly comic that Mr. Brown and I both burst out laughing, on which they gradually became more reassured, and those that had run away came back, and seeing us so heartily amused, and that I had not undergone any metamorphosis, began to laugh too. But when I drew a pig on the sand with a piece of stick and made motions of eating, it suddenly seemed to strike them what was the matter, for they all burst out laughing, nodding their heads, and several of them ran off, evidently in quest of the pig that was required." End of quote. Powers of signs compared with speech. Sign language, being the mother utterance of nature, poetically styled by Lamartine the visible attitudes of the soul, is superior to all others in that it permits every one to find in nature an image to express his thoughts on the most needful matters intelligently to any other person. The direct or substantial natural analogy peculiar to it prevents a confusion of ideas. It is to some extent possible to use words without understanding them, which yet may be understood by those addressed. But it is hardly possible to use signs without full comprehension of them. Separate words may also be comprehended by persons hearing them without the whole connected sense of the words taken together being caught, but signs are more intimately connected. Even those most appropriate will not be understood if the subject is beyond the comprehension of their beholders. They would be as unintelligible as the wild clicks of his instrument in an electric storm would be to the telegrapher, or as the semaphore driven by wind to the signalist. In oral speech, even onomatopes are arbitrary, the most strictly natural sounds striking the ear of different individuals and nations in a matter wholly diverse. The instances given by Sayce are in point. Exactly the same sound was intended to be reproduced in the velvet amphora of Nevius, the gluglut murmuratunda sonans of the Latin anthology, and the pulse of Varro, the Persian bulbul, the jugjuk of Gascoigne, and the witwit of others are all attempts at imitating the note of the nightingale. Successful science must have a much closer analogy and establish a consensus between the talkers far beyond that produced by the mere sound of words. Gestures, in the degree of their pantomimic character, excel in graphic and dramatic effect applied to narrative and to rhetorical exhibition, and beyond any other mode of description give the force of reality. Speech, when highly cultivated, is better adapted to generalization and abstraction, therefore to logic and metaphysics. The latter must ever henceforth be the superior in formulating thoughts. Some of the enthusiasts in science have contended that this unfavorable distinction is not from any inherent incapability, but because their employment has not been continued unto perfection, and that if they had been elaborated by the secular labor devoted to spoken language, they might, in resources and distinctiveness, have exceeded many forms of the latter. Gallaudet, Pitt, and others may be right in asserting that man could, by his arms, hands, and fingers, with facial and bodily accentuation, express any idea that could be conveyed by words. The combinations which can be made with corporeal signs are infinite. It has been before argued that a high degree of culture might have been attained by man without articulate speech, and it is but a further step in the reasoning to conclude that if articulate speech had not been possessed or acquired, necessity would have developed gesture language to a degree far beyond any known exhibition of it. The continually advancing civilization and continually increasing intercourse of countless ages has perfected oral speech, and as both civilization and intercourse were possible with signs alone, it is to be supposed that they would have advanced in some corresponding manner. But as sign language has been chiefly used during historic time, either as a scaffolding around a more valuable structure to be thrown aside when the latter was completed, or as an occasional substitute, such development was not to be expected. The process of forming signs to express abstract ideas is only a variant from that of oral speech, in which the words for the most abstract ideas, such as law, virtue, infinitude, and immortality, are shown by Max Müller to have been derived and deduced, that is, abstracted from sensuous impressions. In the use of signs, the countenance and manner, as well as the tenor, decide whether objects themselves are intended, or the forms, positions, qualities, and motions of other objects which are suggested. And signs for moral and intellectual ideas founded on analogies are common all over the world as well as among deaf mutes. Concepts of the intangible and invisible are only learned through percepts of tangible and visible objects, whether finally expressed to the eye or to the ear in terms of sight or of sound. Sign language is so faithful to nature and so essentially living in its expression that it is not probable that it will ever die. It may become disused, but will revert. Its elements are ever natural and universal, by recurring to which the less natural signs adopted dialectically or for expedition can always, with some circumlocution, be explained. This power of interpreting itself is a peculiar advantage, for spoken languages, unless explained by gestures or indications, can only be interpreted by means of some other spoken language. When highly cultivated, its rapidity on familiar subjects exceeds that of speech and approaches to that of thought itself. This statement may be startling to those who only notice that a selected spoken word may convey in an instant a meaning for which the motions of even an expert in science may require a much longer time. But it must be considered that oral speech is not wholly conventional, and that with a similar development of sign language, conventional expressions with hands and body could be made more quickly than with the vocal organs, because more organs could be worked at once. Without such supposed development, the habitual communication between deaf-mutes and among Indians using signs is perhaps as rapid as between the ignorant class of speakers upon the same subjects, and in many instances the signs would win at a trial of speed. At the same time, it must be admitted that great increase in rapidity is chiefly obtained by the system of preconcerted abbreviations, before explained, and by the adoption of arbitrary forms, in which naturalness is sacrificed and conventionality established, as has been the case with all spoken languages in the degree in which they have become copious and convenient. There is another characteristic of the gesture speech that, though it cannot be resorted to in the dark, nor where the attention of the person addressed has not been otherwise attracted, it has the countervailing benefit of use when the voice could not be employed. This may be an advantage at a distance which the eye can reach, but not the ear, and still more frequently when silence or secrecy is desired. Dalgarno recommends it for use in the presence of great people who ought not to be disturbed. And curiously enough, Disappearing Mist, the Iroquois chief, speaks of the former extensive use of signs in his tribe by women and boys as a mark of respect to warriors and elders, their voices in the good old days not being uplifted in the presence of the latter. The decay of that wholesome state of discipline, he thinks, accounts partly for the disappearance of the use of signs among the modern impudent youth and the dusky claimants of women's rights. An instance of the additional power gained to a speaker of ordinary language by the use of signs impressed the writer while dictating to two amanuenses at the same moment, to the one by signs and the other by words, on different subjects, a practice which would have enabled Caesar to sprouse his celebrated feat. It would also be easy to talk to a deaf and blind man at once, the latter being addressed by the voice and the former in signs. End of section 30, read by Claudia Caldi.
Section 31 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Results sought in the study of sign language, relations to philology. Relations to philology. The aid to be derived from the study of sign language in prosecuting researches into the science of language was pointed out by Leibniz in his Collectionea Etymologica. Without hitherto exciting any thorough or scientific work in that direction, the obstacle to it probably being that scholars competent in other respects had no adequate data of the gesture speech of man to be used in comparison. The latter will, it is hoped, be supplied by the work now undertaken. In the first part of this paper was suggested that signs played an important part in giving meaning to spoken words. Philology, comparing the languages of Earth in their radicals, must therefore include the graphic or manual presentation of thought and compare the elements of ideography with those of phonics. Etymology now examines the ultimate roots, not the fanciful resemblances between oral forms in the different tongues, the internal, not the mere external parts of language. A marked peculiarity of sign language consists in its limited number of radicals and the infinite combinations into which those radicals enter while still remaining distinctive, and is therefore a proper field for etymologic study. From these and other considerations, it is supposed that an analysis of the original conceptions of gestures, studied together with the holophrastic roots in the speech of the gesturers,
may aid in the ascertainment of some relation between concrete ideas and words. Meaning does not adhere to the phonic presentation of thought, while it does to signs. The latter are doubtless more flexible and in that sense more immutable than words, but the ideas attached to them are persistent, and therefore there is not much greater metamorphosis in the signs than in the cognitions. The further a language has been developed from its primordial roots, which have been twisted into forms no longer suggesting any reason for their original selection, and the more the primitive significance of its words has disappeared, the fewer points of contact can it retain with signs. The higher languages are more precise because the consciousness of the derivation of most of their words is lost, so that they have become counters, good for any sense agreed upon and for no other. It is, however, possible to ascertain the included gesture even in many English words. The class represented by the word supercilious will occur to all readers, but one or two examples may be given not so obvious and more immediately connected with the gestures of our Indians. Imbecile, generally applied to the weakness of old age, is derived from the Latin in the sense of on, and bacillum, a staff, which at once recalls the Cheyenne sign for old man mentioned above, page 339. So time appears more nearly connected with teino, to stretch, when information is given of the sign for long time in the speech of kin to s in this paper, namely, placing the thumbs and forefingers in such a position as if a small thread was held between the thumb and forefinger of each hand, the hands first touching each other, and then moving slowly from each other, as if stretching a piece of gum elastic. In the languages of North America, which have not become arbitrary to the degree exhibited by those of civilized man, the connection between the idea and the word is only less obvious than that still unbroken between the idea and the sign, and they remain strongly affected by the concepts of outline, form, place, position, and feature on which gesture is founded, while they are similar in their fertile combination of radicals. Indian language consists of a series of words that are but slightly differentiated parts of speech following each other in the order suggested in the mind of the speaker, without absolute laws of arrangement, as its sentences are not completely integrated. The sentence necessitates parts of speech, and parts of speech are possible only when a language has reached that stage where sentences are logically constructed. The words of an Indian tongue, being synthetic or undifferentiated parts of speech, are in this respect strictly analogous to the gesture elements which enter into a sign language. The study of the latter is therefore valuable for comparison with the words of the former. The one language throws much light upon the other, and neither can be studied to the best advantage without a knowledge of the other. Some special resemblances between the language of signs and the character of the oral languages found on this continent may be mentioned. Dr. J. Hammond Trumbull remarks of the composition of their words that they were, quote, so constructed as to be thoroughly self-defining and immediately intelligible to the hearer, end quote. In another connection, the remark is further enforced. Quote, indeed it is a requirement of the Indian languages that every word shall be so framed as to admit of immediate resolution to its significant elements by the hearer. It must be thoroughly self-defining, for, as Max Muller has expressed it, quote, it requires tradition, society, and literature to maintain words which can no longer be analyzed at once, end quote. In the ever-shifting state of a nomadic society, no debased coin can be tolerated in language, no obscure legend accepted on trust. The metal must be pure and the legend distinct, end quote. Indian languages, like those of higher development, sometimes exhibit changes of form by the permutation of vowels, but often an incorporated particle, whether suffix, affix, or infix, shows the etymology which often also exhibits the same objective conception that would be executed in gesture. There are, for instance, different forms for standing, sitting, lying, falling, etc., and for standing, sitting, lying on, or falling from the same level or a higher or lower level. This resembles the pictorial conception and execution of signs. Major J. W. Powell, with particular reference to the disadvantages of the multiplied inflections in Indian languages, alike with the Greek and Latin, when the speaker is compelled, in the choice of a word to express his idea, to think of a great multiplicity of things, gives the following instance. Quote, a Ponca Indian, in saying that a man killed a rabbit, would have to say the man, he, one, animate, standing, in the nominative case, purposely killed by shooting an arrow, the rabbit, he, the one, animate, sitting in the objective case. For the form of a verb to kill would have to be selected, and the verb changes its form by inflection and incorporated particles to denote person, number, and gender as animate or inanimate, and gender as standing, sitting, or lying, in case. And the form of the verb would also express whether the killing was done accidentally or purposely, and whether it was by shooting or by some other process, and if by shooting, whether by bow and arrow or with a gun. And the form of the verb would in like manner have to express all of these things relating to the object, that is, the person, number, gender, and case of the object. And from the multiplicity of paradigmatic forms of the verb to kill, this particular one would have to be selected." End quote. This is substantially the mode in which an Indian sign talker would find it necessary to tell the story, as is shown by several examples given below in narratives, speeches, and dialogues. Indian languages exhibit the same fondness for demonstration which is necessary in sign language. The two forms of utterance are alike in their want of power to express certain words, such as the verb to be, and in the criterion of organization, so far as concerns a high degree of synthesis and imperfect differentiation, they bear substantially the same relation to the English language. It may finally be added that as not only proper nouns, but nouns, generally in Indian languages are conative, predicating some attribute of the object, they can readily be expressed by gesture signs, and therefore among them, if anywhere, it is to be expected that relations may be established between the words and the signs. Etymology of words from gestures. There can be no attempt in the present limits to trace the etymology of any large number of words in the several Indian languages to a gestural origin, nor, if the space allowed, would it be satisfactory. The signs have scarcely yet been collected, verified, and collated in sufficient numbers for such comparison, even with the few of the Indian languages the radicals of which have been scientifically studied. The signs will, in a future work, be frequently presented in connection with the corresponding words of the gesturers, as is done now in a few instances in another part of this paper. For the present, the subject is only indicated by the following examples, introduced to suggest the character of the study in which the students of American linguistics are urgently requested to assist. The Dakota word Shanti Sutta, from Shanti, heart, and Sutta, strong, brave, not cowardly, literally strong-hearted, is made by several tribes of that stock, and particularly by the Burle Sioux, in gestures by collecting the tips of the fingers and thumb of the right hand to a point, and then placing the radial side of the hand over the heart, fingertips pointing downward, heart. Then place the left fist palm inward horizontally before the lower portion of the breast, the right fist back of the left, then raise the right and throw it forcibly over and downward in front of the left. Brave, strong. See figure 242, page 415. The Arakaras make the sign for brave by striking the clenched fist forcibly toward the ground in front of and near the breast. Brave, or strong-hearted, is made by the Absaraka, Shoshone, and Bannock Indians by merely placing the clenched fist to the breast, the latter having allusion to the heart, the clenching of the hand to strength, vigor, or force. An Ojibwa sign for death, to die, is as follows. Place the palm of the hand at a short distance from the side of the head, then withdraw it gently in an oblique downward direction, inclining the head and upper part of the body in the same direction. The same authority, the Very Reverend E. Jacker, who contributes it, notes that there is an apparent connection between this conception and execution and the etymology of the corresponding terms in Ojibwa. He dies is Nibo, he sleeps is Niba. The common idea expressed by the gesture is a sinking to rest. The original significance of the root nib seems to be leaning. Anabeya, it is leaning. Anabekweni, he inclines the head sidewards. The word niba or nibe, only in compounds, conveys the idea of night, perhaps as the falling over, the going to rest, or the death of the day. Ogima, the Ojibwa term for chief, is derived from a root which signifies above. Ogidajina, above. Ogidakai, on a hill or mountain, etc. Ogitchida, a brave, a hero, Ottawa, Ogida, is probably from the same root. Sagima, the Ojibwa form of sachem, is from the root sag, which implies a coming forth or stretching out. These roots are to be considered in connection with several gestures described under the head of chief in extracts from dictionary infra. Onijisen, it is good, Ojibwa, originally signifies it lies level. This may be compared with the sign for good in the Tendoi Huerito dialogue, figure 309, page 487, and also that for happy contentment in the speech of Kin Ches, page 523. In Klamath, the radix lam designates a whirling motion and appears in the word lama to be crazy, mad, readily correlated with the common gesture for madman and fool in which the hand is rotated above and near the head. Evening in Klamath is litki from luta to hang down, meaning the time when the sun hangs down, the gesture for which, described elsewhere in this paper, see Natchi's narrative, page 503, is executive of the same conception, which is allied to the etymology usually given for eve, even, the decline of the day. These Klamath etymologies have been kindly contributed by Mr. A.S. Gatshit. The Very Reverend E. Jocker also communicates a suggestive excursus exegeticus upon the probable gestural origin of the Ojibwa word tibishko, opposite in space, just so, likewise. Quote, the adverb tibishko or dibishko is an offshoot of the root tib or dib, which in most cases conveys the idea of measuring or weighing, as appears from the following samples. Digbaig, he measures. Diboi, he settles matters by his speech or word. For example, as a juryman. Dibaamaj, he pays out. Dibakonig, he judges. Dibabish kodijga, he weighs. Diba menimo, he restricts himself, for example, to a certain quantity of food. Dibisit chiga, he fulfills a promise. Dibijagan, a pattern for cutting clothes. The original meaning of tib, however, must be supposed to have been more comprehensive, if we would explain other apparent derivatives such as tibi, I don't know where to, where from, etc., tibic, night, dibendija, he is master or owner, titibese, it rolls, as a ball, it turns, as a wheel, dibabowegon, the cover of a kettle. The notion of measuring does not very naturally enter into the ideas expressed by these terms. The difficulty disappears if we assume the root tib or dib to have been originally the phonetic equivalent of a gesture expressive of the notion of covering as well as of that of measuring. This gesture would seem to be the holding of one hand above the other horizontally at some distance, palms opposite or both downwards. This or some similar gesture would most naturally accompany the above terms. As for tibic, night, compare Dunbar, quote, the two hands open and extended crossing one another horizontally, end quote. The idea of covering evidently enters into this conception. The strange adverb tibi, I don't know where, etc., or in a place unknown to me, if derived from the same root, would originally signify covered. In titibisse or didibisse, it rolls, it turns. The reduplication of the radical syllable indicates the repetition of the gesture by holding the hands alternately above one another, palms downwards, and thus producing a rotary motion. In German, the clasping of the hands in a horizontal position, expressive of a promise or the conclusion of a bargain, is frequently accompanied by the interjection top, the same radical consonants as in tib. Compare also the English tap, the French tape, the Greek tupto, the Sanskrit tup and tub, etc. End quote. Gestures connected with the origin of writing. Though written characters are generally associated with speech, they are shown, by successful employment in hieroglyphs and by educated deaf mutes, to be representative of ideas without the intervention of sounds, and so also are the outlines of signs. This will be more apparent if the motions expressing the most prominent feature, attribute, or function of an object are made, or are supposed to be made, so as to leave a luminous track impressible upon the eye separate from the members producing it. The actual result is an immaterial graphic representation of visible objects and qualities which, invested with substance, has become familiar to us as the rebus, and also appears in the form of heraldic blazonry styled punning or canting. Gesture language is, in fact, not only a picture language, but is actual writing, though dissolving and sympathetic, and neither alphabetic nor phonetic. Dalgarano aptly says, quote, qui enim caput nutat, oculo conuet, digitum movet in aere, etc., ad mentis cogitata exprimendum, is non minus vere scribit, quam qui litteras pinget in charta mamore vel aere, end quote. It is neither necessary nor proper to enter now upon any prolonged account of the origin of alphabetic writing. There is, however, propriety, if not necessity, for the present writer, when making any remarks under this heading, and under some others in this paper indicating special lines of research, to disclaim all pretensions to being a sinologue or Egyptologist, or even profoundly versed in Mexican antiquities. His partial and recently commenced studies only enable him to present suggestions for the examination of scholars. These suggestions may be safely introduced by the statement that the common modern alphabetic characters, coming directly from the Romans, were obtained by them from the Greeks, and by the latter from the Phoenicians, whose alphabet was connected with that of the Old Hebrew. It has also been of late the general opinion that the whole family of alphabets, to which the Greek, Latin, Gothic, Runic, and others belong, appearing earlier in Phoenician, Moabite, and Hebrew, had its beginning in the ideographic pictures of the Egyptians, afterwards used by them to express sounds. That the Chinese, though in a different manner from the Egyptians, passed from picture writing to phonetic writing is established by delineation still extant among them, called Kuwan, or ancient pictures, with which some of the modern written characters can be identified. The ancient Mexicans also, to some extent, developed phonetic expressions out of a very elaborate system of ideographic picture writing. Assuming that ideographic pictures made by ancient peoples would be likely to contain representations of gesture signs, which subject is treated of below, it is proper to examine if traces of such gesture signs may not be found in the Egyptian, Chinese, and Aztec characters. Only a few presumptive examples, selected from a considerable number, are now presented in which the signs of the North American Indians appear to be included, with the hope that further investigation by collaborators will establish many more instances not confined to Indian signs. A typical sign made by the Indians for no negation is as follows. The hand extended or slightly curved is held in front of the body a little to the right of the median line. It is then carried with a rapid sweep a foot or more farther to the right. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. 1 for none, nothing, sometimes used for simple negation, is also given. Throw both hands outward toward their respective sides from the breast. Wyandotte 1. With these, compare the two forms of the Egyptian character for no negation. Figure 118, taken from Champollion, Grammaire Egyptienne, Paris, 1836, page 519. No vivid fancy is needed to see the hands indicated at the extremities of arms extended symmetrically from the body on each side. Also compare the Maya character for the same idea of negation, figure 119, found in Landa, Relation des choses de Yucatan, Paris, 1864, 316. The Maya word for negation is ma, and the word mak, a 6-foot measuring rod, given by Brasseur de Bourbourg in his dictionary, apparently having connection with his character, would in use separate the hands as illustrated, giving the same form as the gesture made without the rod. Another sign for nothing, none, made by the Comanches is flat hand thrown forward, back to the ground, fingers pointing forward and downward. Frequently the right hand is brushed over the left, thus thrown out. Compare the Chinese character for the same meaning, figure 120. This will not be recognized as a hand without study of similar characters, which generally have a cross line cutting off the wrist. Here the wrist bones follow under the crosscut, then the metacarpal bones, and last the fingers, pointing forward and downward. The Arapaho sign for child, baby, is the forefinger in the mouth, in other words, a nursing child, and a natural sign of a deaf mute is the same. The Egyptian figurative character for the same is seen in figure 121. Its linear form is figure 122, and its hieratic is figure 123. Champollion, Dictionnaire Egyptien, Paris, 1841, page 31. These afford an interpretation to the ancient Chinese form for sun, figure 124, given in Journal Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 1, 1834, page 219, as belonging to the Shang Dynasty, 1756, 1112 BC, and the modern Chinese form, figure 125, which, without the comparison, would not be supposed to have any pictured reference to an infant with hand or finger at or approaching the mouth, denoting the taking of nourishment. Having now suggested this, the Chinese character for birth, figure 126, is understood as the expression of a common gesture among the Indians, particularly reported from the Dakota for born to be born. Compare Place the left hand in front of the body, a little to the right, the palm downward and slightly arched, then pass the extended right hand downward, forward, and upward, forming a short curve underneath the left, as in figure 127, Dakota 5. This is based upon the curve followed by the head of the child during birth, and is used generically. The same curve, when made with one hand, appears in figure 128. It may be of interest to compare with the Chinese child the Mexican abbreviated character for man, figure 129, found in Pipart in Compte rendu compte inter des Americanistes d'uma session, Luxembourg, 1877-1878, 359. The figure on the right is called the abbreviated form of that by its side, yet its origin may be different. The Chinese character for man is figure 130, and may have the same obvious conception as a Dakota sign for the same signification. Place the extended index pointing upward and forward before the lower part of the abdomen. The Chinese specific character for woman is figure 131, the cross mark denoting the wrist, and if the remainder be considered the hand, the fingers may be imagined in the position made by many tribes, and especially the Utes, as depicting the pudenda muliebre, figure 132. The Egyptian generic character for female is Champollion Dictionary, believed to represent the curve of the mamai, supposed to be cut off or separated from the chest, and the gesture with the same meaning was made by the Cheyenne Tichkamatsky and photographed as in figure 133. It forms the same figure as the Egyptian character, as well as can be done by a position of the human hand. The Chinese character for to give water is figure 134, which may be compared with the common Indian gesture to drink, to give water. Compare. Hand held with tips of fingers brought together and passed to the mouth as if scooping up water. Figure 135, obviously from the primitive custom, as with the Mojaves, who still drink with scooped hands. Another common Indian gesture sign for water to drink, I want to drink, is hand brought downward past the mouth with loosely extended fingers, palm toward the face. This appears in the Mexican character for drink, figure 136, taken from Pipart, Lock Sit, page 351. Water. In other words, the pouring out of water with the drops falling or about to fall is shown in figure 137, taken from the same author, page 349, being the same arrangement of them as in the sign for rain, figure 114, page 344, the hand, however, being inverted. Rain in the Mexican picture writing is shown by small circles enclosing a dot, as in the last two figures, but not connected together, each having a short line upward marking the line of descent. With the gesture for drink may be compared figure 138. The Egyptian goddess Nu, in the sacred sycamore tree, pouring out the water of life to the Osiris and his soul, represented as a bird, in Amenti, sharp, from a funeral stele in the British Museum and Cooper's Serpent Myths, page 43. The common Indian gesture for river or stream water is made by passing the horizontal flat hand palm down forward and to the left from the right side in a serpentine manner. The Egyptian character for the same is figure 139, Champollion Dictionary, page 429. The broken line is held to represent the movement of the water on the surface of the stream. When made with one line less angular and more waving, it means water. It is interesting to compare with this the identical character in the syllabary invented by a West African Negro, Mormoru Dowalu Bukere, for water, mentioned by Tyler in his Early History of Mankind, page 103. The abbreviated Egyptian sign for water as a stream is figure 140, Champollion Loxit, and the Chinese for the same is as in figure 141. In the picture writing of the Ojibwa, the Egyptian abbreviated character with 2 lines instead of 3 appears with the same signification. The Egyptian character for weep, figure 142, and eye, with tears falling, is also found in the pictographs of the Ojibwa, Schoolcraft, Volume 1, Plate 54, figure 27, and is also made by the Indian gesture of drawing lines by the index repeatedly downward from the eye, though perhaps more frequently made by the full sign for rain, described on page 344, made with the back of the hand downward from the eye rain. The Egyptian character for to be strong is figure 143, Champollion Dictionary, page 91, which is sufficiently obvious, but may be compared with the sign for strong made by some tribes as follows: Hold the clenched fist in front of the right side a little higher than the elbow, then throw it forcibly about 6 inches toward the ground. A typical gesture for knight is as follows. Place the flat hands horizontally about 2 feet apart, move them quickly in an upward curve toward one another until the right lies across the left. Darkness covers all. See figure 312, page 489. The conception of covering, executed by delineating the object covered beneath the middle point of an arch or curve, appears also clearly in the Egyptian characters for night, figure 144, Champollion Dictionary, page 3. The upper part of the character is taken separately to form that for sky, see page 372, infra. The Egyptian figurative and linear characters, figures 145 and 146, Champollion Dictionary, page 28, for calling upon and invocation, also used as an interjection, scarcely require the quotation of an Indian sign, being common all over the world. The gesture sign made by several tribes for many is as follows. Both hands with spread and slightly curved fingers are held pendant about 2 feet apart before the thighs, then bring them toward one another horizontally, drawing them upward as they come together. Absaraka 1, Shoshone and Bannock 1, Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. An accumulation of objects. This may be the same motion indicated by the Egyptian character figure 147, meaning to gather together. Champollion Dictionary, page 459. The Egyptian character figure 148, which in its linear form is represented in figure 149, and meaning to go, to come, locomotion, is presented to show readers unfamiliar with hieroglyphics how a corporeal action may be included in a linear character without being obvious, or at least certain, unless it should be made clear by comparison with the full figurative form, or by other means. This linear form might be noticed many times without certainty, or perhaps suspicion that it represented the human legs and feet in the act of walking. The same difficulty, of course, as also the same prospect of success by careful research, attends the tracing of other corporeal motions which more properly come under the head of gesture signs. End of section 31. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 32 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other People and Deaf Mutes, by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Results sought in the study of sign language with reference to grammar. Apart from the more material and substantive relations between signs and language, it is to be expected that analogies can, by proper research, be ascertained between their several developments in the manner of their use, that is, in their grammatic mechanism, and in the genesis of the sentence. The science of language, ever henceforward to be studied historically, must take account of the similar early mental processes in which the phrase or sentence originated, both in sign and oral utterance. In this respect, as in many others, the North American Indians may be considered to be living representatives of prehistoric man. Syntax. The reader will understand without explanation that there is in the gesture speech no organized sentence such as is integrated in the languages of civilization, and that he must not look for articles or particles or passive voice or case or grammatic gender, or even what appears in those languages as a substantive or a verb, as a subject or a predicate, or as qualifiers or inflections. The sign radicals, without being specifically any of our parts of speech, may be all of them in turn. There is, however, a grouping and sequence of the ideographic pictures, an arrangement of signs in connected succession, which may be classed under the scholastic head of syntax. This subject, with special reference to the order of deaf-mute signs as compared with oral speech, has been the theme of much discussion, some notes of which, condensed from the speculations of M. Remy Valade and others, follow in the next paragraph without further comment than may invite attention to the profound remark of Leibniz. In mimic construction, there are to be considered both the order in which the signs succeed one another and the relative positions in which they are made, the latter remaining longer in the memory than the former, and spoken language may sometimes, in its early infancy, have reproduced the ideas of a sign picture without commencing from the same point. So the order, as in Greek and Latin, is very variable, in nations among whom the alphabet was introduced without the intermediary to any impressive degree of picture writing, the order being 1, language of signs, almost superseded by 2, spoken language, and 3, alphabetic writing, men would write in the order in which they had been accustomed to speak. But if at a time when the spoken language was still rudimentary, intercourse being mainly carried on by signs, figurative writing had been invented, the order of the figures would be the order of the signs, and the same order would pass into the spoken language. Hence Leibniz says truly that, quote, the writing of the Chinese might seem to have been invented by a deaf person, end quote. The oral language has not known the phases which have given to the Indo-European tongues their formation and grammatical parts. In the latter, signs were conquered by speech, while in the former, speech received the yoke. Sign language cannot show by inflection the reciprocal dependence of words and sentences. Degrees of motion corresponding with vocal intonation are only used rhetorically or for degrees of comparison. The relations of ideas and objects are therefore expressed by placement, and their connection is established when necessary by the abstraction of ideas. The sign talker is an artist, grouping persons and things so as to show the relations between them, and the effect is that which is seen in a picture. But though the artist has the advantage in presenting in a permanent connected scene the result of several transient signs, he can only present it as it appears at a single moment. The sign talker has the succession of time at his disposal, and his scenes move and act, are localized and animated, and their arrangement is therefore more varied and significant. It is not satisfactory to give the order of equivalent words as representative of the order of signs, because the pictorial arrangement is wholly lost. But adopting this expedient as a mere illustration of the sequence in the presentation of signs by deaf mutes, the following is quoted from an essay by Rev. J.R. Keep in American Annals of the Deaf and Dumb, Volume 16, page 223, as the order in which the parable of the prodigal son is translated into signs. Quote, once man one, sons two. Son younger say, Father, property your divide. Part my me give. Father so. Son each part his give. Days few after, son younger money all take, country far go, money spend, wine drink, food nice eat. Money by and by gone all, country everywhere food little, son hungry very. Go seek man any me hire, gentleman meat, gentleman's sons and field swine feed. Son swine husks eat, see, self husks eat, want. Cannot, husks him give nobody. Son think, say father my, servants many, bread enough, part give away can, I none, starve, die. I decide, father I go to, say I bad, God disobey, you disobey. Name I hereafter son no, I unworthy. You me work, give servant like. So son begin go, father far look, son see, pity, run, meet, embrace. Son father say, I bad, you disobey, God disobey, name my hereafter son no, I unworthy. But father servants call, command, robe best bring, son put on, ring, finger put on, shoes, feet put on, calf, fat bring, kill, we all eat, merry, why? Son, this my formerly dead, now alive, formerly lost, now found, rejoice. End quote. It may be remarked, not only from this example, but from general study, that the verb to be as a copula or predicant does not have any place in sign language. It is shown, however, among deaf mutes as an assertion of presence or existence by a sign of stretching the arms and hands forward, and then adding the sign of affirmation. Time is referred to in the conjunctions when and then is not gestured. Instead of the form, when I have had a sleep I will go to the river, or after sleeping I will go to the river, both deaf mutes and Indians would express the intention by sleep done I river go. Though time, present, past, and future is readily expressed in signs, see page 366, it is done once for all in the connection to which it belongs, and once established is not repeated by any subsequent intimation, as is commonly the case in oral speech. Inversion, by which the object is placed before the action, is a striking feature of the language of deaf mutes, and it appears to follow the natural method by which objects and actions enter into the mental conception. In striking a rock, the natural conception is not first of the abstract idea of striking or of sending a stroke into vacancy, seeing nothing and having no intention of striking anything in particular, when suddenly a rock rises up to the mental vision and receives the blow. The order is that the man sees the rock, has the intention to strike it, and does so. Therefore he gestures, I rock strike. For further illustration of this subject, a deaf-mute boy, giving in signs the compound action of a man shooting a bird from a tree, first represented the tree, then the bird as alighting upon it, then a hunter coming toward and looking at it, taking aim with a gun, then the report of the latter, and the falling and dying gasps of the bird. These are undoubtedly the successive steps that an artist would have taken in drawing the picture, or rather successive pictures, to illustrate the story. It is, however, urged that this pictorial order natural to deaf-mutes is not natural to the congenitally blind who are not deaf-mute, among whom it is found to be rhythmical. It is asserted that blind persons not carefully educated usually converse in a metrical cadence, the action usually coming first in the structure of the sentence. The deduction is that all the senses, when intact, enter into the mode of intellectual conception in proportion to their relative sensitiveness and intensity, and hence no one mode of ideation can be insisted on as normal to the exclusion of others. Whether or not the above statement concerning the blind is true, the conceptions and presentations of deaf-mutes and of Indians using sign language because they cannot communicate by speech are confined to optic and therefore to pictorial arrangement. The Abbé Sicard, dissatisfied with the want of tenses and conjunctions, indeed of most of the modern parts of speech in the natural signs, and with their inverted order, attempted to construct a new language of signs in which the words should be given in the order of the French, or other spoken language adopted, which of course required him to supply a sign for every word of spoken language. Signs, whatever their character, could not become associated with words, or suggest them, until words had been learned. The first step, therefore, was to explain by means of natural signs, as distinct from the new signs styled methodical, the meaning of a passage of verbal language. Then each word was taken separately and a sign affixed to it, which was to be learned by the pupil. If the word represented a physical object, the sign would be the same as the natural sign and would be already understood, provided the object had been seen and was familiar. And in all cases the endeavor was to have the sign convey as strong a suggestion of the meaning of the word as was possible. The final step was to gesticulate these signs, thus associated with words, in the exact order in which the words were to stand in a sentence. Then the pupil would write the very words desired in the exact order desired. If the previous explanation in natural signs had not been sufficiently full and careful, he would not understand the passage. The methodical signs did not profess to give him the ideas except in a very limited degree, but only to show him how to express ideas according to the order and methods of spoken language. As there were no repetitions of time in narratives in the sign language, it became necessary to unite with the word sign for verbs of others, to indicate the different tenses of the verbs, and so by degrees the methodical signs not only were required to comprise signs for every word, but also, with every such sign, a grammatical sign to indicate what part of speech the word was, and in the case of verbs, still other signs to show their tenses and corresponding inflections. It was, as Dr. Peet remarks, a cumbrous and unwieldy vehicle, ready at every step to break down under the weight of its own machinery. Nevertheless, it was industriously taught in all our schools from the date of the founding of the American Asylum in 1817 down to about the year 1835, when it was abandoned. The collection of narratives, speeches, and dialogues of our Indians in sign language, first systemically commenced by the present writer, several examples of which are in this paper, has not yet been sufficiently complete and exact to establish conclusions on the subject of the syntactic arrangement of their signs. So far as studied, it seems to be similar to that of deaf-mutes, and to retain the characteristic of pantomimes in figuring first the principal idea and adding the accessories successively in the order of importance, the ideographic expressions being in the ideologic order. If the examples given are not enough to establish general rules of construction, they at least show the natural order of ideas in the minds of the gesturers and the several modes of inversion by which they pass from the known to the unknown, beginning with the dominant idea, or that supposed to be best known. Some special instances of expedients other than strictly syntactic coming under the machinery broadly designated as grammar may be mentioned. Degrees of comparison. Degrees of comparison are frequently expressed, both by deaf-mutes and by Indians, by adding to the generic or descriptive sign that for big or little. Damp would be wet little, cool, cold little, hot, warm, much. The amount or force of motion also often indicates corresponding diminution or augmentation, but sometimes expresses a different shade of meaning, as is reported by Dr. Matthews with reference to the sign for bad and contempt. See page 411. This change in degree of motion is, however, often used for emphasis only, as is the raising of the voice in speech, or italicizing and capitalizing in print. The Prince of Wheat gives an instance of a comparison in his sign for excessively hard, first giving that for hard, Compare, open the left hand and strike against it several times with the right, with the backs of the fingers. Afterwards, he gives hard excessively as follows. Sign for hard, then place the left index finger upon the right shoulder, at the same time extend and raise the right arm high, extending the index finger upward perpendicularly. Reverend G. L. Deffenbaugh describes what may perhaps be regarded as an intensive sign among the Shahaptans in connection with the sign for good, in other words, very good. Quote, place the left hand in position in front of the body with all fingers closed except first, thumb lying on second. Then with forefinger of right hand extended in same way point to end of forefinger of left hand, move it up the arm till near the body, and then to a point in front of breast to make the sign good, end quote. For the latter, see extracts from dictionary, page 487, infra. The same special motion is prefixed to the sign for bad as an intensive. Another intensive reported by Mr. Benjamin Clark, interpreter at the Kiowa, Comanche, and Wichita Agency, Indian Territory, in which after the sign for bad is made, that for strong is used by the Comanches as follows. Place the clenched left fist horizontally in front of the breast, back forward, then pass the palmar side of the right fist downward in front of the knuckles of the left. Dr. W. H. Corbusier, Assistant Surgeon, USA, writes as follows in response to a special inquiry on the subject. Quote, by carrying the right fist from behind forward over the left, instead of beginning the motion 6 inches above it, the Arapaho sign for strong is made. For brave, first strike the chest over the heart with the right fist 2 or 3 times, and then make the sign for strong. The sign for strong expresses the superlative when used with other signs. With coward, it denotes a base coward, with hunger, starvation, and with sorrow, bitter sorrow. I have not seen it used with the sign for pleasure or that of hunger, nor can I learn that it is ever used with them. End quote. Opposition. The principle of opposition as between the right and left hands, and between the thumb and forefinger and the little finger, appears among Indians in some expressions for above, below, forward, back, but it is not so common as among the methodical, distinguished from the natural, signs of deaf mutes. It is also connected with the attempt to express degrees of comparison. Above is sometimes expressed by holding the left hand horizontal and in front of the body, fingers open but joined together, palm upward. The right hand is then placed horizontal, fingers open but joined, palm downward, an inch or more above the left, and raised and lowered a few inches several times, the left hand being perfectly still. If the thing indicated as above is only a little above, this concludes the sign, but if it be considerably above, the right hand is raised higher and higher as the height to be expressed is greater, until, if enormously above, the Indian will raise his right hand as high as possible, and fixing his eyes on the zenith, emit a duplicate grunt, the more prolonged as he desires to express the greater height. All this time the left hand is held perfectly motionless. Below is gestured in a corresponding manner, all movement being made by the left or lower hand, the right being held motionless, palm downward, and the eyes looking down. The code of the Cistercian monks was based in large part on a system of opposition which seems to have been wrought by an elaborate process of invention, rather than by spontaneous figuration, and is more of mnemonic than suggestive value. They made 2 fingers at the right side of the nose stand for friend, and the same at the left side for enemy, by some fanciful connection with right and wrong, and placed the little finger on the tip of the nose for fool, merely because it had been decided to put the forefinger there for wise man. Proper names. It is well known that the names of Indians are almost always connotative, and particularly that they generally refer to some animal, predicating often some attribute or position of that animal. Such names readily admit of being expressed in sign language, but there may be sometimes a confusion between the sign expressing the animal which is taken as a name totem, and the sign used not to designate that animal, but as a proper name. A curious device to differentiate proper names was observed as resorted to by a Brule Dakota. After making the sign of the animal, he passed his index forward from the mouth in a direct line, and explained it orally as, that is his name, i.e., the name of the person referred to. This approach to a grammatic division of substantives may be correlated with the mode in which many tribes, especially the Dakotas, designate names in their pictographs, in other words, by a line from the mouth of the figure drawn representing a man to the animal, also drawn with proper color or position. Figure 150 thus shows the name of Shunkaluta, Red Dog, an Ogallala chief, drawn by himself. The shading of the dog by vertical lines is designed to represent red, or gules, according to the heraldic scheme of colors, which is used in other parts of this paper when it seemed useful to designate particular colors. The writer possesses in painted robes many examples in which lines are drawn from the mouth to a name totem. it would be interesting to dwell more than is now allowed upon the peculiar objectiveness of Indian proper names, with the result, if not the intention, that they can all be signified in gesture, whereas the best sign talker among deaf mutes is unable to translate the proper names occurring in his speech or narrative, and necessarily ceasing signs resorts to the dactylic alphabet. Indians are generally named at first according to a clan or totemic system, but later in life often acquire a new name, or perhaps several names, in succession from some exploit or adventure. Frequently a sobriquet is given, by no means complimentary. All of the subsequently acquired, as well as the original names, are connected with material objects or with substantive actions, so as to be expressible in a graphic picture, and therefore in a pictorial sign. The determination to use names of this connotative character is shown by the objective translation, whenever possible, of those European names which it became necessary to introduce into their speech. William Penn was called Onas, that being the word for feather quill in the Mohawk dialect. The name of the second French governor of Canada was Montmagny, which was translated by the Iroquois Onontio, Great Mountain, and becoming associated with the title has been applied to all successive Canadian governors. Though the origin being generally forgotten, it has been considered as a metaphorical compliment. It is also said that Governor Fletcher was not named by the Iroquois Cajun Kirigoe, the great swift arrow, because of his speedy arrival at a critical time, but because they had somehow been informed of the etymology of his name, arrowmaker, French fléchier. Gender. This is sometimes expressed by different signs to distinguish the sex of animals, when the difference in appearance allows for such varied portraiture. An example is in the signs for the male and female buffalo given by the Prince of Weed. The former is, quote, place the tightly closed hands on both sides of the head with the fingers forward, end quote. The latter is, quote, curve the two forefingers, place them on the sides of the head, and move them several times, end quote. The short, stubby horns of the bull appear to be indicated, and the cow's ears are seen moving, not being covered by the bull's shock mane. Tribes in which the hair of the woman is differently arranged from that of men often denote their females by corresponding gesture. In many cases, the sex of animals is indicated by the addition of a generic sign for male or female. Tense. While it has been mentioned that there is no inflection of signs to express tense, yet the conception of present, past, and future is gestured without difficulty. A common mode of indicating the present time is by the use of signs for today, one of which is 1. Both hands extended, palms outward. 2. Swept slowly forward and to each side to convey the idea of openness. End quote. Cheyenne 2. This may combine the idea of now with openness, the first part of it resembling the general deaf-mute sign for here or now. Two signs nearly related together are also reported as expressing the meaning now at once. Compare, quote, forefinger of the right hand extended, upright, etc. J is carried upward in front of the right side of the body and above the head so that the extended finger points toward the center of the heavens, and then carried downward in front of the right breast, forefinger still pointing upright, end quote. Dakota 1. Quote, place the extended index pointing upward, palm to the left as high as and before the top of the head. Push the hand up and down a slight distance several times, the eyes being directed upward at the time, end quote. Hidatsa 1, Kiowa 1, Arikara 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. Time past is not only expressed, but some tribes give a distinct modification to show a short or long time past. The following are examples. Lately, recently. Hold the left hand at arm's length closed with forefinger only extended and pointing in the direction of the place where the event occurred. Then hold the right hand against the right shoulder closed but with index extended and pointing in the direction of the left. The hands may be exchanged, the right extended and the left retained, as the case may require for ease in description. Absharoka 1, Shoshone and Bannock 1. Long ago. Both hands closed, forefingers extended and straight. Pass one hand slowly at arm's length, pointing horizontally, the other against the shoulder or near it, pointing in the same direction as the opposite one. Frequently, the tips of the forefingers are placed together and the hands drawn apart until they reach the positions described. Absharoka 1, Shoshone and Bannock 1. The Comanche, Wichita, and other Indians designate a short time ago by placing the tips of the forefinger and thumb of the left hand together, the remaining fingers closed, and holding the hand before the body with forefinger and thumb pointing toward the right shoulder. The index and thumb of the right hand are then similarly held and placed against those of the left, when the hands are slowly drawn apart a short distance. For a long time ago, the hands are similarly held but drawn farther apart. Either of these signs may be, and frequently is, preceded by those for day, month, or year, when it is desired to convey a definite idea of the time past. A sign is reported with the abstract idea of future as follows, quote, "The arms are flexed and hands brought together in front of the body as in tight position, W. The hands are made to move in wave-like motions up and down together and from side to side," end quote. Auto 1. The authority gives the poetical conception of floating on the tide of time. The ordinary mode of expressing future time is, however, by some figurative reference, as the following. Count off fingers, then shut all the fingers of both hands several times and touch the hair in tent, or other white object. Apache 3. Many years when I am old, white-haired. Conjunctions. An interesting instance where the rapid connection of signs has the effect of the conjunction and is shown in Nachi's narrative infra. Prepositions. In the Tandoi Uerito dialogue, page 489, the combination of gestures supplies the one to the proposition to. Punctuation. While this is generally accompanied by facial expression, manner of action, or pause, instances have been noticed suggesting the device of interrogation points and periods. Mark of interrogation. The Shoshone, Absharoka, Dakota, Comanche, and other Indians, when desiring to ask a question, precede the gestures constituting the information desired by a sign intended to attract attention, and asking for. Compare by holding the flat right hand with the palm down, directed to the individual interrogated with or without lateral oscillating motion, the gestural sentence, when completed, being closed by the same sign in a look of inquiry. This recalls the Spanish use of the interrogation points before and after the question. Period. A hidatsa, after concluding a short statement, indicated its conclusion by placing the inner edges of the clenched hands together before the breast, and passing them outward and downward to their respective sides in an emphatic manner, figure 334, page 528. This sign is also used in other connections to express done. The same mode of indicating the close of a narrative or statement is made by the Wichitas, by holding the extended left hand horizontally before the body, fingers pointing to the right, palm either toward the body or downward, and cutting edgewise downward past the tips of the left with the extended right hand. This is the same sign given in the address of Kin Ch'es as cut off, and is illustrated in figure 324, page 522. This is more ideographic and convenient than the device of the Abyssinian Gala, reported by M.A. de Abadi, who denoted a comma by a slight stroke of a leather whip, a semicolon by a harder one, and a full stop by one still harder. End of section 32. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 33 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Results sought in the study of sign language, gestures aiding archaeologic research. Gestures aiding archaeologic research. The most interesting light in which the Indians of North America can be regarded is in their present representation of a state of evolution once passed through by our own ancestors. Their signs, as well as their myths and customs, form a part of the paleontology of humanity to be studied in the history of the latter as the geologist, with similar object, studies all the strata of the physical world. At this time, it is only possible to suggest the application of gesture signs to elucidate pictographs, and also their examination to discover religious, sociologic, and historic ideas preserved in them, as has been done with great success in the radicals of oral speech. Signs connected with pictographs. The picture writing of Indians is the sole form in which they recorded events and ideas that can ever be interpreted without the aid of a traditional key, such as is required for the signification of the wampum belts of the northeastern tribes, and the quipus of Peru. Strips of bark, tablets of wood, dressed skins of animals, and the smooth surfaces of rock have been and still are used for such records, those most ancient, and therefore most interesting, being of course the rock etchings, but they can only be deciphered, if at all, by the ascertained principles on which the more modern and the more obvious are made. Many of the numerous and widespread rock carvings are mere idle sketches of natural objects, mainly animals, and others are as exclusively mnemonic as the wampum above mentioned. Even since the Columbian discovery, some tribes have employed devices yet ruder than the rudest pictorial attempt as markers for the memory. An account of one of these is given in E. Winslow's Relation, A.D. 1624, Colony, Massachusetts History, Sociology, 2nd Series, Volume 9, 1822, page 99, as follows. Quote, "Instead of records and chronicles, they take this course. Where any remarkable act is done, in memory of it, either in the place or by some pathway near adjoining, they make a round hole in the ground about a foot deep, and as much over, which, when others passing by behold, they inquire the cause and occasion of the same, which being once known, they are careful to acquaint all men as occasion serveth therewith. And lest such holes should be filled or grown over by any accident, as men pass by they will often renew the same, by which means many things of great antiquity are fresh in memory, so that as a man travelleth, if he can understand his guide, his journey will be the less tedious, by reason of the many historical discourses which will be related unto him." End quote. Gregg in Commerce of the Prairies, New York, 1844, 286, says of the Plains tribes, quote, "When traveling, they will also pile heaps of stones upon mounds or conspicuous points, so arranged as to be understood by their passing comrades, and sometimes they set up the bleached buffalo heads, which are everywhere scattered over those plains, to indicate the direction of their march, and many other facts which may be communicated by those simple signs." End quote. A more ingenious but still arbitrary mode of giving intelligence is practiced at this day by the Abnaki, as reported by H.L. Masta, chief of that tribe, now living at Pierreville, Quebec. When they are in the woods, to say, "I am going to the east," another stick is stuck across the former close to the ground, figure 152. Gone far is the reverse, figure 153. The number of days' journey of proposed absence is shown by the same number of sticks across the first. Thus, figure 154 signifies 5 days' journey. Cutting the bark off from a tree on 1, 2, 3, or 4 sides near the butt means have poor, poorer, poorest luck. Cutting it off all around the tree means I am starving. Smoking a piece of birch bark and hanging it on a tree means I am sick. Where there has existed any form of artistic representation, however rude, and at the same time a system of ideographic gesture signs prevailed, it would be expected that the form of the latter would appear in the former. The sign of river and water mentioned on page 358 being established, when it became necessary or desirable to draw a character or a design to convey the same idea, nothing would be more natural than to use the graphic form of delineation which is also above described. It was but one more and an easy step to fasten upon bark, skins, or rocks the evanescent air pictures that still in pigments or carvings preserve their skeleton outline, and in their ideography approach, as has been shown above, the rudiments of the phonetic alphabets that have been constructed by other peoples. A transition stage between gestures and pictographs, in which the left hand is used as a supposed drafting surface upon which the index draws lines, is exhibited in the Dialogue Between Alaskan Indians, infra, page 498. This device is common among deaf mutes, without equal archaeologic importance, as it may have been suggested by the art of writing, with which they are generally acquainted, even if not instructed in it. The reproduction of apparent gesture lines in the pictographs made by our Indians has, for obvious reasons, been most frequent in the attempt to convey those subjective ideas which were beyond the range of an artistic skill limited to the direct representation of objects, so that the part of the pictographs which is still the most difficult of interpretation is precisely the one which the study of sign language is likely to elucidate. The following examples of pictographs of the Indians, in some cases compared with those from foreign sources, have been selected because their interpretation is definitely known, and the gestures corresponding with or suggested by them are well determined. The common Indian gesture sign for sun is right hand closed, the index and thumb curved with tips touching, thus approximating a circle, and held toward the sky. The position of the fingers of the hand forming a circle being shown in figure 155. Two of the Egyptian characters for sun, figures 156 and 157, are plainly the universal conception of the disk. The latter, together with indications of race, figure 158, and in its linear form, figure 159, Champollion Dictionary 9, constitutes the Egyptian character for light. The rays emanating from the whole disk appear in figures 160 and 161, taken from a MS contributed by Mr. G.K. Gilbert of the United States Geological Survey from the rock etchings of the Moqui Pueblos in Arizona. The same authority gives from the same locality figures 162 and 163 for sun, which may be distinguished from several other similar etchings for star also given by him, figures 164, 165, 166, 167, by always showing some indication of a face, the latter being absent in the characters denoting star. With the above characters for sun compare figure 168, found at Cusco, Peru, and taken from Wiener's Peru at Boulevier, Paris, 1880, page 706. The Ojibwa pictograph for sun is seen in figure 169, taken from Schoolcraft, Loch Sit, Volume 1, Plate 56, figure 67. A gesture sign for sunrise morning is forefinger of right hand crooked to represent half of the sun's disk, and pointed or extended to the left, then slightly elevated. Cheyenne 2. In this connection, it may be noted that when the gesture is carefully made in open country, the pointing would generally be to the east, and the body turned so that its left would be in that direction. In a room in a city or under circumstances where the points of the compass are not specially attended to, the left side supposes the east, and the gestures relating to sun, day, etc. are made with such reference. The half only of the disc represented in the above gesture appears in the following Moqui Pueblo etchings for morning and sunrise, figures 170, 171, and 172, Gilbert M.S. A common gesture for day is when the index and thumb form a circle, remaining fingers closed, and are passed from east to west. Figure 173 shows a pictograph found in Owens Valley, California, a similar one being reported in the annual report Geographic Survey west of the 100th meridian for 1876, Washington, 1876, plate opposite page 326, in which the circle may indicate either day or month, both these gestures having the same execution, the course of the sun or moon being represented perhaps in mere contradistinction to the vertical line, or perhaps the latter signifies one. Figure 174 is a pictograph of the Coyotero Apaches found at Camp Apache in Arizona, reported in the 10th Annual Report, U.S. Geologic and Geographic Survey of the Territories for 1876, Washington, 1878, Plate 77. The sun and the 10 spots of approximately the same shape represent the days, 11, which the party with 5 pack mules passed in traveling through the country. The separating lines are the nights, and may include the conception of covering over and consequent obscurity above referred to, page 354. A common sign for moon, month, is the right hand closed, leaving the thumb and index extended, but curved to form a half circle, and the hand held toward the sky, in a position which is illustrated in figure 175, to which curve the Moqui etching, figure 176, and the identical form in the ancient Chinese has an obvious resemblance. The crescent, as we commonly figure the satellite, appears also in the Ojibwa pictograph, figure 177, Schoolcraft, Volume 1, Plate 58, which is the same, with a slight addition, as the Egyptian figurative character. The sign for sky, also heaven, is generally made by passing the index from east to west across the zenith. This curve is apparent in the Ojibwa pictograph, figure 178, reported in Schoolcraft, Volume 1, Plate 18, figure 21, and is abbreviated in the Egyptian character with the same meaning, figure 179, Champollion Dictionary, page 1. A sign for cloud is as follows. 1. Both hands partially closed, palms facing and near each other, brought up to level with or slightly above, but in front of the head. 2. Suddenly separated sidewise, describing a curve like a scallop. This scallop motion is repeated for many clouds. Cheyenne 2. The same conception is in the Moqui etchings, figures 180, 181, and 182, Gilbert M.S. The Ojibwa pictograph for cloud is more elaborate, figure 183, reported in Schoolcraft, Volume 1, Plate 58. It is composed of the sign for sky, to which that for clouds is added, the latter being reversed as compared with the Moqui etchings and picturesquely hanging from the sky. The gesture sign for rain is described and illustrated on page 344. The pictograph, figure 184, reported as found in New Mexico by Lieutenant Simpson, EX document number 64, 31st Congress, 1st Session, 1850, Plate 9, is said to represent the Montezuma adjutants sounding a blast to him for rain. The small character inside the curve which represents the sky corresponds with the gesturing hand. The Moqui etching, Gilbert M.S., for rain, i.e. a cloud from which the drops are falling, is given in figure 185. The same authority gives two signs for lightning, figures 186 and 187. In the latter, the sky is shown, the changing direction of the streak and clouds with rain falling. The part relating specifically to the streak is portrayed in a sign as follows: right hand elevated before and above the head, forefinger pointing upward, brought down with great rapidity with a sinuous, undulating motion. Figure still extended diagonally downward toward the right. Cheyenne, 2. Figures 188 and 189 also represent lightning, taken by Mr. W. H. Jackson, photographer of the late U.S. Geologic and Geographic Survey, from the decorated walls of an estufa in the Pueblo de Jemez, New Mexico. The former is blunt, for harmless, and later terminating in an arrow or spear point, for a destructive or fatal lightning. A common sign for speak among the Indians is the repeated motion of the index in a straight line forward from the mouth. This line, indicating the voice, is shown in figure 190, taken from the Dakota calendar, being the expression for the fact that the elk that hollows walking, a Minneconjou chief, made medicine. The ceremony is indicated by the head of an albino buffalo. A more graphic portraiture of the conception of voice is in figure 191, representing an antelope and the whistling sound produced by the animal on being surprised or alarmed. This is taken from M.S. Drawing Book of an Indian Prisoner at St. Augustine, Florida, now in the Smithsonian Institution number 30664. Figure 192 is the exhibition of wrestling for a turkey, the point of interest in the present connection being the lines from the mouth to the objects of conversation. It is taken from the above-mentioned M.S. Drawing Book. The wrestlers, according to the footprints, have evidently come together when, meeting the returning hunter, who is wrapped in his blanket with only one foot protruding, they separated and threw off their blankets, leggings, and moccasins, both endeavoring to win the turkey, which lies between them and the donor. In figure 193, taken from the same M.S. Drawing Book, the conversation is about the lassoing, shooting, and final killing of a buffalo which has wandered to a camp. The dotted lines indicate footprints. The Indian drawn under the buffalo, having secured the animal by the forefeet, so informs his companions, as indicated by the line drawn from his mouth to the object mentioned. The left-hand figure, having also secured the buffalo by the horns, gives his nearest comrade an opportunity to strike it with an axe, which he no doubt announces that he will do, as the line from his mouth to the head of the animal suggests. The Indian in the upper left-hand corner is told by a squaw to take an arrow and join his companions, when he turns his head to inform her that he has one already, which fact he demonstrates by holding up the weapon. The Mexican pictograph, figure 194, taken from Kingsborough 2, Part 1, page 100, is illustrative of the sign made by the Arikara and Hidatsa for tell in conversation. Tell me is, place the flat right hand palm upward about 15 inches in front of the right side of the face, fingers pointing to the left in front, then draw the hand inward toward and against the bottom of the chin. For conversation, talking between two persons, both hands are held before the breast, pointing forward, palms up, the edges being moved several times toward one another. Perhaps, however, the picture in fact only means the common poetical image of flying words. Figure 195 is one of Landa's characters, found in Relation des choses de Yucatan, page 316. suggests one of the gestures for talk, and more especially that for sing, in which the extended and separated fingers are passed forward and slightly downward from the mouth. Many voices. Although the last opinion about the bishop is unfavorable to the authenticity of his work, yet even if it were prepared by a Maya under his supervision, the latter would probably have given him some genuine native conceptions, and among them gestures would be likely to occur. The natural sign for hear, made both by Indians and deaf mutes, consisting in the motion of the index or the index and thumb joined in a straight line to the ear, is illustrated in the Ojibwa pictograph figure 196, hearing ears, and those of the same people, figures 197 and 198, the latter of which is a hearing serpent, and the former means, I hear, but your words are from a bad heart. The hands being thrown out as in the final part of a gesture for bad heart, which is made by the hand being closed and held near the breast, with the back toward the breast. Then, as the arm is suddenly extended, the hand is opened and the fingers separated from each other. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. The final part of the gesture, representing the idea of bad, not connected with the heart, is illustrated in figure 236 on page 411. The above Ojibwa pictographs are taken from Schoolcraft, Lock Sit, Volume 1, Plates 58, 53, 59. Figure 199, a bas-relief taken from Dupike's Monuments of New Spain in Kingsborough, Lock Sit, Volume 4, Part 3, page 31, has been considered to be a royal edict or command. The gesture to hear is plainly depicted, and the right hand is directed to the persons addressed, so the command appears to be uttered with the preface of, Hear ye, oh yeas. The typical sign for kill or killed is right hand clenched, thumb lying along fingertips, elevated to the near shoulder, strike downward and outward vaguely in the direction of the object to be killed. The abbreviated sign is simply to clench the right hand in the manner described and strike it down and out from the right side. Cheyenne 2. This gesture also appears among the Dakotas and is illustrated in figure 200. Figure 201, taken from the Dakota calendar, illustrates this gesture. It represents the year in which a Minneconjou chief was stabbed in the shoulder by a Gros Ventre, and afterwards named Dead Arm, or Killed Arm. At first the figure was supposed to show the permanent drawing up of the arm by ankylosis, but that would not be likely to be the result of the wound described, and with knowledge of the gesture the meaning is more clear. Figure 202, taken from Report upon the Reconnaissance of Northwestern Wyoming, etc., Washington, 1875, page 207, figure 53, found in the Wind River Valley, Wyoming Territory, was interpreted by members of a Shoshone and Bannock delegation to Washington in 1880 as, an Indian killed another. The latter is very roughly delineated in the horizontal figure, but is also represented by the line under the hand of the upright figure, meaning the same individual. At the right is the scalp taken and the two feathers showing the dead warrior's rank. The arm near the prostrate foe shows the gesture for killed. The same gesture appears in figure 203 from the same authority and locality. The scalp is here held forth, and the numeral 1 is designated by the stroke at the bottom. Figure 204 from the same locality and authority was also interpreted by the Shoshone and Bannock. It appears from their description that a Blackfoot had attacked the habitation of some of his own people. The right hand upper figure represents his horse with the lance suspended from the side. The lower figure illustrates the log house built against a stream. The dots are the prints of the horse's hooves, while the two lines running outward from the upper enclosure show that two thrusts of the lance were made over the wall of the house, thus killing the occupant and securing 2 bows and 5 arrows, as represented in the left-hand group. The right-hand figure of that group shows the hand raised in the attitude of making the gesture for kill. As the Blackfeet, according to the interpreters, were the only Indians in the locality mentioned who constructed log houses, the drawing becomes additionally interesting, as an attempt appears to have been made to illustrate the crossing of the logs at the corner, the gesture for which, log house, will be found on page 428. In figure 205 is the Egyptian character for veneration to glorify, Champollion Dictionary 29, the author's understanding being that the hands are raised in surprise, astonishment. The Menominee Indians now begin their prayers by raising their hands in the same manner. They may have been influenced in this respect by the attitudes of their missionaries in prayer and benediction. The Apaches, who have received less civilized tuition, in a religious gesture corresponding with prayer, spread their hands opposite the face, palms up and backward, apparently expressing the desire to receive. Figure 206 is a copy of an Egyptian tablet reproduced from Cooper's Serpent Myths, page 28. A priest kneels before the great goddess Rano while supplicating her favor. The conception of the author is that the hands are raised by the supplicant to shield his face from the glory of the divinity. It may be compared with signs for asking for mercy and for giving mercy to another. The former being, extend both forefingers pointing upward, palms toward the breast, and hold the hands before the chest, then draw them inward and toward their respective sides, and pass them upward as high as the sides of the head by either cheek. Kiowa 1, Comanche 3, Apache 2, Wichita 2. The latter, to have mercy on another, as made by the same tribes, is, hold both hands nearly side by side before the chest, palms forward, forefinger only extended and pointing upward, then move them forward and upward as if passing them by the cheeks of another person from the breast to the sides of the head. A similar gesture for supplication appears in Figure 207, taken from Kingsborough, Loch Sit, Volume 3, Part 1, page 24. An Indian gesture for smoke, and also one for fire, has been described above, page 344. With the former is connected the Aztec design, Figure 208, taken from Pipart, Loch Sit, Volume 2, 352, and the latter appears in Figure 209, taken from Kingsborough, Volume 3, Part 1, page 21. A sign for medicine man, shaman, is thus described, quote, with its index finger extended and pointing upward, or all the fingers extended back of hand outward, move the right hand from just in front of the forehead, spirally upward, nearly to arm's length from left to right, end quote. Dakota 4. Figure 210 from the Dakota calendar represents the making of medicine or conjuration. In that case, the head and horns of a white buffalo cow were used. Figure 211 in an Ojibwa pictograph taken from Schoolcraft, Loch Sit, representing medicine man Mida, with these horns and spiral may be collated Figure 212, which portrays the ram-headed Egyptian god Knuphis or Khnum, the spirit, in a shrine on the boat of the sun, canopied by the serpent goddess Rano, who is also seen facing him inside the shrine. This is reproduced from Cooper's Serpent Myths, page 24. The same deity is represented in Champollion, Grammar, page 113, as reproduced in Figure 213. Figure 214 is an Ojibwa pictograph found in Schoolcraft, Volume 1, Plate 58, and given as power. It corresponds with the sign for doctor or medicine man made by the Absarokas by passing the extended and separated index and second finger of the right hand upward from the forehead spirally, and is considered to indicate superior knowledge. Among the Otos, as part of the sign with the same meaning, both hands are raised to the side of the head and the extended indices pressing the temples. Figure 215 is also an Ojibwa pictograph from Schoolcraft, Volume 1, Plate 59, and is said to signify Mida's power. It corresponds with another sign made for medicine man by the Absarokas and Comanches, namely, the hand passed upward before the forehead with index loosely extended. Combined with the sign for sky before given, page 372, it means knowledge of superior matters, spiritual power. The common sign for trade is made by extending the forefingers, holding them obliquely upward, and crossing them at right angles to one another, usually in front of the chest. This is often abbreviated by merely crossing the forefingers. See Figure 278, page 452. It is illustrated in Figure 216, taken from the Prince of Weed's Travels in the Interior of North America, London, 1843, page 352. To this, the following explanation is given. Quote, the cross signifies I will barter or trade. 3 animals are drawn on the right hand of the cross. One is a buffalo, the 2 others a weasel, Mustela canadensis, and an otter. The writer offers in exchange for the skins of these animals, probably meaning that of a white buffalo, the articles which he has drawn on the left side of the cross. He has, in the first place, depicted a beaver very plainly, behind which there is a gun. To the left of the beaver are 30 strokes, each 10 separated by a longer line. This means I will give 30 beaver skins and a gun for the skins of the 3 animals on the right hand of the cross." End quote. Figure 217 is from Kingsborough, Volume 3, Part 1, page 25, and illustrates the sign for to give or to present, made by the Brule Dakotas, by holding both hands edgewise before the breast, pointing forward and upward, the right above the left, then throwing them quickly downward until the forearms reach a horizontal position. Figure 218 is taken from the Dakota calendar, representing a successful raid of the Absarokas or Crows upon the Brule Sioux, in which the village of the latter was surprised and a large number of horses captured. That capture is exhibited by the horse tracks moving from the village, the gesture sign for which is often made by a circle formed either by the opposed thumbs and forefingers of both hands, or by a circular motion of both hands, palms inward, toward each other. In some cases, there is a motion of the circle from above downward as formed. Figure 219 from Kingsborough, Volume 1, Part 3, page 10, represents Chapultepec, Mountain of the Locust, by one enormous locust on top of a hill. This shows the mode of augmentation in the same manner as is often done by an exaggerated gesture. The curves at the base of the mountain are intelligible only as being formed in the sign for many, described on pages 359 and 488. Figure 220, taken from Pipart Loxit, is the Mexican pictograph for soil cultivated, i.e. tilled and planted. Figure 221 from the same authority shows the sprouts coming from the cultivated soil and may be compared with the signs for grass and grow on page 343. The gesture sign for road path is sometimes made by indicating 2 lines forward from the body, then imitating walking with the hands upon the imaginary road. The same natural representation of road is seen in figure 222, taken from Pipart Loxit, page 352. A place where 2 roads meet, crossroads, is shown in figure 223 from Kingsborough. 2 persons are evidently having a chat in sign language at the crossroads. If no gesture is actually included in all of the foregoing pictographs, it is seen that a gesture sign is made with the same conception which is obvious in the ideographic pictures. They are selected as specially transparent and clear. Many others less distinct are now the subject of examination for elucidation. The following examples are added to show the ideographic style of pictographs not connected with gestures, lest it may be suspected that an attempt is made to prove that gestures are always included in or connected with them. Figure 224 from the Dakota calendar refers to the smallpox which broke out in the year 1802, which it specifies. Figure 225 shows in the design at the left a warning or notice that though a goat can climb up the rocky trail, a horse will tumble, no thoroughfare. This was contributed by Mr. J.K. Hillers, photographer of the United States Geological Survey, as observed by him in Cañon de Chelly, New Mexico in 1880. Signs connected with ethnologic facts. The present limits permit only a few examples of the manner in which the signs of Indians refer to sociologic, religious, historic, and other ethnologic facts. They may incite research to elicit further information of the same character. The Prince of Weed gives in his list of signs the heading partisan, a term of the Canadian voyageurs, signifying a leader of an occasional or volunteer war party, the sign being reported as follows: make first the sign of the pipe, afterwards open the thumb and index finger of the right hand, back of the hand outward, and move it forward and upward in a curve. This is explained by the author's account in a different connection, that to be recognized as the leader of such a war party as above mentioned, the first act among the tribes using the sign was the consecration, by fasting succeeded by feasting, of a medicine pipe without ornament, which the leader of the expedition afterward bore before him as his badge of authority, and it therefore naturally became an emblematic sign. This sign, with its interpretation, supplies a meaning to figure 226 from the Dakota calendar, showing one feather, a Sioux chief who raised in that year a large war party against the Crows, which fact is simply denoted by his holding out demonstratively an unornamented pipe. In connection with this subject, figure 227, drawn and explained by Two Strike and Ogallala, Dakota, relating to his own achievements, displays 4 plain pipes to exhibit the fact that he had led 4 war parties. The sign of the pipe or of smoking is made in a different manner when used to mean friend, as follows: 1. Tips of the two first fingers of the right hand placed against or at right angles to the mouth. 2. Suddenly elevated upward and outward to imitate smoke expelled. Cheyenne 2. We two smoke together. This is illustrated in the Ojibwa pictograph, figure 228, taken from Schoolcraft, Volume 1, Plate 59. A ceremonial sign for peace, friendship is the extended fingers, separated are, interlocked in front of the breast, hands horizontal, backs outward. Dakota 1. Figure 229 from the Dakota calendar exhibits the beginning of this gesture. When the idea conveyed is peace or friendship with the whites, the handshaking of the latter is adopted as in figure 230, also taken from the Dakota calendar, and referring to the peace made in 1855 by General Harney at Fort Pierre with a number of the tribes of the Dakotas. It is noticeable that while the ceremonial gesture of uniting or linking hands is common and ancient in token of peace, the practice of shaking hands on meeting, now the annoying etiquette of the Indians in their intercourse with whites, was not until very recently, and is even now seldom used by them between each other, and is clearly a foreign importation. Their fancy for affectionate greeting was in giving a pleasant bodily sensation by rubbing each other on the breast, abdomen, and limbs, or by a hug. The senseless and inconvenient custom of shaking hands is, indeed, by no means general throughout the world, and in the extent to which it prevails in the United States, is a subject of ridicule by foreigners. The Chinese, with the higher conception of politeness, shake their own hands. The account of a recent observer of the meeting of two polite celestials is, quote, each placed the finger of one hand over the fist of the other, so that the thumbs met, and then standing a few feet apart, raised his hands gently up and down in front of his breast. For special courtesy, after the foregoing gesture, they placed the hand which had been the actor in it on the stomach of its owner, not on that part of the interlocutor, the whole proceeding being subjective, but perhaps a relic of objective performance. End quote. In Miss Bird's Unbeaten Trades in Japan, London, 1880, the following is given as the salutatory etiquette of that empire. Quote, as acquaintances come in sight of each other, they slacken their pace and approach with downcast eyes and averted faces, as if neither were worthy of beholding each other. Then they bow low, so low as to bring the face, still kept carefully averted, on a level with the knees, on which the palms of the hands are passed. Afterwards, during the friendly strife of each to give the pass to the other, the palms of the hands are diligently rubbed against each other. End quote. The interlocking of the fingers of both hands above, given as an Indian sign, other instances being mentioned under the head of signals, infra, is also reported by R. Bruce Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, Locksit, Volume 2, page 308, as made by the natives of Cooper's Creek, Australia, to express the highest degree of friendship, including a special form of hospitality in which the wives of the entertainer performed a part. Figure 231 is reproduced from a cut in the work referred to. But besides this interlocked form of signifying the union of friendship, the hands are frequently grasped together. Sometimes the sign is abbreviated by simply extending the hand as if about to grasp that of another, and sometimes the two forefingers are laid side by side, which last sign also means same, brother, and companion. For description and illustration of these three signs, see respectively pages 521, 527, and 317. A different execution of the same conception of union or linking to signify friend is often made as follows. Hook the curved index over the curved forefinger of the left hand, the palm of the latter pointing forward, the palm of the right hand being turned toward the face, remaining fingers and thumbs being closed. Dakota 8, figure 232. Weed's sign for medicine is, quote, stir with the right hand into the left and afterward blow into the latter, end quote. All persons familiar with the Indians will understand that the term medicine, foolishly enough adopted by both French and English to express the aboriginal magic arts, has no therapeutic significance. Very few even pretended remedies were administered to the natives, and probably never by the professional shaman, who worked by incantation, often pulverizing and mixing the substances mystically used to prevent their detection. The same mixtures were employed in divination. The author particularly mentions Mandan ceremonies, in which a white medicine stone, as hard as pyrites, was produced by rubbing in the hand snow or the white feathers of a bird. The blowing away of the disease, considered to be introduced by a supernatural power foreign to the body, was a common part of the juggling performance. A sign for stone is as follows. With the back of the arched right hand, H, strike repeatedly in the palm of the left, held horizontal, back outward, at the height of the breast, and about a foot in front. The ends of the fingers point in opposite directions. Dakota 1. From its use when the stone was the only hammer. A suggestive sign for knife is reported, namely, cut past the mouth with the raised right hand. Weed. This probably refers to the general practice of cutting off food, as much being crammed into the mouth as can be managed, and then separated from the remaining mass by a stroke of a knife. This is especially the usage with fat and entrails, the Indian delicacies. An old sign for tomahawk, axe, is as follows. Cross the arms and slide the edge of the right hand held vertically down over the left arm, weed. This is still employed, at least for a small hatchet or dress tomahawk, and would be unintelligible without special knowledge. The essential point is laying the extended right hand and the bend of the left elbow. The sliding down over the left arm is an almost unavoidable but quite unnecessary accompaniment to the sign, which indicates the way in which the hatchet is usually carried. Pipes, whips, bows and arrows, fans, and other dress or emblematic articles of the buck are seldom or never carried in the bend of the left elbow, as is the axe. The pipe is usually held in the left hand. The following sign for Indian village is given by weed. Place the open thumb and forefinger of each hand opposite to each other, as if to make a circle, but leaving between them a small interval. Afterward, move them from above downward simultaneously. The villages of the tribes with which the author was longest resident, particularly the Mandans and the Arakaras, were surrounded by a strong circular stockade, spaces or breaks in the circle being left for entrance or exit. Signs for dog are made by some of the tribes of the plains essentially the same as the following. Extend and spread the right fore and middle fingers and draw the hand about 18 inches from left to right across the front of the body at the height of the navel, palm downward, fingers pointing toward the left and a little downward, little and ring fingers to be loosely closed, the thumb against the ring finger. Dakota 4. The sign would not be intelligible without knowledge of the fact that before the introduction of the horse, and even yet, the dog has been used to draw the tent or lodge poles in moving camp, and the sign represents the trail. Indians less nomadic, who built more substantial lodges and to whom the material for poles were less precious than on the plains, would not have comprehended this sign without such explanation as is equivalent to a translation from a foreign language. And the more general one is the palm lowered as if to stroke gently in a line conforming to the animal's head and neck. It is abbreviated by simply lowering the hand to the usual height of the wolfish aboriginal breed, and suggests the animal par excellence, domesticated by the Indians and made a companion. Several examples connected with this heading may be noticed under the preceding head of gestures connected with pictographs, and others of historic interest will be found among the tribal signs, infra. End of section 33, read by Elsie Selwyn.
Section 34 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CCam. Notable points for further researches, Introduction, and Invention of New Signs. It is considered desirable to indicate some points to which, for special reasons, the attention of collaborators for the future publication on the general subject of sign language may be invited. These now follow. Invention of new signs. It is probable that signs will often be invented by individual Indians who may be pressed for them by collectors to express certain ideas, which signs, of course, form no part of any current language. But while that fact should, if possible, be ascertained and reported, the signs so invented are not valueless merely because they are original and not traditional, if they are made in good faith and in accordance with the principles of sign formation. less error will arise in this direction than from the misinterpretation of the idea intended to be conveyed by spontaneous signs. Process resembles the coining of new words to which the higher languages owe their copiousness. It is observed in the signs invented by Indians for each new product of civilization brought to their notice. An interesting instance is in the sign for steamboat, made at the request of the writer by white man, who, however, did not like that sobriquet and announced his intention to change his name to Lean Bear, an Apache in June 1880, who had a few days before seen a steamboat for the first time. After thinking a moment, he gave an original sign, described as follows. Make the sign for water by placing the flat right hand before the face, pointing upward and forward, the back forward with the wrist as high as the nose. Then draw it down and inward toward the chin. Then, with both hands, indicate the outlines of a horizontal oval figure from before the body back to near the chest, being the outline of the deck. Then place both flat hands pointing forward, thumbs higher than the outer edges, and push them forward to arm's length, illustrating the powerful forward motion of the vessel. An original sign for telegraph is given in Natsi's narrative Infra. An Indian skilled in signs, as also a deaf mute, at the sight of a new object or at the first experience of some new feeling or mental relation, will devise some mode of expressing it in pantomimic gesture or by a combination of previously understood signs, which will be intelligible to others similarly skilled, provided that they have seen the same objects or have felt the same emotions. But if a number of such Indians or deaf mutes were to see an object, for instance an elephant, for the first time, each would perhaps hit upon a different sign in accordance with the characteristic appearance most striking to him. That animal's trunk is generally the most attractive lineament to deaf mutes, who make a sign by pointing to the nose and moving the arm as the trunk is moved. Others regard the long tusks as the most significant feature, while others are struck by the large head and small eyes. This diversity of conception brings to mind the poem of The Blind Man and the Elephant, which with true philosophy in an amusing guise explains how the sense of touch led the 6 men of Indostan severally to liken the animal to a wall, spear, snake, tree, fan, and rope. A consideration of invented or original signs as showing the operation of the mind of an Indian or other uncivilized gesturer has a psychologic interest, and as connected with the vocal expression often also invented at the same time has further value. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Sign Language among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Notable points for further researches: dangers of symbolic interpretation. In the examination of sign language, it is important to form a clear distinction between signs proper and symbols. The terms sign and symbols are often used interchangeably but with liability to misconstruction, as many persons, whether with right or wrong lexical definition, ascribe to symbols an occult and mystic signification. All characters in Indian picture writing have been loosely styled symbols, and, as there is no logical distinction between the characters impressed with enduring form and when merely outlined in the ambient air, all Indian gestures, motions, and attitudes might with equal appropriateness be called symbolic. While, however, all symbols come under the generic head of signs, very few signs are in accurate classification symbols. S.T. Coleridge has defined a symbol to be a sign included in the idea it represents. This may be intelligible if it is intended that an ordinary sign is extraneous to the concept, and rather than suggested by it, is invented to express it by some representation or analogy, while a symbol may be evolved by a process of thought from the concept itself. But it is no very exhaustive or practically useful distinction. Symbols are less obvious and more artificial than mere signs, require convention, are not only abstract but metaphysical, and often need explanation from history, religion, and customs. They do not depict but suggest subjects, do not speak directly through the eye to the intelligence, but presuppose in the mind knowledge of an event or fact which the sign recalls. The symbols of the ark, dove, olive branch, and rainbow would be wholly meaningless to people unfamiliar with a mosaic or some similar cosmology, as would be the cross and the crescent to those ignorant of history. The last named objects appeared in the class of emblems when used in designating the conflicting powers of Christendom and Islamism. Emblems do not necessarily require any analogy between the objects representing and the objects or qualities represented, but may arise from pure accident. After a scurrilous jest, the beggar's wallet became the emblem of the Confederated nobles, the guy of the Netherlands. And a sling in the early minority of Louis XIV was adopted from the refrain of a song by the Frondeur opponents of Mazarin. The portraiture of a fish, used especially by the early Christians for the name and title of Jesus Christ, was still more accidental, being, in the Greek word, ichthys, an agnostic composed of the initials of the several Greek words signifying that name and title. This origin being unknown to persons whose religious enthusiasm was as usual in direct proportion to their ignorance, they expended much rhetoric to prove that there was some true symbolic relation between an actual fish and the Savior of men. Apart from this misapplication, the fish undoubtedly became an emblem of Christ and of Christianity, appearing frequently on the Roman catacombs, and at one time it was used hermeneutically. The several tribal signs for the Sioux, Arapahoes, Cheyennes, etc. are their emblems precisely as the Star-Spangled Flag is that of the United States, but there is nothing symbolic in any of them. So the signs for individual chiefs, when not merely translations of their names, are emblematic of their family totems or personal distinctions, and are no more symbols than the distinctive shoulder straps of army officers. The crux ansata and the circle formed by a snake biting its tail are symbols, but consensus as well as invention was necessary for their establishment, and the Indians have produced nothing so esoteric, nothing which they intended for hermeneutic, as distinct from descriptive or mnemonic purposes. Sign language can undoubtedly be and is employed to express highly metaphysical ideas, but to do that in a symbolic system requires a development of the mode of expression consequent upon a similar development of the mental idiocracy of the gesturers far beyond any yet found among historic tribes north of Mexico. A very few of their signs may at first appear to be symbolic, yet even those on closer examination will probably be relegated to the class of emblems. The point urged is that while many signs can be used as emblems and both can be converted by convention into symbols, or be explained as such by perverted ingenuity, it is futile to seek for that form of psychologic exuberance in the stage of development attained by the tribes now under consideration. All predetermination to interpret either their signs or their pictographs on the principles of symbolism as understood or pretended to be understood by its admirers, and as are sometimes properly applied to Egyptian hieroglyphics, results in mooning mysticism. This was shown by a correspondent who enthusiastically lauded the Dakota calendar, edited by the present writer, and which is a mere figuration of successive occurrences in the history of the people, as a numerical exposition of the great doctrines of the sun religion in the equations of time, and proved to his own satisfaction that our Indians preserved hermeneutically the lost geometric cultus of pre-Kushite scientists. Another exhibition of this vicious practice was recently made in the interpretation of an inscribed stone alleged to have been unearthed near Zanesville, Ohio. Two of the characters were supposed, in liberal exercise of the imagination, to represent the alpha and omega of the Greek alphabet. At the comparatively late date, when the arbitrary arrangement of the letters of that alphabet had become fixed, the initial and concluding letters might readily have been used to represent respectively the beginning and the end of any series or number of things, and this figure of speech was employed in the Book of Revelations. In the attempted interpretation of the inscription mentioned, which was hawked about to many scientific bodies, and published over the whole country, the supposed Alpha and Omega were assumed to constitute a universal as well as sacred symbol for the everlasting Creator. The usual menu of Roman feast, commencing with eggs and ending with apples, was also commonly known at the time when the Book of Revelations was written, and the phrase ab ovo usque ad mala was as appropriate as from Alpha to Omega, to express from the beginning to the end. In deciphering the stone, it would therefore be as correct in principle to take one of its oval and one of its round figures, call them egg and apple, and make them the symbols of eternity. In fact, not depending wholly for significance upon the order of courses of a feast or the accident of alphabetical position, but having intrinsic characteristics in reference to the origin and fruition of life. The egg and apple translation would be more acceptable to the general judgment, and it is recommended to enthusiasts who insist on finding symbols where none exist. End of section 35. Section 36 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf-Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Notable points for further researches: signs used by women and children. For reasons before given, it is important to ascertain the varying extent of familiarity with sign language among the members of the several tribes, how large a proportion possesses any skill in it, and the average amount of their vocabulary. It is also of special interest to learn the degree to which women become proficient and the age at which children commence its practice, also whether they receive systematic instruction in it. The statement was made by Titchketchmatsky that the Kiowa and Comanche women know nothing of sign language, while the Cheyenne women are versed in it. As he is a Cheyenne, however, he may not have a large circle of feminine acquaintances beyond his own tribe, and his negative testimony is not valuable. Reverend A.J. Holt, from large experience, asserts that the Kiowa and Comanche women do know and practice sign language, though the Cheyenne either are more familiar with it than the Kiowa or have a greater degree of expertness. The Comanche women, he says, are the peers of any sign talkers. Colonel Dodge makes the broad assertion that even among the Plains tribes only the old or at least middle-aged men use signs properly, and that he has not seen any women or even young men who were at all reliable in signs. He gives this statement to show the difficulty in acquiring sign language, but it is questionable if the fact is not simply the result of the rapid disuse of signs in many tribes, by which cause women not so frequently called upon to employ them, and the younger generation who have had no necessity to learn them do not become expert. Disappearing Mist, as before mentioned, remembers a time when the Iroquois women and children used signs more than the men. It is also asserted with some evidence that the signs used by males and females are different, though mutually understood, and some minor points for observation may be indicated, such as whether the commencement of counting upon the fingers is upon those of the right or the left hand, and whether Indians take pains to look toward the south when suggesting the course of the sun, which would give the motion from left to right. A suggestion has been made by a correspondent that some secret signs of affiliation are known and used by the members of the several associations, religious and totemic, which have been often noticed among several Indian tribes. No evidence of this has been received, but the point is worth attention. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf-Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Positive signs rendered negative. In many cases, positive signs to convey some particular idea are not reported, and in their place, a sign with the opposite signification is given, coupled with the sign of negation. In other words, the only mode of expressing the intended meaning is supposed to be by negation of the reverse of what it is desired to describe. In this manner, fool no would be wise, and good no would be bad. This mode of expression is very frequent as a matter of option when the positive signs are in fact also used. The reported absence of positive signs for the ideas negatived is therefore often made with as little propriety as if when an ordinary speaker chose to use the negative form not good, it should be inferred that he was ignorant of the word bad. It will seldom prove, on proper investigation, that where sign language has reached and retained any high degree of development, it will show such poverty as to require the expedient of negation of an affirmative to express an idea which is intrinsically positive. End of section 37. Section 38 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Notable points for further researchers. Details of positions of fingers. The signs of the Indians appear to consist of motions more often than of positions, a fact enhancing the difficulty both of their description and illustration, and the motions, when not designedly abbreviated, are generally large, free, and striking, seldom minute. It seems also to be the general rule among Indians, as among deaf-mutes, that the point of the finger is used to trace outlines, and the palm of the hand to describe surfaces. From an examination of the identical signs made to each other for the same object by Indians of the same tribe and band, they appear to make many gestures with little regard to the position of the fingers and vary in such arrangement from individual taste. Some of the elaborate descriptions, giving with great detail the attitude of the fingers of any particular gesturer and the inches traced by his motions, are of as little necessity as would be, when quoting a written word, a careful reproduction of the flourishes of tailed letters and the thickness of downstrokes in individual chirography. The fingers must be in some position, but that is frequently accidental, not contributing to the general and essential effect. An example may be given in the sign for white man, which Medicine Bull, infra, page 491, made by drawing the palmar surface of the extended index across the forehead, and in Lean Wolf's Complaint, infra, page 526, the same motion is made by the back of the thumb pressed upon the middle joint of the index, fist closed. The execution as well as the conception in both cases was the indication of the line of the hat on the forehead, and the position of the fingers in forming the line is altogether immaterial. There is often also a custom or fashion in which not only different tribes but different persons in the same tribe gesture the same sign with different degrees of beauty. For there is calligraphy in sign language, though no recognized orthography. It is nevertheless better to describe and illustrate with unnecessary minuteness than to fail in reporting a real distinction. There are also, in fact, many signs formed by mere positions of the fingers, some of which are abbreviations, but in others the arrangement of the fingers in itself forms a picture. An instance of the latter is one of the signs given for bear, the middle and third finger of right hand clasped down by the thumb, fore and little finger extended crooked downward. See Extracts from Dictionary, infra. This reproduction of the animal's particular claws with the hand and in any position relative to the body would suffice without the pantomime of scratching in the air, which is added only if the sign without it should not be at once comprehended. End of section 38. Section 39 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Notable points for further researchers. Motions relative to parts of the body. The specified relation of the positions and motions of the hands to different parts of the body is essential to the formation and description of many signs. Those for speak, hear, and see, which must be respectively made relative to the mouth, ear, and eye, are manifest examples, and there are others less obviously dependent upon parts of the body, such as the heart or head, which would not be intelligible without apposition. There are also some directly connected with height from the ground and other points of reference. In, however, a large proportion of the signs noted, the position of the hands with reference to the body can be varied or disregarded. The hands making the motions can be held high or low, as the gesturer is standing or sitting, or the person addressed is distant or nearby. These variations have been partly discussed under the head of abbreviations. While descriptions made with great particularity are cumbrous, it is desirable to give the full detail of that gesture which most clearly carries out the generic conception, with, if possible, also the description of such deviations and abbreviations as are most confusing. For instance, it is well to explain that signs for yes and no, described with precise detail as in extracts from dictionary, infra, are also often made by an Indian when wrapped in his blanket with only a forefinger protruding, the former by a mere downward and the latter by a simple outward bend of that finger. An example may be also taken from the following sign for lie, falsehood, made by an Ankara, figure 233, in which the separated index and second fingers are moved sidewise in a downward line near but below the mouth, which may be compared with other executions of the motion with the same position of the fingers directly forward from the mouth, and with that given in Lean Wolf's complaint, illustrated on page 528, in which the motion is made carelessly across the body. The original sign was undoubtedly made directly from the mouth, the conception being two tongues, two accounts or opposed statements, one of which must be false, but the finger position coming to be established for two tongues has relation to the original conception, whether or not made near or in reference to the mouth, the latter being understood. It will thus be seen that sometimes the position of the fingers is material as forming or suggesting a figure without reference to motion, while in other cases the relative position of the hands to each other and to parts of the body are significant without any special arrangement of the fingers. Again, in others, the lines drawn in the air by the hand or hands execute the conception without further detail. In each case, only the essential details, when they can be ascertained, should be minutely described. End of section 39. Section 40 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Notable points for further researchers. Suggestions for collecting signs. The object always should be not to translate from English into signs, but to ascertain the real signs and their meaning. By far, the most satisfactory mode of obtaining this result is to induce Indians or other gesturers observed to tell stories, make speeches, or hold talks in gesture, with one of themselves as interpreter in his own oral language if the latter is understood by the observer, and if not, the words, not the signs, should be translated by an intermediary linguistic interpreter. It will be easy afterward to dissect and separate the particular signs used. This mode will determine the genuine shade of meaning of each sign, and corresponds with the plan now adopted by the Bureau of Ethnology for the study of the tribal vocal languages, instead of that arising out of exclusively missionary purposes, which was to force a translation of the Bible from a tongue not adapted to its terms and ideas, and then to compile a grammar and dictionary from the artificial result. A little ingenuity will direct the more intelligent or complacent gesturers to the expression of the thoughts, signs for which are specially sought, and full orderly descriptions of such tales and talks with, or even without analysis and illustration, are more desired than any other form of contribution. The original authorities, or the best evidence for Indian signs, i.e. the Indians themselves, being still accessible, the collaborators in this work should not be content with secondary authority. White sign talkers and interpreters may give some genuine signs, but they are very apt to interpolate their own improvements. Experience has led to the apparently paradoxical judgment that the direct contribution of signs purporting to be those of Indians, made by a habitual practitioner of signs who is not an Indian, is less valuable than that of a discriminating observer who is not himself an actor in gesture speech. The former, being to himself the best authority, unwittingly invents and modifies signs or describes what he thinks they ought to be, often with a very different conception from that of an Indian. Sign language not being fixed and limited, as is the case with oral languages, expertness in it is not necessarily a proof of accuracy in any one of its forms. The proper inquiry is not what a sign might, could, would, or should be, or what is the best sign for a particular meaning, but what is any sign actually used for such meaning. If any one sign is honestly invented or adopted by any one man, whether Indian, African, Asiatic, or deaf-mute, it has its value, but it should be identified to be in accordance with the fact and should not be subject to the suspicion that it has been assimilated or garbled in interpretation. Its prevalence and special range present considerations of different interest and requiring further evidence. The genuine signs alone should be presented to scholars, to give their studies proper direction, while the true article can always be adulterated into a composite jargon by those whose ambition is only to be sign talkers, instead of making an honest contribution to ethnologic and philologic science. The few direct contributions of interpreters to the present work are, it is believed, valuable, because they were made without expression of self-conceit or symptom of possession by a pet theory. End of section 40. Section 41 of Sign Language Among North American Indians Compared with That Among Other Peoples and Deaf-Mutes by Garrick Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. Mode in which researches have been made. It is proper to give to all readers interested in the subject, but particularly to those whose collaboration for the more complete work above mentioned is solicited, an account of the mode in which the researches have thus far been conducted, and in which it is proposed to continue them. After study of all that could be obtained in printed form, and a considerable amount of personal correspondence, the results were embraced in a pamphlet issued by the Bureau of Ethnology in the early part of 1880, entitled Introduction to the Study of Sign Language Among the North American Indians as Illustrating the Gesture Speech of Mankind. In this, suggestions were made as to points and manner of observation and report, and forms prepared to secure uniformity and accuracy were explained, many separate sheets of which with the pamphlet were distributed, not only to all applicants, but to all known and accessible persons in this country and abroad who, there was reason to hope, would take sufficient interest in the undertaking to contribute their assistance. Those forms, types of hand positions, outlines of arm positions, and examples, thus distributed, are reproduced at the end of this paper. The main object of those forms was to eliminate the source of confusion produced by attempts of different persons at the difficult description of positions and motions. The comprehensive plan required that many persons should be at work in many parts of the world. It will readily be understood that if a number of persons should undertake to describe in words the same motions, whether of pantomimists on the stage or of other gesturers, even if the visual perception of all the observers should be the same in the apprehension of the particular gestures, their language in description might be so varied as to give very diverse impressions to a reader who had never seen the gestures described. But with a set form of expressions for the typical positions, and skeleton outlines to be filled up, and, when necessary, altered in a uniform style, this source of confusion is greatly reduced. The graphic lines drawn to represent the positions and motions on the same diagrams will vary but little in comparison with the similar attempt of explanation in writing. Both modes of description were, however, requested, each tending to supplement and correct the other, and provision was also made for the notation of such striking facial changes or emotional postures as might individualize or accentuate the gestures. It was also pointed out that the prepared sheets could be used by cutting and pasting them in the proper order for successive signs forming a speech or story, so as to exhibit the semiotic syntax. Attention was specially directed to the importance of ascertaining the intrinsic idea or conception of all signs, which it was urged should be obtained directly from the persons using them and not by inference. In the autumn of 1880, the prompt and industrious cooperation of many observers in this country, and of a few from foreign lands, had supplied a large number of descriptions which were collated and collected into a quarto volume of 329 pages, called A Collection of Gesture Signs and Signals of the North American Indians, with some comparisons. This was printed on sized paper with wide margins to allow of convenient correction and addition. It was not published, but was regarded as proof, a copy being sent to each correspondent with a request for his annotations, not only in revision of his own contribution, but for its comparison with those made by others. Even when it was supposed that mistakes had been made in either description or reported conception, or both, the contribution was printed as received, in order that a number of skilled and disinterested persons might examine it and thus ascertain the amount and character of error. The attention of each contributor was invited to the fact that, in some instances, a sign as described by one of the other contributors might be recognized as intended for the same idea or object as that furnished by himself, and the former might prove to be the better description. Each was also requested to examine if a particular abbreviation or fanciful flourish might not have induced a difference in his own description from that of another contributor, with no real distinction either in conception or essential formation. All collaborators were therefore urged to be candid in admitting, when such cases occurred, that their own descriptions were mere unessential variants from others printed, otherwise to adhere to their own and explain the true distinction. When the descriptions showed substantial identity, they were united with the reference to all the authorities giving them. Many of these copies have been returned with valuable annotations, not only of correction but of addition and suggestion, and are now being collated again into one general revision. The above statement will, it is hoped, give assurance that the work of the Bureau of Ethnology has been careful and thorough. No scheme has been neglected which could be contrived, and no labor has been spared to secure the accuracy and completeness of the publication still in preparation. It may also be mentioned that, although the writer has made personal observations of signs, no description of any sign has been printed by him which rests on his authority alone. Personal controversy and individual bias were thus avoided. For every sign, there is a special reference either to an author or to some one or more of the collaborators. While the latter have received full credit, Full responsibility was also imposed, and that course will be continued. No contribution has been printed which asserted that any described sign is used by all Indians, for the reason that such statement is not admissible evidence unless the authority had personally examined all Indians. If any credible person had affirmatively stated that a certain identical, or substantially identical, sign had been found by him, actually used by Abenaki, Absaroka, Arikara, Assiniboines, etc., going through the whole list of tribes, or any definite portion of that list, it would have been so inserted under the several tribal heads. But the expression all Indians, besides being insusceptible of methodical classification, involves hearsay, which is not the kind of authority desired in a serious study. Such loose talk long delayed the recognition of anthropology as a science. It is true that some general statements of this character are made by some old authors quoted in the dictionary, but their descriptions are reprinted, as being all that can be used of the past for whatever weight they may have, and they are kept separate from the linguistic classification given below. Regarding the difficulties met with in the task proposed, the same motto might be adopted as was prefixed to Austin's Chironomia. Non sum nescius, quantum susciperem negati, qui motus corporis exprimer verbis, imitari scriptura conatus sim voices. Ret ad Herin 1.3. If the descriptive recital of the signs collected had been absolutely restricted to written or printed words, the work would have been still more difficult and the result less intelligible. The facilities enjoyed of presenting pictorial illustrations have been of great value and will give still more assistance in the complete work than in the present paper. In connection with the subject of illustrations, it may be noted that a writer in the Journal of the Military Service Institution of the United States, Volume 2, No. 5, the same who had before invented the mode of describing signs by means, mentioned on page 330 supra, gives a curious distinction between deaf-mute and Indian signs regarding their respective capability of illustration, as follows. This French system is taught, I believe, in most of the schools for deaf-mutes in this country and in Europe, but so great has been the difficulty of fixing the hands in space, either by written description or illustrated cuts, that no textbooks are used. I must therefore conclude that the Indian sign language is not only the more natural, but the more simple, as the gestures can be described quite accurately in writing, and I think can be illustrated. The readers of this paper will also, probably, think that the signs of Indians can be illustrated, and as the signs of deaf-mutes are often identical with the Indian, whether expressing the same or different ideas, and when not precisely identical are always made on the same principle and with the same members, it is not easy to imagine any greater difficulty either in their graphic illustration or in their written description. The assertion is as incorrect as if it were paraphrased to declare that a portrait of an Indian in a certain attitude could be taken by a pencil or with the camera, while, by some occult influence, the same artistic skill would be paralyzed in attempting that of a deaf-mute in the same attitude. In fact, textbooks on the French system are used, and one in the writer's possession, published in Paris 25 years ago, contains over 400 illustrated cuts of deaf-mute gesture signs. The proper arrangement and classification of signs will always be troublesome and unsatisfactory. There can be no accurate translation either of sentences or of words from signs into written English. So far, from the signs representing words as logographs, they do not in their presentation of the ideas of actions, objects, and events, under physical forms, even suggest words, which must be skillfully fitted to them by the glossarist and laboriously derived from them by the philologer. The use of words in formulation, still more in terminology, is so wide a departure from primitive conditions as to be incompatible with the only primordial language yet discovered. No vocabulary of signs will be exhaustive for the simple reason that the signs are exhaustless, nor will it be exact because there cannot be a correspondence between signs and words taken individually. Not only do words and signs both change their meaning from the context, but a single word may express a complex idea, to be fully rendered only by a group of signs, and vice versa. A single sign may suffice for a number of words. The elementary principles by which the combinations in sign and in the oral languages of civilization are affected are also discrepant. The attempt must, therefore, be made to collate and compare the signs according to general ideas, conceptions, and, if possible, the ideas and conceptions of the gesturers themselves, instead of an order of words as usually arranged in dictionaries. The hearty thanks of the writer are rendered to all his collaborators, a list of whom is given below, and will in future be presented in a manner more worthy of them. It remains to give an explanation of the mode in which a large collection of signs has been made directly by the officers of the Bureau of Ethnology. Fortunately for this undertaking, the policy of the government brought to Washington during the year 1880 delegations, sometimes quite large, of most of the important tribes. Thus, the most intelligent of the race from many distant and far separated localities were here in considerable numbers for weeks, and indeed, in some cases, months, and, together with their interpreters and agents, were, by the considerate order of the Honorable Secretary of the Interior, placed at the disposal of this Bureau for all purposes of gathering ethnologic information. The facilities thus obtained were much greater than could have been enjoyed by a large number of observers traveling for a long time over the continent for the same express purpose. The observations relating to signs were all made here, by the same persons according to a uniform method in which the gestures were obtained directly from the Indians, and their meaning, often in itself clear from the context of signs before known, was translated sometimes through the medium of English or Spanish, or of a native language known in common by some one or more of the Indians and by some one of the observers. When an interpreter was employed, he translated the words used by an Indian in his oral paraphrase of the signs, and was not relied upon to explain the signs according to his own ideas. Such translations and a description of minute and rapidly executed signs, dictated at the moment of their exhibition, were sometimes taken down by a phonographer, that there might be no lapse of memory in any particular, and in many cases the signs were made in successive motions before the camera, and prints secured as certain evidence of their accuracy. Not only were more than 100 Indians thus examined individually, at leisure, but, on occasions, several parties of different tribes, who had never before met each other, and could not communicate by speech, were examined at the same time, both by inquiry of individuals whose answers were consulted upon by all the Indians present, and also by inducing several of the Indians to engage in talk and storytelling in signs between themselves. Thus, it was possible to notice the difference in the signs made for the same objects, and the degree of mutual comprehension notwithstanding such differences. Similar studies were made by taking Indians to the National Deaf-Mute College and bringing them in contact with the pupils. By far the greater part of the actual work of the observation and record of the signs obtained at Washington has been ably performed by Dr. W.J. Hoffman, the assistant of the present writer. When the latter has made personal observations, the former has always been present, taking the necessary notes and sketches and superintending the photographing. To him, therefore, belongs the credit for all those references in the following list of authorities and collaborators, in which it is stated that the signs were obtained at Washington from Indian delegations. Dr. Hoffman acquired in the West, through his service as acting assistant surgeon, United States Army, At a large reservation, the indispensable advantage of becoming acquainted with the Indian character so as to conduct skillfully such researches as that in question, and in addition has the eye and pencil of an artist, so that he seizes readily, describes with physiological accuracy, and reproduces in action and in permanent illustration all shades of gesture exhibited. Nearly all of the pictorial illustrations in this paper are from his pencil. For the remainder, and for general superintendence of the artistic department of the work, thanks are due to Mr. W. H. Holmes, whose high reputation needs no endorsement here. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Sign Language Among North American Indians compared with that among other peoples and deaf mutes by Garrick, Mallery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. List of authorities and collaborators. 1. A list prepared by William Dunbar, dated Natchez, June 30th, 1800. Collected from tribes then west of the Mississippi, but probably not from those very far west of that river, published in the Transactions of the American Philosophical Society, Volume 6, pages 1 through 8, as read January 16, 1801, and communicated by Thomas Jefferson, President of the Society. 2. The one published in an account of an expedition from Pittsburgh to the Rocky Mountains, performed in the years 1819 to 1820, Philadelphia, 1823, Volume 1, pages 378 to 394. This expedition was made by order of the Honorable J. O. Calhoun, Secretary of War, under the command of Major S. H. Long of the United States Topographical Engineers, and is commonly called James's Long's Expedition. This list appears to have been collected chiefly by Mr. T. Say from the Pawnee and the Kansas, Otos, Missouris, Iowas, Omahas, and other southern branches of the Great Dakota family. 3. The one collected by Prince Maximilian von Wied Nieuwede in Reis in das Inner Noord-Amerika in den Jaren 1832 bis 1834, Colbin's 1839 to 1841, Volume 2, pages 645 to 653. His statement is, the Araucaras, Mandans, Minataris, Hidatsa, Crows, Absaroka, Cheyennes, Snakes, Shoshone, and Blackfeet, Satsika, all understand certain signs which, on the contrary, as we are told, are unintelligible to the Dakotas, Assiniboines, Ojibwas, Crees, and other nations. The list gives examples of the sign language of the former. From the much greater proportion of time spent and information obtained by the author among the Mandans and Hidatsa, then and now dwelling near Port Berthold on the upper Missouri, it might be safe to consider that all the signs in his list were in fact procured from those tribes, but as the author does not say so, he is not made to say so in this work. If it shall prove that the signs now used by the Mandans and Hidatsa more closely resemble those on his list than do those of other tribes, the internal evidence will be verified. This list is not published in the English edition London 1843, but appears in the German, above cited, and in the French Paris 1840. Bibliographic reference is often made to this distinguished explorer as Prince Maximilian, as if there were but one possessor of that Christian name among princely families. For brevity, the reference in this paper will be Wied. No translation of this list into English appears to have been printed in any shape before that recently published by the present writer in the American Antiquarian, Volume 2, Number 3, while the German and French editions are costly and difficult of access, so the collection cannot readily be compared by readers with the signs now made by the same tribes. The translation now presented is based upon the German original, but in a few cases where the language was so curt as not to give a clear idea, was collated with a French edition of the succeeding year, which, from some internal evidence, appears to have been published with the assistance or supervision of the author. Many of the descriptions are, however, so brief and indefinite in both their German and French forms that they necessarily remain so in the present translation. The princely explorer, with the keen discrimination shown in all his work, doubtless observed what had escaped many recent reporters of Indian signs, that the latter depend much more upon motion than mere position, and are generally large and free, seldom minute. His object was to express the general effect of the motion rather than to describe it with such precision as to allow of its accurate reproduction by a reader who had never seen it. To have presented the signs as now desired for comparison, toilsome elaboration would have been necessary, and even that would not in all cases have sufficed without pictorial illustration. On account of the manifest importance of determining the prevalence and persistence of the signs, as observed half a century ago, an exception is made to the general arrangement hereafter mentioned by introducing after the vide signs and remarks of collaborators who have made special comparisons, and adding to the latter the respective names of those collaborators, as Matthews, Boltiger. It is hoped that the work of those gentlemen will be imitated not only regarding the vide signs, but many others. 4. The signs given to publication by Captain R. F. Burton, which, it would be inferred, were collected in 1860-61 from the tribes met or learned of on the overland stage route, including Southern Dakotas, Utes, Shoshone, Arapahoes, Crows, Pawnee, and Apaches. They are contained in the City of the Saints, New York, 1862, pages 123 to 130. Information has been recently received to the effect that this collection was not made by the distinguished English explorer from his personal observation, but was obtained by him from one man in Salt Lake City, a Mormon bishop, who, it is feared, gave his own ideas of the formation and use of signs, rather than their faithful description. 5. A list read by Dr. D. G. McGowan at a meeting of the American Ethnological Society, January 23, 1866, and published in the Historical Magazine, Volume 10, 1866, pages 86-87, purporting to be the signs of the Caddos, Wichitas, and Comanches. 6. Annotations by Lieutenant Heber M. Creel, 7th United States Cavalry, received in January 1881. This officer is supposed to be specially familiar with the Cheyennes, among whom he lived for 18 months, but his recollection is that most of the signs described by him were also observed among the Arapaho, Sioux, and several other tribes. 7. A special contribution from Mr. F. F. Gerard of Fort A, Lincoln, D.T. of signs, obtained chiefly from a deaf-mute Dakota who has traveled among most of the Indian tribes living between the Missouri River and the Rocky Mountains. Mr. Gerard's own observations are based upon the experience of 32 years' residence in that country, during which long period he has had almost daily intercourse with Indians. He states that the signs contributed by him are used by the Blackfeet, Satsika, Absaroka, Dakota, Hidatsa, Mandan, and Arikara Indians, who may in general be considered to be the group of tribes referred to by the Prince of Vide. In the above noted collections, the generality of the statements as to locality of the observation and use of the signs rendered it impossible to arrange them in the manner considered to be the best to study the diversities and agreements of signs. For that purpose, it is more convenient than the names of the tribe or tribes among which the described signs have been observed should catch the eye in immediate connection with them, than those of the observers only should follow. Some of the latter, indeed, have given both similar and different signs for more than one tribe, so that the use of the contributor's name alone would create confusion. To print in every case the name of the contributor together with the name of the tribe would seriously burden the paper and be unnecessary to the student, the reference being readily made to each authority through this list, which also serves as an index. The 7 collections above mentioned will therefore be referred to by the names of the authorities responsible for them. Those which now follow are arranged alphabetically by tribes under headings of linguistic families according to Major J. W. Powell's classification, which are also given below in alphabetic order. Example, the first authority is under the heading Algonquin, and concerning only the Abnaki tribe is referred to as Abnaki 1, Chief Masta being the personal authority. Algonquin. Abnaki 1, a letter dated December 15, 1879, from H. L. Masta, chief of the Abnaki residing near Pierreville, Quebec. Arapaho 1, a contribution from Lieutenant H. B. Lemley, 3rd United States Artillery, compiled from notes and observations taken by him in 1877 among the northern Arapahoes. Arapaho 2, a list of signs obtained from Cohisas, the mare, better known as Little Raven, and Nakwat, left hand, members of a delegation of Arapaho and Cheyenne Indians from Darlington, Indian T, who visited Washington during the summer of 1880. Cheyenne 1, extracts from the report of Lieutenant J.W. Abert of his examination of New Mexico in the years 1846-47, an external document number 41, 30th Congress, First Session, Washington, 1848, page 417, et seq. Cheyenne 2, a list prepared in July 1879 by Mr. Frank H. Cushing of the Smithsonian Institute from continued interviews with Tik-Ke-Ma-Tsi, Cross-Eyes, an intelligent Cheyenne then employed at that institution. Cheyenne 3, a special contribution with diagrams from Mr. Ben Clark, scout and interpreter of signs collected from the Cheyennes during his long residence among that tribe. Cheyenne 4, several communications from Colonel Richard I. Dodge, A.D.C., United States Army, author of The Plains of the Great West and Their Inhabitants, New York, 1877, relating to his large experience with the Indians of the prairies. Cheyenne 5, a list of signs obtained from Wa-Un, Bobtail, and Muhik-Nuk-Mat-Ha'it, Big Horse, members of a delegation of Arapaho and Cheyenne Indians from Darlington, Indian T, who visited Washington during the summer of 1880. Ojibwa 1, the small collection of J.G. coal made about the middle of the present century among the Ojibwas around Lake Superior, published in his Kichigami, Wanderings Around Lake Superior, London, 1860. Ojibwa 2, several letters from the Very Reverend Edward Jacker, Point St. Ignace, Michigan, respecting the Ojibwas. Ojibwa 3, a communication from Reverend James A. Gillifan, White Earth, Minnesota, relating to signs observed among the Ojibwas during his long period of missionary duty, still continuing. Ojibwa 4, a list from Mr. B. O. Williams, Sr. of Owasso, Michigan, from recollection of signs observed among the Ojibwas of Michigan 60 years ago. Ojibwa 5, contributions received in 1880 and 1881 from Mr. F. Jacker of Portage River, Houghton County, Michigan, who has resided many years among and near the tribe mentioned. Sac, Fox, and Kickapoo 1, a list from Reverend H. F. Buckner, D.D. of Eufaula, Ind T, consisting chiefly of tribal signs observed by him among the Sac and Fox, Kickapoos, etc., during the early part of the year 1880. Dakotan. Absaroka 1, a list of signs obtained from Deeki-Tich, Pretty Eagle, Etikdika-Hatki, Long Elk, and Peritikka-Dia, Old Crow, members of a delegation of Absaroka or Crow Indians from Montana Territory who visited Washington during the months of April and May 1880. Dakota 1, a comprehensive list arranged with great care and skill from Dr. Charles E. McChesney, Acting Assistant Surgeon, United States Army, of signs collected among the Dakotas, Sioux, near Fort Bennett, Dakota, during the year 1880. Dr. McChesney requests that recognition should be made of the valuable assistance rendered to him by Mr. William Fielden, the interpreter at Cheyenne Agency, Dakota Territory. Dakota 2, a short list from Dr. Blair D. Taylor, Assistant Surgeon, United States Army, from recollection of signs observed among the Sioux during his late service in the region inhabited by that tribe. Dakota 3, a special contribution from Captain A. W. Corliss, 8th United States Infantry, of signs observed by him during his late service among the Sioux. Dakota 4, a copious contribution with diagrams from Dr. William H. Corbisher, Assistant Surgeon, United States Army, of signs obtained from the Ogallala Sioux at Pine Ridge Agency, Dakota Territory, during 1879 and 80. Dakota 5, a report of Dr. W. J. Hoffman from observations among the Teton Dakotas while acting Assistant Surgeon, United States Army, and stationed at Grand River Agency, Dakota, during 1872-73. Dakota 6, a list of signs obtained from Peji, Grass, Chief of the Blackfoot Sioux, Nazula Tan Ka, Big Head, Chief of the Upper Yanktonias, and Seitan Kinyan, Thunderhawk, Chief of the Unkpapas, Teton Dakotas, located at Standing Rock, Dakota Territory, while at Washington in June 1880. Dakota 7, a list of signs obtained from Shunku Lata, Red Dog, an Ogallala chief from the Red Cloud Agency, who visited Washington in company with a large delegation of Dakotas in June 1880. Dakota 8. A special list obtained from Tatankawakan, Medicine Bull, and other members of a delegation of Lower Brule Dakotas while at Washington during the winter of 1880 to 81. Hidatsa 1. A list of signs obtained from Tsikau A. Dak Akik Lean Wolf, chief of the Hidatsa, located at Fort Berthold, Dakota Territory, while at Washington with a delegation of Sioux Indians in June 1880. Mandan and Hidatsa 1. A valuable and illustrated contribution from Dr. Washington Matthews, Assistant Surgeon, United States Army, author of Ethnography and Philology of the Hidatsa Indians, Washington 1877, etc., lately prepared from his notes and recollections of signs observed during his long service among the Mandan and Hidatsa Indians of the Upper Missouri. Omaha 1. A special list from Reverend J. Owen Dorsey, lately missionary at Omaha Agency, Nebraska, from observations made by him at that agency in 1880. Oto 1. An elaborate list with diagrams from Dr. W. G. Bottler, United States Indian Service, collected from the Otos at the Oto Agency, Nebraska, during 1879 to 80. Oto and Missouri 1. A similar contribution by the same authority respecting the signs of the Otos and Missouris of Nebraska, collected during the winter of 1879 to 80, in the description of many of which he was joined by Miss Katie Barnes. Ponca 1. A short list from Reverend J. Owen Dorsey, obtained by him in 1880 from the Poncas in Nebraska. Ponca 2. A short list obtained at Washington from Kai Da Ska, White Eagle, and other chiefs, a delegation from Kansas in January 1881. Iroquoian. Iroquois 1. A list of signs contributed by the Honorable Horatio Hale, author of Philology of the Wilkes Exploring Expedition, etc., now residing at Clinton, Ontario, Canada, obtained in June 1880 from Sakayen Ka Waratin, Disappearing Mist, familiarly known as John Smoke Johnson, chief of the Canadian Division of the Six Nations, or Iroquois proper, now a very aged man residing at Brantford, Canada. Wyandotte 1. A list of signs from Hento Grey Eyes, chief of the Wyandottes, who visited Washington during the spring of 1880 in the interest of that tribe, now dwelling in Indian Territory. Kiowan. Kiowa 1. A list of signs from Sitmagia, Stumbling Bear, a Kiowa chief from Indian Territory who visited Washington in June 1880. Kootinan. Kootine 1. A letter from J. W. Powell, Esquire, Indian Superintendent, British Columbia, relating to his observations among the Kootine and others. Panean. Arakara 1. A list of signs obtained from Kwaanuk Khan Ook, son of the Star, chief of the Arakas, residing at Fort Berthold, Dakota Territory, while at Washington with a delegation of Indians in June 1880. Pawnee 1. A short list obtained from Esau, a Pawnee Indian acting as interpreter to the Ponca delegation at Washington in January 1881. Piman. Pima and Papago 1. A special contribution obtained from Antonito, son of the chief of the Pima Indians in Arizona Territory, while on visit to Washington in February 1881. Sahaptian. Sahaptian 1. A list contributed by Reverend G. L. Deffenbaugh of Lapway, Idaho, giving signs obtained at Kamai, Idaho, chiefly from Felix, chief of the Nez Perces, and used by the Sapton or Nez Perces. Shoshonean. Comanche 1. Notes from Reverend A. J. Holt, Denison, Texas, respecting the Comanche signs obtained at Anadarko, Indian Territory. Comanche 2. Information obtained at Washington in February 1880 from Major J. M. Haworth, Indian Inspector, relating to signs used by the Comanches of Indian Territory. Comanche 3. A list of signs obtained from Colby, Wild Horse, a Comanche chief from Indian Territory who visited Washington in June 1880. Paiute 1. Information obtained at Washington from Natoy, a Paiute chief who was one of a delegation of that tribe to Washington in January 1880. Shoshone and Bannock 1. A list of signs obtained from Tendoy, the climber, Tisdimit, Pete and Wea-Agat, members of a delegation of Shoshone and Bannock chiefs from Idaho who visited Washington during the months of April and May 1880. Ute 1, a list of signs obtained from Alejandre Ga-Lote, Augustin, and other chiefs, members of a delegation of Ute Indians of Colorado who visited Washington during the early months of the year 1880. Tinian. Apache 1, a list of signs obtained from Huerto, Little Blonde, Augustin Vigil, and Santiago Largo, James Long, members of a delegation of Apache chief from Tierra Amarilla, New Mexico, who were brought to Washington in the months of March and April 1880. Apache 2, a list of signs obtained from Na-Ka-Na-Ni-Ten, White Man, an Apache chief from Indian Territory who visited Washington in June 1880. Apache 3, a large collection made during the summer of 1880 by Dr. Francis H. Atkins, Acting Assistant Surgeon, United States Army, from the Mescalero Apaches near South Fork, New Mexico. Kuchin 1, a communication received in 1881 from Mr. Iron Petroff, Special Agent United States Census, transmitting a dialogue taken down by himself in 1866 between the Kenatsi Indians on the lower Kinnick River in Alaska and some natives of the interior who called themselves Tena, or Mountain River Men, belonging to the Tinna-Kuchin tribe. Wichitan. Wichita 1, a list of signs from Reverend A. J. Holt, missionary, obtained from Kin Chi-S, Spectacles, medicine man of the Wichitas at the Wichita Agency, Indian Territory in 1879. Wichita 2, a list of signs from Zodiaco, Shaved Head Boy, a Wichita chief from Indian Territory who visited Washington in June 1880. Zunian. Zuni 1, some preliminary notes received in 1880 from Reverend Taylor F. Ely, missionary among the Zuni, upon the signs of that body of Indians. Foreign correspondence. Valuable contributions have been received in 1880-81 and collated under their proper headings from the following correspondents in distant countries. Reverend Herman N. Barnum, D.D. of Harput, Turkey, furnishes a list of signs in common use among Turks, Armenians, and Kurds in that region. Miss L. O. Lloyd, Charlton House, Mallery, near Cape Town, Africa, gives information concerning the gestures and signals of the Bushmen. Reverend Lorimer Fission, Navuola, Fiji, notes and letters comparisons between the signs and gestures of the Fijians and those of the North American Indians. As this paper is passing through the press, the collection is returned with annotations by him and also by Mr. Walter Carew, Commissioner for the Interior of Navitaliu. The last named gentleman describes some signs of Fijian uninstructed deaf-mute. Mr. F. A. von Ruprecht, Kephang, Sumatra, supplies information and comparisons respecting the signs and signals of the Redjangs and Leylongs, showing agreement with some Dakota, Comanche, and Ojibwa signs. Letters from Mr. A. W. Howhit, F.G.S. Sale, Gippsland, Victoria, upon Australian signs, and from Reverend James Searbury, Jr., F.R.G.S., relative to the tribes of Madagascar, are gratefully acknowledged. Many other correspondents are now, according to their kind promises, engaged in researches, the result of which has not yet been received. The organization of those researches in India and Ceylon has been accomplished through the active interest of Colonel H. S. Olcott, U.S. Commissioner, Breach Candy, Bombay. Grateful acknowledgement must be made to Professor E. A. Fay of the National Deaf-Mute College, through whose special attention a large number of the natural signs of deaf-mutes, remembered by them as having been invented and used before instruction in conventional signs, indeed before attending any school, was obtained. The gentlemen who made the contributions in their own manuscript and without prompting are as follows: Messrs. M. Ballard, R. M. Ziegler, J. Cross, Philip J. Hassentab, and Lars Larson. Their names respectively follow their several descriptions. Mr. Ballard is an instructor in the college, and the other gentlemen were pupils during the session of 1880. Similar thanks are due to Mr. J. L. Noyes, Superintendent of the Minnesota Institution for the Education of the Deaf and Dumb, Faribault, Minnesota, and to Messrs. George Wing and D. H. Carroll, teachers in that institution, for annotations and suggestions respecting deaf-mute signs. The notes made by the last named gentlemen are followed by their respective names and reference. Special thanks are also rendered to Professor James D. Butler of Madison, Wisconsin, for contributing of Italian gesture signs, noted by him in 1843, and for many useful suggestions. Other Italian signs are quoted from the essay on Italian gesticulations by His Eminence Cardinal Wiseman in his Essays on Various Subjects, London, 1855, Volume 3, pages 533 to 555. Many Neapolitan signs are extracted from the illustrated work of the canon Andrea de Gioro, La Mimica degli Anci investigata nel Gestire Napoleano, Napoli, 1832. A small collection of Australian signs has been extracted from R. Bro Smyth's The Aborigines of Victoria, London, 1878. End of section 42.